standing outside the entrance. She was looking up and down both sides of the street. He knew she was looking for him. He took a deep breath, then turned around to begin walking the other way. He just wasn't in the mood to deal with her again. Sharon Fester seemed like a nice girl, and he was sympathetic to her problem. Bridge just didn't think he could help her. He wasn't sure anyone could. Bridge put his head down as he walked away. Then he heard her voice. "Luke! Mr. Bridge!" Bridge stopped and took another deep breath, knowing he'd been seen. He then heard footsteps coming closer. Without looking, he could tell she was running toward him. He could hear her breathing heavily from running. She obviously wasn't a distance runner. Bridge didn't move a muscle, just looking past the scores of people passing him by. Then he saw Fester's young face. "I'm so glad I caught you." Bridge smiled. "That you did." "Did you sneak past me coming out of the hotel or something?" No, I was just walking this way." "How'd you get past me?" "Well, I didn't. I was walking that way, then I turned around to walk back because... Well, anyway, it doesn't matter."
"So I've got a new proposition for you."
Bridge rolled his eyes. "Sharon..."
I know, but I've got it this time."
"Sharon, it's not about the money. It never was, never will be."
"I've scraped together 5,000, but I can get more."
"Sharon, you're not listening to me. It's not about the money."
"It's not?"
Bridge shook his head. "No, the money is fine."
Fester immediately smiled. "So you'll take it?"
"No! That's not what I said. I just said it's not about the money."
"Well, why wouldn't it be about the money? Isn't it always about the money?"
"Not with me," Bridge said.
"I've heard you're more expressive than what I've offered."
"Usually I am, but not in this case."
"So why won't you take it?"
"Sharon, I've explained this to you the last 3 times we've talked. I'm sympathetic to your problem. I really am. But in order for me to look for someone, I need a place to start."
Fester's eyes started to swell with tears. "I just miss my sister. She's been gone for 6 months, and I just want her back."
Tears. Tears were like a weapon against Bridge. He couldn't stand them, especially when they were warranted. Tears had a habit of making him do things he didn't want to do. He had to fight the urge this time. He gently grabbed Fester by her elbow and led her over to the concrete wall so they weren't in the middle of foot traffic. "Look, Sharon, I'd like to help. I really would. All you've told me so far in our previous encounters is that your sister met some guy and took off somewhere. Now, as far as we can tell, she's gone off on her own free will. As far as we know, she's not in any danger. Not only that, you have no idea where she's gone. Like, you can't even give me a continent in which to look on."
"But I don't know."
"Exactly. Now how am I supposed to find someone when I don't even have a place to start?"
"But she's in trouble, I know it," Sharon said.
"How do you know that? You don't know the name of the guy she met."
"Because we're very close. Always have been. She'd never go somewhere for 6 months without telling me where she was or who she was with. She wouldn't do that."
"Sharon..."
"She wouldn't. Our parents passed away 3 years ago in a car accident. We were all that we had left. Each other. We made a promise that we'd always be there for one another, no matter what."
"Okay, that's a very moving story, and my heart breaks for you. But I still need something to go on, and you haven't given me that. When you have that, then come back and talk to me, okay? But until then, there's nothing I can do."
Bridge tried to give her a warm smile before he left, though it came across as more of a sad one than anything. He left her standing there and walked back to the hotel. Just as he got to the entrance, he looked back and saw Fester standing in the same exact spot. She hadn't moved an inch. She was looking down at the concrete, trying to hold back the tears from flooding the ground beneath her. Before going inside the hotel, Bridge sighed, legitimately feeling bad for her situation. But like he'd told her, there was nothing he could do without something to work with, and she just didn't have it. Once Bridge got to his room, he found Nicole staring out the window, looking down at the street. He walked over to her and put his arms around her, giving her a kiss on the neck. She tilted her head back so he could plant another one on her, this time on her lips. "I've been missing that."
"Hope it was worth the wait," Bridge said.
"It was. I noticed Sharon Fester down there."
"Yeah, she was pleading for help again."
Wish there was something we could do, Nicole said. Well, like I told her, we need something to start with. Bridge then walked away from his girlfriend and went into the kitchen to get a drink. As he came back in and saw her still at the window, something occurred to him. He walked over to the window and looked over her head at the street below. Bridge took a few steps back and looked at his girlfriend again. Tough to see the entrance from here. So? Nicole replied. So how did you notice Sharon Fester was down there? Oh, I saw her walking up to it a few minutes ago. Figured she was here to see you again. You just happened to pick her out in a crowd of a few hundred people walking? Yeah, guess so. Bridge looked at her with a skeptical eye as she turned around and faced him. What? Something tells me you knew about this. About what? Did you talk to her before this? What do you mean? You did. Did what? Nicole asked, playing the innocent card. You set me up. Nicole sighed and threw her arms up. She wasn't even going to try to pretend anymore. Okay, fine. She came to me yesterday. Well, called me and asked me again if we could take the case. And you said what? I told her to talk to you again. I promise, that's all I said. Really? I promise. She called me again a few hours ago and asked if she could come over and talk. I told her you weren't in and said when I expected you back. That's it. That was the extent of everything. You're sure? Positive. You didn't agree to take the case or anything? I did not. I wouldn't agree to take anything without you signing off on it first. Wouldn't be the first time, Bridge said. Well, I didn't. Satisfied with her answers, Bridge took a sip of his soda. I feel bad for her. She seems really broken up about it. So why don't we just help? Bridge's shoulders slumped, not really wanting to get into it again. It's like I told her. She's got nothing. She says her sister went off with a guy. She doesn't have a name. Says she left the country. Doesn't know where. Asked if she has a date or a time she went missing. She doesn't know. I mean, how are we supposed to work off of that? What's the matter with you? What's the matter with me? Nothing's the matter with me. And what's bugging you about this? We've started working on cases with less information than this. We can check our bank accounts, passports, things like that. There's things we can do without having much information. So why won't you hear this girl out? Bridge sighed, then sat down to talk about it. Okay. One of my first cases doing this stuff was a missing persons case. This was before you quit the CIA, too, so you weren't around yet. But anyway, one of my first cases was something similar to this. It was actually a mother, though, not a sister. Nicole could guess where this was going. And she told you her daughter was missing? Yes, same sob story. She would never go anywhere without letting her know. They were so tight, blah, blah, blah. It was just the two of them. The father wasn't around. They would never split apart, was the story. Let me guess. The daughter ran away with some guy. Exactly. She met some guy online, didn't want to tell her mother, then one day they just decided to elope, and they flew off to California. How long did it take you to find them? About 2 weeks, Bridge answered. The mom was beside herself. Couldn't believe her daughter would do such a thing, was sorry for wasting my time, yada, yada, yada. Did the mom and daughter talk again? Oh, yeah. A day after I found them, the daughter called her, apologized for everything. Said she just thought her mom was going to be mad and was afraid to tell her the truth about everything. Was the daughter in danger? Not that I could tell. The guy she married had a good, steady job, no criminal record. Everything I found out about him suggested he was a decent guy. There were no problems at all. So now you think every case that's similar is going to end up the same way? No, not necessarily, Bridge replied. It's just, now, I'd like some proof that there's actually something fishy going on before I put my time into it. I mean, what if we spent a few weeks on this thing, only to find out the sister ran off with some guy and is living in Canada or something? While we're chasing the wild goose, somebody with a real problem needs our help, and we can't do anything because we're not available. The least we could do is take a look. No promises or anything. No. Taking a look implies we're on the job, and there's no going back once you start something like this. Once we take one look, she'll want us to keep taking more. Trust me. Just walk away, and we'll be much better off. Or she can give us something more concrete to work off of. So that's it? You won't even consider it? That's it.
That's my final answer, and I won't budge. Chapter 2. It had been 3 days since Bridge had last heard from Sharon Fester. But if he was good at reading people, and he was sure it wouldn't be the last time. There was a girl who didn't give up easily. She looked to be about 21 or 22 years old, but she was one who didn't take the word no literally. It was just a not now. She would be back. He was sure of that, especially if her sister didn't show up. Bridge was sitting on the couch reading a few financial newspapers. Nicole was sitting at the desk on her computer. It was just busy work, though, nothing really important. She kept looking at her watch, waiting for the time of their arrival to get there. She periodically looked over at her boyfriend, feeling a little bad about what they were about to spring on him. But she really thought it was time for them to help, and with a little healthy persuasion, she was sure that Bridge would come around too. I think I should diversify my portfolio more. Bridge didn't look at his girlfriend while talking, just assuming that she was listening. What do you think? Always a good idea. 90% of my money's in stocks. Maybe I should add some mutual funds. Smart thinking. Maybe an IRA, too. One of those Roth IRAs, you know the ones? Yeah, I've read about them. Nicole checked the time again. Or maybe just a plain 401k or something, just to diversify a little. Good to prepare for the future. I'm not sure I want to do commodities. Seems like it might be too risky. What do you think? Oh, yeah, definitely too risky. Nicole really had no idea whether it was or not, but was just letting him go on. Stick with the safer plays. Yeah, I think so too. I'll definitely open up an IRA account. Good to have retirement in mind. Yeah, I mean, we can't do this forever, right? Right. Even though we make good money, we should still have something to fall back on for later, right? Absolutely. Nicole checked her watch again. Fester wasn't late, but it sure did feel like it was taking forever to get to noon. You should open your own stock account, too. I'm definitely thinking about it. IRA accounts are good for tax purposes, Bridge said. So I've heard. A few more minutes went by, with Bridge babbling on about the stock markets. Nicole wasn't paying much attention to him, just nodding every now and then, throwing out a yeah, or some other thing that indicated she agreed and was listening. She looked at her watch one more time, it finally reading 12 o'clock. She hoped Fester wouldn't be late. Not even a minute later, there was a knock on the door. Bridge put his paper down, wondering who it was. Did you order room service? No. No, I didn't. Were you expecting someone? Not that I know of. Nicole quickly got off her seat and scurried to the door. Bridge found her mannerisms peculiar. She usually didn't offer to get the door, and so eagerly at that, unless Bridge asked her to. She usually had to be persuaded to answer for him. Of course, now that she was living there too, it was as much her place as it was his, so it equally could have been for her now. Still, she never was as anxious about answering the door as she was this time. Bridge kept his eyes on the door, though he couldn't initially see who it was from his spot. Nicole strategically opened the door, keeping it in a spot that she knew gave her partner a tough view. Bridge leaned over, and though he still couldn't see who it was, could hear bits of conversation. "Am I interrupting?" Fester asked. "No, he's nice and relaxed," Nicole said. "Should be fine. He's not going to like me coming here like this. Just relax. This new piece of information you have should be enough to get him going. We'll work on him together." "What are you talking about?" Bridge shouted. Nicole looked back at him and smiled. "Oh, nothing." She then started walking over to him, Bridge noticing that she hadn't closed the door. His mind radar was on high alert at the moment, feeling like a bomb was about to be dropped any second. Bridge leaned over again, trying to look around her. "Notice that you didn't close the door there." Nicole looked back, faking a surprised expression. "Oh, hadn't realized I left it open." "What are you doing?" Nicole sat across his lap and put her arms around him. She kissed him on the cheek. "I love you." "Nicole, Luke, Nicole, Luke, what's going on here? And don't play games and tell me nothing because I know otherwise." "I just want you to have an open mind, okay?" "About what?" "Just promise me you'll listen." Bridge sighed, knowing he was getting sandbagged. What did you do?"
Nicole looked back at the door, knowing she wasn't going to get a better answer. "It's okay, you can come in." Sharon Fester stepped a few feet inside the door, then stopped. Bridge rolled his head back, let out a loud grunt, then dumped his pretty girlfriend off his lap on the couch. Bridge stood up, then started walking around the room, putting his arms up.
"I'm not listening," Bridge said, walking into the kitchen. "I've heard it all before. There's nothing more I can add."
Fester took a deep breath and realized she was wasting her time. She turned around and was about to leave, but Nicole quickly jumped off the couch and scurried to the door, closing it before their guest could leave. She grabbed Fester by the arm and led her over to the kitchen, seeing Bridge open and close some drawers, not really looking for anything. "Luke, just listen to her," Nicole said. Bridge turned around, shooting daggers at his girlfriend. He hated being surprised, especially when it came to work, especially by people he trusted. Nicole being at the top of that list.
"You set this up."
"I did not," Nicole said.
"You did."
"I didn't."
"You did."
"I didn't." Bridge then looked at Fester.
"Did she?"
Fester didn't know how to respond. Well...
"See, you did."
Nicole took a deep breath. "Okay, I did. Kind of."
"No, there's no kind of. You did."
"Sharon called me yesterday and said she found something."
"She better be finding the door in a minute," Bridge said.
"Luke, stop being stubborn for a minute and just listen."
"Why?"
"Do you really think I would have told her to come here if I didn't think she had something we could work with?" Bridge looked at her skeptically.
"Maybe."
Nicole put her hand out, waiting for her boyfriend to take it. "Will you please just listen?" Bridge sighed, hating when she talked nicely to him in the middle of an argument. It was hard to fight with someone who wasn't fighting back. If she stayed calm, that meant his anger would recede and calm down as well, which meant that she was likely to talk him into whatever it was that she wanted. It was a game they played before, a game Bridge usually lost, though it usually didn't involve a case. Reluctantly, Bridge put his hand in hers.
"Fine, I'll listen, but that's all I'll do."
"Fine.
And only for 5 minutes. That's it, no more."
"Agreed." Nicole took his hand and led him into the living room, sitting down next to him on the couch that he had just dumped her on a few minutes prior to that. Fester sat down on a chair across from them. Nicole looked at her and nodded, prodding her to begin. "First of all, thank you for seeing me again," Fester said softly.
"I didn't seem to have much choice,"
Bridge said. He then looked at his girlfriend and softened his tone.
"I hope you brought more with you this time than just a feeling."
She reached into her pocket and removed a piece of paper. She handed it to Bridge, who then looked at it.
"What's this?"
"I don't know," Fester replied. "I was looking through my sister's stuff, hoping something would jump out at me, something I missed before."
"And this is what you found?"
The innocent-looking girl nodded. "It was tucked inside the front pocket of one of her jeans. I looked through her closet and dresser before, but I just patted them down, and I guess since it didn't stick out or anything, I overlooked it."
"Do you know what this is?"
"I typed the numbers into a computer. Nothing really came up. I don't really know what I was looking for, though." Bridge stared at the numbers, wondering what they could have meant. 614 was scribbled in black ink. Just underneath it was the numbers 1045, and the word Friday was written in the top left corner. It obviously looked like some type of meeting time. At least, that was how it appeared to him. "Thought maybe it was a flight number or something," Fester said dejectedly. "Maybe you'd have better luck than I would with it." Bridge passed the paper to his girlfriend.
"You seen this already?"
Nicole nodded. "Well, she told me what it was when I talked to her yesterday."
"And what do you think?"
Nicole only shrugged one of her shoulders. "Could be anything. The time is obvious. The numbers could be a flight, an apartment, an address for a street she already knew.
Or a code for something."
Bridge lowered his head into his left hand, rubbing parts of his face, while his right arm crossed his chest. His left hand eventually made its way to his forehead, obviously deep in thought. Fester looked at Nicole, wondering what it meant for her situation. She was still fearful that the famous extractor was going to say no, that she didn't have enough evidence to work from. But Nicole gave her half of a smile and winked at her, making her feel like maybe there was a chance. Nicole knew he was hooked. After what seemed like an eternity for Fester, but was actually maybe a minute at most, Bridge took his hand off his head and looked at her. "Okay, here's the deal." Fester could tell by the tone of his voice that he was rejecting her again. Her shoulders slumped, her face screamed of disappointment, and she let out a deep sigh. She really wasn't in the mood to listen to it again. "I knew it," she said. "I knew it wasn't enough."
"Well, it might not be enough."
Fester stood up, ready to walk out the door, not in as hopeful of a mood as when she walked in. Bridge could tell she thought he was going to say no again.
"Sit down."
Fester, still sporting a dejected look on her face, didn't really want to hear his lecture again, but agreed anyway and sat down.
"What I was about to say was, I'll look into it."
Fester stared at his face like she didn't hear him properly. "What?" A small smile crept onto Bridge's face.
"I said I'll start working on it."
Fester's eyes opened wide, feeling like they were about to pop out. Her cheekbones raised, now able to reverse her frown into the widest smile that she could muster. "Oh my gosh, oh my, you will?"
"Yes."
"You're actually going to work on it?"
"I really will. Now, in saying that, I have to also say that at the first sign it looks like she ran off with some guy to shack up somewhere, I'm dropping it."
"Understood."
"And this little slip of paper isn't much," Bridge said. "If we can't get much more than this, there might not be anywhere else for us to go. I can't promise anything other than we'll start looking into it."
"That's all I can ask." Fester reached into her purse and pulled out her checkbook. She started writing Bridge's name on the check.
"What are you doing?"
Bridge asked. "Giving you a down payment. All I have right now is $5,000, but I promise you I'll get more."
"And where did you get that $5,000?
"Well, $4,000 is my savings, and I borrowed another $1,000 from friends who agreed to kick in a few hundred each in order to hire you. But don't worry, I know you usually get more, so I'm going to work extra and try to borrow some from other people, too." Bridge looked at Nicole, who just sort of tilted her head at him.
"Put it away."
Fester stopped writing when she got to the number line. "What?"
"Put it away. I don't need any money right now."
"You don't?"
"We're just doing a precursory look right now, and you don't need to worry about bugging people about money either."
"I'm not going to be able to afford to pay you then."
"Just don't worry about it. If we get to that point, we'll figure something out."
Fester couldn't contain her excitement anymore, and jumped off her seat and onto Bridge's lap, giving him the biggest hug that she could deliver. "Thank you so much." Bridge looked at Nicole, who seemed to approve of working the case. Bridge put his hands on Fester's back and patted her a couple of times.
"Don't thank me yet. Wait until I actually find her."
Fester stood up and looked at Nicole. "Sorry, I know you two are like a thing, so I'm—" Nicole smiled. "It's completely fine." "So, what do we do now?" Fester asked.
Bridge looked at Nicole. "You got her number?"
"I do." Bridge then glanced back to Fester.
"Okay, so what we're going to do now is you're going to go home while we start doing our thing."
"Are you going to let me know if you find anything?" Fester asked.
"Yes. Before you go, we're going to need to know everything about your sister you can think of. Where she worked, who she knew, friends, co-workers, enemies, hobbies, places she liked to go, any strange or unusual things that happened before she went missing. Everything you can think of, no matter how small or insignificant, we need to know it."
Nicole grabbed a notebook off the kitchen table and brought it over to Fester, who sat back down and immediately started jotting down everything she could think of. As she was writing, Bridge and Nicole stood next to each other. "We're doing the right thing," Nicole said.
"Remind me of that again if we actually find something."
"We will."
"I'm glad you're so confident. I'm still not sure this is anything other than a girl who went to Vegas on a whim and married one of the flying Elvises while she was there and was too embarrassed to come home. Or she's enjoying herself while she's out there."
"I doubt this is that."
"You better hope this is that," Bridge said.
"Why?"
"Because if it's not, that means she's in real trouble. Or was in real trouble."
Nicole winced, not wanting to think about it. It was a legitimate concern, though. If something did happen to Evelyn Fester, 6 months was a long time to be missing and still be healthy. The odds of them finding her alive were probably not the greatest if she didn't leave of her own accord. "Let's just keep an open mind," Nicole said.
"I can do that. I just hope Sharon's ready for the alternative if it comes down to it." Chapter 3. After Fester left, they got down to work. Nicole started digging into Evelyn's background, her financial statements, credit cards, criminal history, employment history, everything that might be useful. Evelyn was 24 years old and had just started gaining some traction in the modeling industry. She'd gotten a few small gigs, but she was always looking for that big job that would catapult her career into stardom. She was 5'8", thin, gorgeous, long black hair, just what a lot of people in the industry were looking for. Unfortunately, it was what a lot of people outside the industry, bad people, were looking for too. Bridge called one of their closest friends to get the lowdown.
"Let me guess," Hap said. "You need something."
"Did you ever think into going into fortune-telling or mind-reading or something? You seem to have a knack for it."
"No, I just know you. You never call just to say hi, or how you doing. You only call when you want something."
"That's not true."
"It is."
"It is not."
"It is."
"See, you couldn't be more wrong about me," Bridge said, "because I didn't call for any particular reason."
"You didn't, huh?"
"No, I didn't. I just called to see how you were."
"You did not."
Bridge sighed, loud enough for his friend to hear. "See, even when I try to be nice, you just can't handle it." Hap was silent for a few seconds. He was sure something was going on here. Bridge never called for small talk. Never.
"What's this really about?"
"Nothing. Just called to say hi. See how you're doing."
"You're such a liar."
"Really, that's all I called for. So how you doing?"
"Okay, I guess."
"Good. Glad to hear it. Talk to you later." Bridge hung up, then looked at his girlfriend, who was also looking at him after hearing this strange conversation.
"What was all that about?"
Nicole asked. Bridge smiled. "Just messing with him." Nicole rolled her eyes.
"Oh, because you love to do it so much."
"I do, I really do. I shouldn't like it as much as I do, but I just can't help it."
"So I've noticed."
"It's so much fun." Nicole went back to her work as Bridge dialed Hap's number again.
"Yes?"
Hap answered. "So I need a favor."
"I knew it, I knew it! You never call unless you need something."
"Well, that's clearly not true," Bridge said. "I just talked to you a few minutes ago and didn't ask for a thing."
"You're playing games with me."
"I am not. You said I never called just to say hi. Well, I just did that several minutes ago. I didn't ask for anything during that conversation, did I?"
"Luke, you're being
thoughtful and understanding, I know. It was nice of me to call and ask how you were doing. You don't have to thank me for it. It's just part of being friends." Hap couldn't help but laugh, while at the same time wanting to beat his head in with the phone.
"Okay, I'm not even going to get into this whole game you love to play today. Not going to do it. I'm not going to get upset."
"I'm glad to hear it. You know, being an FBI agent is a really stressful job, and you should really watch your blood pressure."
"What do you want, Luke?"
"So I was wondering about the disappearance of a woman named Evelyn Fester."
Fester. Sounds familiar for some reason."
"Did you work the case?"
"I don't think so. Let me pull her name up."
Within a few seconds, everything Hap had on her was on his screen.
"Yeah, I remember her. I remember talking about it with the agents who were investigating the case."
"Anything special?"
"No, just that it seemed like a weird case. They couldn't find out much about what happened to her. One day she was here, the next day she was gone."
"What about her modeling agency?" Bridge asked.
"Don't know a thing. She wasn't working on anything that they know of. Nothing they sent her out for anyway."
"What about passports?"
"No hits on hers. If she left the country, she got out under the radar."
"Any hits on credit cards, bank accounts, things like that?"
"Nothing since the night she disappeared."
Bridge was silent for a minute, trying to think of what it all meant. There was another option, one that wasn't pleasant, one he didn't want to think about, but it had to be asked. "What about Jane Doe's?"
"The agents checked the database for unidentified female bodies all over the country. Nothing matched her. We got her fingerprints on file, as well as DNA from a coffee mug she used. All nada."
Bridge sighed, not liking anything he was hearing. "What does this say to you?"
"Honestly, sounds like for whatever reason, whether it was stress, hating what she did, whatever, sounds like she decided to make a new life for herself somewhere else."
"What about her sister, Sharon? They're apparently close. Their parents are gone. Seems like that'd be a hard thing to do. Move away from the only family member you've got left and keep it quiet for 6 months?"
"Yeah, maybe, but there's no evidence of anything else. You on this?"
"For now," Bridge answered.
"You don't sound so sure."
"I'm keeping my options open."
"You're not sure there's foul play either?"
"No."
but the sister is adamant that something's not right. Could be right, Hap said, but we can't prove it one way or the other. Not without more evidence. The case still being worked on by you guys? It's on the back burner right now. Looking at the notes here, we've done all we can do, at least until something else pops up. Hopefully not her. Her body, I mean. Oh, yeah. Bridge loudly sighed again. All right, Eric. Thanks for the info. Luke, Hap said hurriedly, wanting to get him before he hung up. Yeah? I hate missing persons cases. They can be messy. I hear you. And a lot of times they can take you in unexpected places and directions. I know you do, but it's always a good feeling when you find someone who shouldn't have been missing and return them home. If you need anything on this, you know who to call. Bridge smiled. Thanks. You know I will. Yeah. Now get out of here. Bridge couldn't stop smiling as he put the phone back in his pocket. Hap always made it seem like he didn't want to help, or was being bothered by being asked. But Bridge knew otherwise. The FBI agent didn't care about credit, or having someone outside the agency handle things. All he cared about was getting justice, by whatever means possible. And sometimes that meant Bridge. Hap was okay with that, no matter how he made it seem sometimes. Nicole looked back at him once she saw he had finished his conversation. How'd it go? They don't know anything. It's not going so good on my end either. I can't find any hits on her credit card since the night she disappeared. Nothing in her bank account either. And there's a few $1,000s in there. If she was disappearing intentionally, like she was running off with somebody, it's unlikely she would leave that money in there. I agree, Nicole said. If it was something she was planning, she'd have cleaned that account out. There was $3,000 in there. That's not chump change. Eric said they got no hits on anything with her name on it. Yeah. Same here. Like I said on her financial stuff. Also, can't find anything with her passport, driver's license, social security number, nothing. So she hasn't opened up any accounts with her SSN or license or anything? Nicole shook her head. Not that I can find. Bridge sat down next to his girlfriend and picked up the small piece of paper that Sharon Fester had given him. He stared at what was written on it. Friday, 614, 10:45. Nicole could already guess some of what he was thinking. Already did some checking on that. There was no flight that left New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, or any of the other surrounding states on the Friday she went missing that was scheduled to leave at 10:45. What about Flight 614? No such flight number. Bus stop? Nicole spent the next few minutes punching the keys on her laptop to try to find the information they needed. The shake of her head told her partner all he needed to know. It's not it. Bridge held the paper in his hand and continued staring at it. Highway or street? Wouldn't make much sense for it to be a highway. Who writes down the highway number without the actual address? Unless she already knew the address. Then she'd already know the highway and wouldn't have to write it down. Bridge nodded, agreeing with her point. What else is there? Boat? Dock 614, maybe? Wouldn't you write down the boat name? Probably. So it's something else. Who would she be meeting with? Friends? Boyfriend? She was single, no steady boyfriend. Her friends are at a loss, too. They haven't been shown this yet, Bridge said, holding out the piece of paper. Maybe one of them knows something about 614 at 10:45. Maybe that's a room number. Like at an apartment or a hotel. Maybe she was supposed to meet someone on Friday at 10:45 in room 614. Could be. Maybe you should check all the hotels within driving distance from here and see which ones have a room 614. You know how long that's going to take? And what good would it do? She didn't book the room. It would have flashed on her credit card or bank statement, Nicole said. Now we need to start knocking on some doors and figure out which one of them knows about this. What makes you think one of them does? Just a guess, Bridge replied. I'm hoping one of them will recognize what those numbers mean. It's time we get out there and start shaking some trees and see what falls loose. Chapter 4. Bridge had gone down to the Renard agency that represented Evelyn Fester and handled all of her bookings. It wasn't as big of a building as he thought it would be, though it couldn't be classified as small either. Upon walking into the 7th floor of the 12-story building, Bridge was greeted by a receptionist in a waiting area. There were 2 other people ahead of him. He guessed they were both there looking for work, judging by their good looks and tall and thin frames. He looked at each of the pretty women and smiled as he walked past them to get to the receptionist's desk. Can I help you, sir?
Yeah. I'd like to talk to Janet Renard,
Bridge asked. The woman, who appeared to be in her 40s, looked confused as she started typing into the computer. She also was very pretty. Bridge guessed it must have been a job requirement. Do you have an appointment, sir? I do not. I'm afraid Miss Renard is not seeing any walk-ins today. She is very busy. Bridge turned around, noticing 8 empty chairs.
Yeah, I can see that. I'm not here for a job or anything.
Are you an agent?
Well, in a way.
The woman smiled. Well, let me give you one of our cards. She grabbed a business card and started writing on it. Our email address is on it. Just send 2 headshots of your client, one smiling and one not smiling, then 2 full body shots as well. We'll take a look at them, and then if we're interested, we'll contact you. Bridge grabbed the business card once it was handed to him. He looked at it briefly and then shoved it in his pocket.
Yeah, I'm not that kind of agent.
You're not? What other kind is there?
The FBI kind.
Oh.
I'm looking into the disappearance of Evelyn Fester.
The receptionist suddenly looked sad. I'm still so heartbroken over her disappearance.
It's a tragedy.
It really is. I thought the police and you guys had given up on the case, though. That's what I heard.
For the most part, that's true, Bridge said. I'm looking into it again.
I hope you can find her.
So do I. That's why I really need to talk to Ms. Renard, if I may. I've got a new lead, and I need to talk to her about it.
Oh, absolutely. Let me get her for you. The receptionist immediately picked up the phone. Miss Renard, I'm sorry to bother you, but there's an FBI agent here to discuss Evelyn Fester. She then put the phone down. She'll be right out.
Thank you.
Bridge took a few steps away from the desk and stood near the wall, looking at a few pictures of some of the models. Less than a minute later, a door next to the receptionist's desk opened, a tall brunette woman in her 50s appearing. She walked over to Bridge, looking him over. She smiled at him as she stuck her hand out to shake his. FBI agents are getting hunkier these days. Bridge grinned as he shook her hand.
Ms. Renard?
Call me Janet, please. Every time I get called Ms., I feel so old.
I was wondering if I could talk to you about Evelyn Fester.
Sure, let's step into my office. Renard led Bridge through the door, then walked down a short hallway, past a couple of doors where the rooms were used for photo shoots, as well as a few offices. Renard's office was at the very end of the hall on the left-hand side. They walked inside the brightly lit room, where more pictures of models were glued to the walls on all 4 sides. Renard walked around her desk and sat down, Bridge doing the same on the other side of it. So, what can I help you with?
Well, I'm looking into the case again, taking it over from the other agents. I was wondering what you could tell me about the last few weeks that you saw her before she went missing.
I'm not sure what you want me to say. Everything seemed normal. No issues that I could tell.
Did she ever seem nervous or anxious? Like maybe she was worried about something? Acting different somehow? Maybe not in what she said, but in what she did, how she moved, different routine, anything like that.
Renard took a few moments to think about it. No, not that I can remember. Like I said, everything seemed normal. She seemed upbeat, happy. Her career was going in an upward direction.
In regard to her career, did she have any jobs lined up when she disappeared?
Yes, as a matter of fact, she had 2 shoots lined up for the following week.
What kind of jobs were they?
Just photo shoots for magazines and one for a newspaper print ad for a department store.
Was that normal? Bridge asked.
Oh, yes. Evelyn was very pretty and easy to work with. Photographers, makeup assistants, everyone loved dealing with her. She was very down-to-earth, unlike some you can meet in this industry.
She do the runway stuff?
No, she didn't really like that. I mean, she's done it a couple of times, but that wasn't where she was most comfortable. She was most at ease under the lights, in front of a cameraman. That's what she liked most.
Are you aware of her seeing someone? Someone new, maybe?
Like a boyfriend?
Bridge smiled. Or a girlfriend, if that applies?
I mean, don't get me wrong. With how attractive she was, she had plenty of offers and opportunities. But I'm not aware of her seeing anyone when she went missing. As far as I know, she was single at the time.
No one at all? Even if they weren't quote-unquote attached? Maybe they were just sex buddies and nothing more?
No, that wasn't really her style. There are some in this profession who will hop into bed with anyone who has a mouth, especially if they think it will help advance their career.
Let me guess. Not her style either?
Renard shook her head. It was not. She wasn't like that.
Do you think you knew her pretty well?
Yeah, I'd say so. She's been with me since she got into this business 4 years ago. She spent time at my house, along with her sister. I think I know her pretty well.
Any issues with her sister that you know of? Bridge asked, not expecting that there would be.
Oh, no. Those two girls loved each other. They were all each other had. They didn't have extended family, just each other.
And an occasional boyfriend?
Every now and then, like any young girl would, but nothing that lasted for either of them.
Any of those guys violent, strange, wanting to get in between how close the two of them were?
No, I can't imagine there would be. They dated nice guys, from what I understand. I even met a few of them. You know, sometimes they'd come around while Evelyn was in a shoot or something.
What about her sister? She never got into the business?
Sharon? No, this business isn't for her. She's a cute girl, pretty, but not model material. Plus, you can tell she wouldn't be comfortable in this line of work.
Why's that? Bridge asked.
Well, sometimes you're going to have to show off a little skin in this business, and Sharon just wasn't comfortable with that. I even asked her once if she wanted to do a photo shoot. You know, just to see if maybe we might have had a late-blooming flower, if you know what I mean. But she wasn't interested. You could always tell by the way she dressed anyway. Very conservative. You can't be modest in this business.
What about rival agencies? Think maybe one of them was trying to steal her away or something?
Renard immediately nixed that idea. No. I mean, don't get me wrong, there were plenty of agencies that would have liked to have had her. Like I said, her star was rising, and there were a few who took some runs at her, promising her certain things, but she always rebuffed them. She was comfortable here.
Why do you think that was?
She trusted me. Besides all that, if you're thinking one of them might have kidnapped her or something, what good would that do? If you're interested in Evelyn, it's to show her off and help make her a star, not shove her in the back of a trunk or something and stash her away for 6 months. There'd be no point to it.
Yes, you're right about that. So let me ask you, what do you think happened to her?
Renard looked down at her desk and shook her head. God only knows.
You don't think it's likely she would have just run off somewhere by herself, away from all this? Maybe she was tired of it or something?
I can't imagine she would have. And let's be honest, her star was on the rise, but she wasn't Marilyn Monroe or something. She didn't exactly have the weight of the world on her shoulders and a lot of outside pressure like a superstar. Maybe in a few years, but not now.
So she had no enemies that you know of?
Listen, in this business, every other model out there is potentially an enemy. If someone else is getting a gig, that means that you're not. There's a lot of competition out there. But even saying that, I can't imagine anyone having a big enough problem with her where they would have done something to her. Like I said, she was a nice girl. Not pompous or arrogant or full of herself like some people. There's some in this business who are easy to dislike, and there are some who are easy to root for. Evelyn was in that second category. Everyone pulled for her.
Well, if she didn't leave on her own, then not everyone was, Bridge said. He then reached into his pocket and removed the piece of paper Sharon Fester had given to him. He put it on the desk for Renard to see. Does any of that look familiar to you?
Renard picked it up and looked at it. Now I can't say that it does. What does it mean?
I don't know. I was hoping you might recognize something. Maybe it was a photo shoot at a specific time or location or something.
No. 614. I have no idea what that means. Doesn't sound like any lingo that we use.
Thought so. Just figured I'd ask.
I really hope you can find her, alive. I really was fond of her.
Well, that's what we're hoping for, too, Bridge said. Can you tell me who else she might be especially close to? Another model, photographer, anyone? Someone she talked to a lot or hung out with, other than her sister?
The only one that jumps out at me is Alexis.
Alexis? Who's she?
She's another model here, very similar to Evelyn in almost every respect. Similar values, personalities, beliefs, things like that.
She been here long?
Actually, she and Evelyn came on within a few weeks of each other 4 years ago. Maybe that's why they bonded with each other. They were both new, learned the business together, succeeded and failed together, and like I said, very similar in their personalities. Both down-to-earth, humble girls.
Her star on the rise, too?
Yeah, not quite as much as Evelyn's. Evelyn has a little bit more of that it factor. But Alexis is on an upward path as well.
Renard handed the paper back to Bridge. She wouldn't happen to be here right now, would she?
No, she's probably at home, I would imagine.
Where might that be?
Renard started typing on her computer, then grabbed a Post-it off her desk and wrote down the address. Once she gave it to Bridge, he looked at it to make sure he could understand the handwriting. He put it in his pocket along with the other paper, then stood up. Well, I want to thank you for your time. If there's anything else I need, I'll be in touch." Bridge had just gotten to the door when Renard had another question for him. "What are the odds now," Renard asked, "that you find her? It's been 6 months." "I'll be honest. They're not very good." Chapter 5. Bridge stood in front of the entrance to the upscale apartment building that Alexis lived in. Before going in, he got a call from his partner to see if he had learned anything yet. "How'd you make out?" Nicole asked. "A whole lot of nothing so far." "Figures. Well, I shouldn't say nothing yet. Renard did give me the name of a girl Evelyn was friends with. Another model named Alexis." "Yeah, she's in the file. The FBI and the police talked to her. They both concluded she didn't know anything." "Yeah, well, it's worth a shot, I guess. Maybe something will click now that didn't then. Anything come up on your end?" Maybe." Want to expand on that?" Bridge said. No. How's that?" "Don't like it." "Didn't think you would, but I'm working on something. Want to be sure before I say anything." "Serious? Since when did you ever need to get all the facts before saying something or jumping to conclusions?" Nicole laughed. "Fair enough. I've been checking missing persons reports." "I sense this is going somewhere." "You asked me to talk, so would you let me talk?" "Proceed." "There are 2 other missing persons reports from the same night that Evelyn went missing." "Not to be a contrarian, but there are people who go missing every day. Doesn't make it a conspiracy theory," Bridge said. "But 2 other models, both from New York?" "Okay, so that is interesting." "I think it's a little bit more than interesting." "Very interesting?" "Could be even more than that," Nicole replied. "You know what I'm thinking?" "I'm already there." "Where?"
"Where you're going."
"How do you know where I'm going?"
Bridge asked. "Because I know you."
"You don't know where I'm heading."
"Oh, I know."
"You do not."
"I'm telling you I know,"
Nicole said. "And I'm telling you, you don't know me as well as you think you do."
"I do."
"Okay, prove it."
"Sure."
"So what am I thinking?"
"You were thinking that maybe I should start checking other states besides New York to see if there's anyone else matching the same M.O. There was silence on the other end of the phone. "Are you there?"
"Yeah."
"So?"
"Okay, so maybe you do know what I'm thinking. Some of the time."
"Some of the time?" Nicole said with a laugh. "Still not ready to believe I know you better than you think I do?"
"Everyone can get a lucky guess now and then. I mean, I was leading you in that direction. Anyone would have guessed where I was heading with that."
"Liar. You just don't want to admit it."
Okay. So maybe you do know me better than I'd care to admit."
"I'll take that as an apology."
Bridge smiled. "So where are you heading now?"
"Well, I'm checking on New Jersey. We'll also check Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland."
"Are you just planning on checking off every box on the East Coast?"
"Not everyone. I was planning on leaving Florida off."
"Well, sounds like you got a lot of work to do," Bridge said. "I'll let you get to it."
Nicole cleared her throat. "Sure you're doing okay down there? I know it must be difficult talking to models and visiting agencies and all that."
"Oh, yes, really difficult. I mean, when I talked to Renard, there were 3 topless models nearby. I'm pretty sure 2 of them were giving me the eye. I somehow was able to tear myself away from them before they started putting their hands all over me."
"Oh, really?"
"And this Alexis girl. Renard told me she likes to walk around nude in her apartment all day. I'm just hoping she puts some clothes on at some point."
"Maybe I should come over and give you a hand. Sometimes it's good to have a second person there, you know, in case you're distracted for some reason and forget something, like your brain."
Bridge laughed. "Are you really playing the jealousy card right now?"
"Who's jealous? Not me. I just want to make sure you're doing all right, that you're not—"
"Nick, listen. Let me just stop you right there before you say anything else. Am I an idiot?"
"Of course not."
"Well, I would be an idiot if I strayed into somebody else's yard, wouldn't I?"
"I know that. Just wanted to make sure you knew that."
"Good, because I would never mow someone else's lawn when I've got a lush, full green grass of my own."
"Did you just insult me?"
"I would never," Bridge said.
"You just compared me to a lawn."
"I was trying to illustrate—"
"And did you just compare me to a lawn mower?"
"Of course not."
"What are you saying? I'm like a big green truck?"
"That's not what I'm saying."
"Then what? That my personality is like sharp, steely blades that cut you to pieces? Is that what you're saying?"
How did we get here exactly?"
Nicole laughed hysterically. "I'm just kidding. I love it when I get you all tongue-twisted."
"Ha ha. I hope you're happy now that I've made an ass of myself."
"I just wanted you to recognize it."
"Get that out of your system now?"
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, really, did you really think I'd believe all the crap about naked models and women putting their hands on you?
Why, what are you saying? Bridge said. That a model wouldn't be interested in me?
Well,
I'll have you know I did just fine before you came along.
Oh, yes, I know. I saw quite a few of them firsthand. Yeah, I guess you did do okay. That is, if you like them ragged and worn out, then yeah, you did great.
There's no way I can win this conversation, is there?
Nope.
How about I just chalk this up as a loss for me and we move on?
I guess we can do that, Nicole replied. It always feels good getting a victory over you.
I'm sure it does. Well, if I find anything else out while I'm home with Miss Hottie, I'll let you know, all right?
Uh-huh.
You know, how did we morph into this? I started out trying to compliment you and let you know I would never stray, and we got into... I don't even know what.
I don't really know either. But anyway, I believe and trust you. And just because I gave you a hard time, if you hurry up and get home, there'll be another topless woman here who can't take her hands off you.
I'll be there as quick as I can.
After getting off the phone, Bridge finally walked into the building. It was an upscale apartment building with plenty of amenities. There was a gym, a theater room, a help desk, even a doorman. It almost seemed like a hotel. Bridge was impressed, so much so that he went up to the woman behind the desk and started asking about the rent. It turned out to be a little bit more than he was paying at the hotel. All visitors had to be checked out, then buzzed through another set of doors. Alexis was contacted to make sure she wanted Bridge to come up. Once she gave the go-ahead, the glass doors were unlocked and Bridge went through. When Bridge got to the fifth-floor apartment, the door was already open. He found a tall, thin, attractive woman in her mid-20s walking toward it as he got there.
You must be Alexis?
She gave him a smile. I take it you're the FBI agent? Bridge looked confused that she would know about him already. Janet Renard called me, told me you were coming over and to expect you.
Oh.
Can I get you something?
No, thank you.
They went over to the couch and sat down, Bridge across from his host. So you're here to talk about Evelyn?
Yes, I understand you two were close.
Yeah, pretty close. What was your name again?
Luke.
Alexis squinted her eyes, looking at Bridge more closely. You're not an FBI agent, are you?
Bridge cleared his throat. Why would you ask that?
Because I talked to Evelyn's sister Sharon, and she mentioned she was trying to hire somebody named Luke. Said he's someone called the Extractor, but he finds people who are missing or something, gets people out of tight spots.
Bridge uncomfortably smiled. Really?
Alexis let out a small laugh. Listen, if you are, that's cool. I don't even care. If you are, though, I put money in to hire you.
You're one of the friends she tapped.
Yeah, I don't even care about the money. I just want Evelyn back if she's not...
Alexis couldn't even bring herself to say the words. Well, that's what I'm going to figure out, with your help.
I'll help with what I can, but I'm not sure what else I can tell you that I didn't tell the police when I talked to them. I don't know anything.
Sometimes people can suddenly remember things months later. They see or hear something that triggers a memory or something they thought was insignificant before. I'm not going to rehash everything with you. I'm sure everyone who talked with you before was thorough. But do you know what she was planning on doing that night or weekend that she disappeared?
No, sorry, she never said.
Did you know she was going somewhere?
She probably called me that night, probably around 7, said she was meeting some guy later, asked if I wanted to come along.
And you didn't?
No, I wasn't really feeling well. I had a pretty good headache.
And you never heard from her again?
No, I wound up falling asleep at like 10 that night.
When you talked to her on the phone, did you hear anything in the background? Voices, noises, planes in the background, anything like that?
No, she was home, Alexis said. I know that because she was getting ready to leave at 8, I think.
And you don't know the guy she was meeting?
No, sorry. She never mentioned a name.
What exactly did she say, word for word?
She said, I was planning on going out tonight to meet that guy again. Did you want to come? And I said, no, I don't think I can. I have a headache.
What'd she say to that?
She just said, okay, I'll let you know what happens.
And that's it?
Yeah.
You must have known who that guy was then, Bridge said.
But I don't.
When someone mentions something about meeting a guy again, that inherently implies you must know about him. Either you met him or she mentioned him to you before.
But I don't. Alexis threw her hands up. I don't know. I've tried to figure this out before. I just don't know. I don't know. She's my best friend. If I knew, I would tell you, but I don't."
Okay, let's just take a step back. Think back to every conversation you had with her in the few weeks before that, whether in person or on the phone, whether business-related or personal. Think back to every time one of you mentioned meeting or talking with a guy, even casually, even if it was only brought up for 2 seconds. Alexis leaned on the arm of the couch, trying to think of every conversation they'd had prior to that, which wasn't so easy to remember 6 months later. After a few minutes, she relayed everything she could recall. "And that's it?" Bridge asked.
"Yeah, that's everything I can remember."
As soon as she said the words, Alexis looked down at the floor, almost as if something suddenly occurred to her. The look wasn't lost on Bridge. It was a look he'd seen many times over the years, someone remembering something they'd long since forgotten about. "What?" Alexis rubbed the back of her head as she thought about it, like she was drying her hair with a towel after stepping out of the shower.
"I don't know."
"Doesn't matter how insignificant you think it is. Everything's important."
"There was this one time,"
Alexis said, pausing to make sure she got the details right.
"It was maybe a week before she went missing. We were doing some event at the Grand down in Atlantic City. After our shoot was over, we were walking into the hotel, and this guy started talking to us, asking us if we were interested in some low-budget movie he was doing. Said there wasn't much pay in it, but it would be good for our portfolio, you know."
"You got a name?" Alexis shook her head as if it were a silly question.
"Nah, I just brushed it off. Said I wasn't interested and kept on going. I just figured it was some guy shooting off his mouth trying to impress a couple of attractive girls walking by. I mean, we hear stuff like that all the time."
"You didn't think he was actually doing what he said he was?"
"I don't know, maybe he was. I just wasn't really interested."
"No aspirations for movies?"
"Yeah, I mean, who wouldn't? But most legit movies I know of aren't done in a hotel lobby by some dude coming up to you without knowing who you are."
Bridge nodded. "So you just walked away?"
"Yeah."
"What about Evelyn? What did she do?"
"I think she stayed there talking to the guy for another minute or two. Then she left, too. We had rooms there to stay overnight, so a couple minutes later we were in one of our rooms. I think it was mine. We just hung out for the rest of the night."
"Did you talk about the guy or the movie at all after that?"
"No, not really. She said she got his business card or something like that and would think about it. Never heard her mention anything else about it."
"Didn't say anything about the guy or the movie, when it was, anything like that?"
"No, like I said. I don't even know if that's relevant at all, or if that's the guy she was talking about. But other than the other guys I already told you, that's all I can remember."
"Well, thanks for the time. You've been very helpful."
"Sure. I really hope you can find her. I miss her a lot."
After Bridge left the building, he immediately called his girlfriend again.
"Miss me already?" Nicole asked.
"You know I do."
"How is Miss Topless?"
"Not topless, and still missing her friend."
"She give you anything? Information, I mean."
Bridge laughed. He then retold the story to her about the man who came up to them in the hotel of the Grand.
"The Grand,"
Nicole said, her voice trailing off. "What? That means something to you?" Bridge could hear her shuffling some papers around.
"I just saw that mentioned somewhere. Let me find it."
About 2 minutes went by before Nicole finally found the file she was looking for.
"Yeah, here it is. There was another model who went missing. This one was from Maryland."
"You're getting around the States, aren't you?"
"Yeah, but guess where she was last seen before she went missing?"
"Let me guess. The Grand."
"You got it."
Sounds fishy."
"Sounds like quite the coincidence, huh?"
"Sounds like more than that," Bridge answered. "Sounds like a pattern."
"Well, there's more to this pattern than meets the eye."
"I agree."
"No, I mean as in more girls missing."
"What do you mean, more girls? How many more are we talking about? The one from Maryland?"
"No, including Evelyn. There was 3 from New York, 1 from Maryland, 2 from New Jersey, 2 from Pennsylvania, 1 from Delaware, and 1 from Ohio."
10 girls?
"Well, not girls, all in their early to mid-20s. And guess what else they have in common?"
"Are they all models, perchance?"
"They are. Good guess. You win the prize."
"There's something fishy going on here."
"You think?"
"I do. And the only prize I want to get is finding out what happened to these girls." As they were talking, Nicole looked up the Grand on her computer. She leaned back, staring at her screen when she saw it. Bridge knew something was up by how quiet she was. "Nick?"
"Guess what else the Grand has?"
Don't know. Why don't you tell me?"
"It also has 1,000 rooms."
1,000 rooms.
Bridge thought for a second.
That means
it's got a room 614.
Chapter 6. As soon as Bridge got back to the hotel, he had a brief discussion with Nicole, then called his FBI contact. "Can you tell me how you guys could so blatantly overlook this connection with the Grand?"
"What connection?"
Hap answered. "How about the fact that 10 models disappeared on the same night that Evelyn Fester did?"
"We don't know for certain that they all disappeared the same night."
"You don't? Looks pretty obvious to me."
"In half of those cases, it's not clear when those girls went missing. Could have been the same night, also could have been a few nights before or after. We don't know."
"Maybe you guys weren't looking hard enough."
"Let me remind you, Luke, that I didn't investigate any of those, and some of those didn't make it to the FBI's doorstep. We don't take the lead on every single crime that happens, you know, or potential crime."
"I'm aware of that. I'm talking to you in the general you, not you.
Bridge scrunched his nose, not sure if what he'd said made any sense.
He was just going to go with it, though.
"Regardless of which you you're talking to or about, I'm sure the investigators in each of those cases did as thorough a job as they could."
"Whatever the case, you can't deny the connection is there, and it should have been looked at further."
"What connection? Only one of them was seen there as the last place before she disappeared."
"Evelyn was there the week before. Nicole found out at least 4 of the other girls had been there in the previous couple of weeks as well."
"That doesn't mean they were there on the night they disappeared."
"The hell it doesn't. If it walks like a duck, talks like a duck, acts like a duck, you know what it probably is?"
"A chicken."
Ha, very funny."
"Luke, just because some of the girls were there a couple of weeks before then, it doesn't prove they were there that night."
"It sure does make it the most likely scenario, though, doesn't it?"
"Yeah, maybe, but maybe not. If you can't prove where the girls were, then what are you supposed to do?"
"How about keep digging and working for one?"
"If there's nowhere to go, how are you supposed to get there?"
"How about just drive and see where you end up?"
"All right, I hear you. But I mean, it is what it is at this point. What else do you want me to say? You know how it works. If cases aren't solved quickly, other cases start piling up. Other stuff starts getting pushed into the background. Pretty soon they're cold cases. You know how it works. There's not enough manpower. You know that."
Bridge loudly sighed. "Yeah, I know. Listen, I'm not mad at you, it's just—"
"I get it. You're on the case now, and you want to do right by your client and these girls. I do, too. I can't undo what's been done, though, or explain how cases that weren't mine to begin with fell through the cracks." Bridge then relayed the information he got from Alexis about the movie producer the models ran into at the Grand. "See, that's information that's not in the report," Hap said. "If it were, it might have drawn a closer look there."
"Yeah, I know. She didn't think it meant anything at the time and didn't even think it was related. Probably had forgotten about it."
"And I get it. Relatives, friends, people that know them, when we talk to them, they're shaking. Their minds are going in 1,000 different directions, and they can't always think straight or remember simple things. It's part of the job."
"It's also part of the job that has to be factored in and keep going back to them to see if they ever relay something new."
"Like I said before, you can't undo what's already been done. All you can do now is move forward with what you have."
"Speaking of what I have, I also got a room number at the Grand," Bridge said. "At least, I assume that's what it is."
"Where'd you get it?"
"Evelyn's sister was going through some of her clothes. Found a piece of paper and a pair of jeans. Says Fry, the day she went missing. A time, 10:45, and the number 614.
"And you're thinking she went back to the Grand to meet with someone?"
"Yeah, that's what I'm thinking."
"I'm assuming you've already checked to see if they actually have a room 614?
"I have, and they do."
"You know who that room was registered to?" Hap asked.
"Nicole's checking on that now."
"Okay, let me know if she finds anything and if you need anything else."
"I will."
Bridge then snuck up behind his girlfriend and kissed her on the neck.
"How you making out?"
"Getting there. Should have something within a few minutes."
Right on schedule, 2 minutes later, she stopped typing and leaned back in her chair. "You got it?"
"Of course I got it."
"So who is it?"
"You ready for this?"
"Why do you always ask me that?"
Nicole shrugged. "It's fun."
"So what's the name?"
"John Jones."
Bridge's shoulders slumped. "Really? John Jones? Could it be any more of a fake name than that?"
"Could have been John Smith, I suppose."
"Great. Now we got to figure out who this guy is. I'm sure he's not John Jones."
"Never know. Jones is a popular name, you know. A lot of people actually have the name legally."
"And a lot of people use it illegally."
"You want to call Eric back and let him know?" Nicole asked. "Maybe he can get us something on this guy."
"I doubt it."
He wants to help.
I know he does. I also know any information he gets is going to take him longer than it's going to take us. He's got to go by the rules and go through the proper channels. We don't.
I guess that means it falls on me, huh?
You guessed right.
What about you?
Well, you're the computer guy.
Computer guy?
Computer babe?
Let's just go with computer genius.
I guess if you want to make stuff up, then sure.
After getting a look from Nicole, Bridge smiled at her, then gave her a kiss.
If you find out who this guy actually is before the day's over, then I will actually classify you as a computer genius.
In writing?
If necessary.
While Nicole feverishly worked her fingers on the keyboard, Bridge took a seat at the kitchen table. He wasn't just sitting by and letting Nicole do everything. He started looking into everything they had on the other missing women. Police reports, files, articles, everything that Nicole had dug up on them. Bridge hoped he could find some kind of link, other than they were all models, something that would lead him in a certain direction. Right now he had a lot of guesses, none of which was worth much. What he needed was something solid to go on. They could have gone to the Grand, tried to poke around some, but he didn't think that would turn up much. He'd go as a last resort if everything else failed, but he had a feeling Nicole would turn something if he didn't. If not, Hap might be able to help. They worked through the rest of the day, through dinner, and then the rest of the night. They were approaching the midnight hour, with neither of them moving much, except for a few snacks, drinks, or the bathroom. Bridge was still analyzing the files on the table, while Nicole was still on her laptop. She hit a few keys, then as she waited for the information to come up, closed her eyes, moved her head around, then arched her back straight to get the kinks out from sitting for so long.
How long have we been at this? About 10 hours, I think, Bridge replied.
I think I'm just about done for the night. I can't go on any more.
Yeah, I'm almost there myself.
Bridge continued talking, while stacking a bunch of the papers on top of each other. After a minute he realized that Nicole wasn't paying any attention to him. Well, if she was, she wasn't responding.
Did you hear me?
That's him.
What?
Nicole's focus was now totally on the screen of her laptop. She had punched a few things up on a whim, not really expecting any of them to pay off. But there it was, staring at her on the screen. Bridge then realized that Nicole was talking to herself, still not giving him a lick of attention. He got up and moved over to her location, wondering what she had stumbled upon.
You got something?
Nicole still didn't respond. Her concentration was now split, looking down at her notes in front of her, and periodically looking up at the screen to make sure she had everything right. Bridge knew she had something, though what he couldn't quite figure out yet. Whenever she ignored him, it was either because she was pissed off at him, or she was consumed with something work-related. He didn't think he'd ticked her off yet. It was too late for that. In the hope that I'm not inconveniencing you somehow by talking, would you mind explaining to me what you're doing? Nicole still didn't look at him. Her head kept moving from the notebook in front of her to the laptop. After checking countless times, she knew she had it right. Now they would just have to verify it from there. Bridge tapped his girlfriend on the left shoulder with his index finger.
Sweetheart?
Would you mind telling me what you're doing? Nicole finally swiveled her head around, almost looking at him like he wasn't even there. What? Then it had finally sunk in what he was asking about. Oh, what I'm doing?
Yeah, that would be nice. I can tell you're something. I can't really tell what.
Oh, well, it's nothing big. I just think I may have figured out who our John Doe is.
You mean John Jones?
Yeah, same thing.
So who is he?
I'm thinking our guy is actually named Otto Meyer.
Thinking? Bridge asked. You don't know for sure?
Not without a positive ID or picture from the Grand. That's going to have to be our first priority in the morning.
What makes you think this guy is it?
It's been a 10-hour process to get to this point, Luke. I didn't just pick a name out of a hat.
I didn't say you did. Just wondering how you got this guy's name.
Well, basically, I hacked into the hotel's database and grabbed everything they had on Jones. He was the name registered for room 614 the night Evelyn went missing.
Yeah, I already know that part.
Okay, well, I then traced the credit card he used in booking the room, which was also the same card he used for additional services, room service, stuff like that.
Okay.
Nicole looked at him and knew he didn't want all the long and boring details, so she figured she'd speed things up. You're not really interested in the nitty-gritty of everything, so I'll just accelerate things for you.
I appreciate that.
So anyway, the card was only issued 6 months ago, Nicole said. So I found the credit application, then used the information on that to go backwards, which resulted in other credit cards, names, car rentals, plane tickets, food purchases, aliases, yada yada yada. So, long story short, everything winds up coming back to this guy.
You're sure?
Nicole looked at him like she was insulted. I didn't just fall off the turnip truck yesterday, you know. I was a high-level CIA analyst, you know.
I'm aware.
I'm not in the habit of making mistakes.
True enough.
I usually don't say I have something unless I know I have it.
All checks out so far.
So I'm reasonably sure that this is the guy.
Define reasonably, Bridge said, not able to resist giving her a hard time.
90%.
So what's it going to take for you to get that last 10%?
A picture or video of this guy at the hotel. That way I know it wasn't someone else using his name, or him loaning the card out. Identity theft's a big thing nowadays, you know.
So I've heard.
Bridge then leaned forward, getting a better look at Meyer's picture, which was on the screen.
So what's the story with this guy?
Instead of answering, Nicole then shut her computer down and closed it. Tomorrow. She stood up and stretched her arms.
Tomorrow?
Yes, tomorrow. I'm beat, and I can't stare at the screen anymore.
All I want is...
No. If we start talking about this, we're going to go deep down the rabbit hole, and one thing will lead to another, and we'll keep at this for another 3 or 4 hours. Because that's how it always works. One question leads to another, then another, then another.
So you're not going to give me anything?
No. When we wake up tomorrow, then I'll tell you what I know. But for now, bed.
When you say bed, do you mean sleep, or do you mean something else?
Bridge asked with a teasing smile. Nicole hesitated, looking like she was deeply conflicted. She was dead tired, but it was hard for her to say no to any offer between the sheets.
But if you're too tired...
Nicole grabbed his hand and grinned. I guess I could stay up for another hour or so.
Chapter 7.
Nicole reached her hand across the bed to feel her partner's chest. When she got nothing but the soft, silky sheets of the bed, her eyes began to flutter open. Bridge wasn't there. A few seconds later, she detected the sound of his voice. It was coming from the living room. Her naked body jumped out of the bed and quickly ran to the closet, throwing a bunch of clothes on. Once dressed, Nicole rushed into the living room to see what her boyfriend was doing. Upon first seeing him, his back was turned toward her. But then he started moving around. She instantly could see that he was on the phone.
Yeah,
Bridge said into the phone.
That's because they decided not to investigate.
Bridge happened to look at the frame of the door leading to the bedroom, seeing his girlfriend standing in it. He smiled and gave her a wave as he continued talking.
Okay, listen, Nick just got up, so I'm going to fill her in and go from there, all right? Thanks for the help, Eric.
Yeah, I will. As soon as Bridge put the phone in his pocket, he went over to his girlfriend and planted a kiss on her lips.
Why do you look like...
Like what?
Nicole tersely asked. Like you just got out of bed.
Because I did just get out of bed.
Oh.
I rushed out here because I heard you talking and thought maybe you were doing something on the case without me. Thought maybe someone was out here.
What would I be doing without you? Bridge asked. And who would be here?
I don't know. Trying to find out more about Meyer?
Oh, well, you're half right.
See?
But I wasn't doing anything around your back. You fell asleep before I did last night, so I just sent a quick message to Eric asking if he had anything on Otto Meyer. Now we suspected he had a hand in all the missing women. He got back to me an hour ago, said he was emailing us a file on him. So I looked at it, then called him back. That's who I was talking to.
I kind of figured.
So you want to see what...
Nicole put her hand up to prevent him from going any further. Let me actually look proper first.
You already look beautiful.
Thanks, but I'm a mess.
Women look good with their hair messy, especially you.
Nicole leaned over and kissed him. Thank you. Just give me 5 minutes, okay?
I'll put some toast on and get you some OJ.
Exactly 6 minutes later, Nicole came back out of the bedroom, looking more like her usual self, with her hair fixed and her clothes not wrinkled.
There she is, Bridge excitedly said. You look much more put together. I mean, you're already put together, but you're... Well, you know what I mean.
Nicole planted another kiss on her boyfriend, then sat down at the table to eat her breakfast. What time is it anyway?
A little after 9. You seemed so tired last night, I figured I'd let you sleep a little longer.
I was pretty exhausted. She ate a piece of her toast. So what were you talking to Eric about?
Well, he sent over a file on Meyer.
Unofficially?
Of course. You know he can't send FBI files to unauthorized personnel. He did what he always does. Puts bits and pieces together from different sources and puts it together for us.
So what did it say?
Bridge opened his mouth and was about to say something, but then thought about last night. Wait a minute. Don't you already know?
Why would I know?
Last night you said you would tell me what you knew in the morning.
Nicole smiled. Yeah, I didn't know anything other than his name.
Then why did you say you did?
I didn't say I knew anything. I just said I didn't want to answer any questions because once you get started with questions, it just keeps on going and going. So I said I would tell you what I knew in the morning, which was nothing but his name.
Oh, that's kind of sneaky.
That's kind of what we do.
Fair point.
So you going to tell me about Meyer?
Oh, yeah. So Otto Meyer is a big player in overseas sex trafficking.
Sex trafficking?
Bridge nodded. Yeah.
Wait, if he's a big player in sex trafficking, why was he here? Wouldn't there be an alert out for him?
There is. That's why he was using an alias while he was here. He's apparently got like 10 or 12 of them. The one he used at the Grand was a new one. That's why nobody knew he was here.
So what was he doing? Getting new girls?
That's the theory.
Nicole finished her last bite of toast, thinking about what she'd just been told. She made a few faces, looking like she wasn't understanding everything. But why would anyone...
Remember the story that Alexis told me? He was pretending to be an indie filmmaker. He was targeting pretty models, preying on their desire to increase their name and brand.
So, what, he gets these girls up to his room, then, what, drugs them?
That'd be my guess.
But how would he get these girls out of the hotel and out of the country, assuming he's getting them out of the country?
According to Eric, he's pretty sure he's taking them out of the country. He says Meyer's a big player all over Europe, and he didn't have to drug them in his room or anything. Or maybe when the girls get there, he gives them a drink, something that doesn't take effect right away. Then somehow he tells them they have to leave for some reason, and they pass out in the car. Then he takes them to some airport, smuggles them out.
Then he'd have to be taking them to some private airport, Nicole said, because there's no way he could get them out in a public airport. Not if they're knocked out or drugged, or if there's something suspicious.
Most likely.
So is Eric sure about this?
Yeah. Well, he's sure about Meyer. Whether that's what happened to these girls, can't say for sure yet without further proof. But when there's smoke...
Why would Meyer bother? Why risk coming here and going through all that to get these girls to Europe if that's where they're going? Why not just get European girls?
Bridge shrugged. I don't know. I can only guess he's got clients that are willing to pay more for American girls. I mean, that's a despicable business.
Bridge then got out his notebook and flipped to the page where he had written down a few notes. What's that?
I'm not as familiar with sex trafficking as I am with other stuff, so I had to do a little research on it. Wasn't usually one of our mantras in the CIA, and we've never had a sex trafficking case.
What'd you find out?
Bridge read from his notebook. There's about 5 million people worldwide who are involved in forced sexual exploitation. It's also a $150 billion industry. It's estimated that 1 million of those people are under the age of 18, and those might be conservative numbers. It's especially prevalent in Africa, Asia, Europe, even the U.S.
As terrible as that is, if that's what happened, at least that would mean Evelyn is still alive.
Finding her is going to be the next big problem, though. I mean, there's no telling where this guy might have dropped her off at. Could be anywhere in the world.
First things first is we're going to need to try to get video from the security cameras at the Grand, Nicole said. Once we get that, we can get proof that Evelyn left with Meyer. Then we can try to fill in the pieces from there.
Eric's already on it. As soon as he saw Meyer's background, he put a call in to get that footage ASAP. He said he'll send something over to us as soon as he can.
Then we got to try to find out where Meyer took them. We'll need to find a list of private planes that took off that night on an international flight.
That's assuming they left immediately, Bridge said. What if he just took her to a warehouse or some other place for a day or two while he rounded up some more girls? I doubt he's smuggling out just one girl at a time. If you're going to do this, I'm imagining he's taking out 5 or 10 at a time.
Yeah, you're probably right. I'll have to start expanding the search over a few days. Nicole stood up, ready to get to work. You know what? I probably should look at the days each of those models went missing and cross-reference it against international flights from private airports in the days or week after that. See if I can spot a pattern. Or maybe if all the flights came out of one airport, then we can really start to nail things down."
"Sounds like a plan."
Nicole went over to her computer and started typing away, hoping to find that small nugget of information that they needed. Bridge continued reading the file on Meyer, hoping he could figure out the most likely place he would have taken Evelyn Fester to. A little over an hour went by before Bridge's phone rang. It was his FBI contact again.
"You got something for me?"
Bridge said. "Check your email. Sending you over something now."
"Okay, hang on."
Bridge went over to his laptop and logged in, quickly bringing up his email. He immediately saw Hap's name at the top of the list.
"So what is this?"
"An interesting picture." Bridge opened the email and downloaded the file. It was a picture of two men and a woman leaving a side entrance of the hotel. The camera only picked up the back of their heads. The woman was between the two men who appeared to be holding her up as her head was down.
"Doesn't really show us who that is. It's not really clear."
"There's more pictures. Keep scrolling." There were 4 more pictures. Bridge looked at each one for a few seconds before moving on. He also didn't comment again until he was done. The first one wasn't clear on faces. The other ones were. There was a clear shot of Evelyn Fester entering the hotel about an hour before the one showing her leaving between the arms of the two men. The clothes matched up. There was also a picture of Otto Meyer and a few of his goons, whose clothes also matched that first picture. "Looks a little more clear-cut now, doesn't it?" Hap asked.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd have to agree."
"And that last picture, Fester doesn't look conscious. I'd say it's a good bet she got drugged."
"So she goes in, stays in the room for an hour, they drug her, then smuggle her out a side door into a waiting car, then whisk her away to another location, where they tie her up or lock her up until they can smuggle her out on a plane."
"I'd say that's probably pretty accurate. Question then becomes, where did they stash her? What plane? And where were they going?"
"Nicole's working on flights now. You got any shots of the car?"
"We're working on it now, checking traffic cams and stuff, seeing if we can get some hits on it."
"Just a hunch, but I got a feeling that's not going to turn up much."
"I think you're right. If Meyer's as smart as he seems to be, I doubt he's dumb enough to use one car and take the risk of it being spotted. He probably switched cars at some point. I mean, we'll check anyway in case he didn't, but
it's a long shot."
"Yeah." Bridge and Hap talked for a few more minutes, hoping to brainstorm together, trying to find out where Meyer was likely going, but they couldn't come up with anything based on the information they had. As soon as Bridge got off the phone, though, his girlfriend immediately called out to him. "I got something." Bridge rushed over to her, standing next to her as he looked at her laptop.
"What'd you get?"
"I think I got the airport they were using."
"How do you know?"
"Well, like I said, I eliminated all the large and public airports, figuring there was no way they were going to use them."
"Yeah?"
"So I focused on the small and private ones."
"Okay."
"There are several that had international flights within the few days following when Evelyn went missing."
"I'm assuming you've been able to whittle that down a little?"
"Cross-referencing that with when all the other girls went missing, there's only one airport that had international flights within 3 days of when each girl went missing."
"Only one?"
"Only one. And they had an international flight in every single case within 3 days."
"What airport?"
"Chesterfield. It's a private airport out in New Jersey. It's apparently used often for celebrities and other rich people who don't want to fly with the normal people or who want privacy for whatever reason."
"Any known red flags with it?"
"Not that I found so far. But there's one more interesting fact about all those flights I found."
"What's that?"
"They all went to the same place."
"Now that is interesting," Bridge said. "Where'd they go?"
"Spain."
"Spain? Huh. Wasn't on my list of top choices."
"Doesn't mean that's where the girls are ending up, though," Nicole said. "Could just be a stop that they know they can get into easily, then disperse from there."
"Yeah, it could be." Bridge immediately pulled out his phone again.
"Who are you calling?"
"Eric. Gonna let him know about this. Maybe he can get us some information on where those planes landed, who might be there, things like that."
"And then what?"
"You better get us packed and quick."
"We're going to Spain?"
"On the next flight out."
Chapter 8. They booked a flight for later that evening. It was a little over a 7-hour non-stop flight to Madrid. Once they got there, they checked into a hotel near the airport, wanting to have some place near that they could work quickly, and also close to the airport in case they had to take off right away if they found out this was just a pit stop for Evelyn Fester's kidnappers. They'd only been in the hotel for about 10 minutes,
just long enough for Nicole to get her computers up and running, when Bridge's phone rang. "Eric, what's shaking?"
"I assume you guys are in Madrid?"
"Just landed about an hour ago. Hold on, I'm putting you on speaker."
Bridge put the phone on the desk and hit the speaker button.
"Just checked into a hotel a few minutes ago. Right now we're seeing what our next move is."
"I can tell you what your next move is."
"I'm intrigued. Go on."
"Your next move is to drive out to a private abandoned airport in Ciudad Real."
"Why would we do that?"
"Because that's where I believe the plane landed that was carrying those girls."
"What makes you think so?"
"Flight records."
"What do you mean, flight records?" Nicole asked. "I already checked the flight records. That's how we got here."
"I know," Hap replied. "But did you double-check it on the airport's end to make sure that's where the flight was actually going?" Hap laughed. "I probably wouldn't have either, but one of our other guys did."
Bridge glared down at Nicole, hoping they hadn't made a huge blunder in going there. Nicole looked up at him and just shrugged. "Please tell me we didn't just fly out here for nothing," Bridge said.
"You did not," Hap said. "I already told you. Your next move is in Ciudad Real."
"Okay, but how do you figure that?"
"Because the flight records were bogus. They weren't going to Madrid or any other public airport, and most private ones that have people working there are going to be suspicious of a plane landing with multiple women handcuffed, tied up, or restrained in some other way."
"So one that isn't currently in use."
"Exactly. I've reached out to some contacts in the Spanish government who have told me that that airport has been used for several illegal activities lately." "So do you know that that's where the plane went, or is this an educated guess?" Nicole asked. "We've already tracked the plane to that location."
"Is it still there?" Bridge asked.
"No, the plane is gone, but the evidence they were there may not be."
"That makes sense. Private airfields, especially abandoned ones, have been used for decades for various military exercise or secret government missions, no matter what country we're talking about."
"How far is Ciudad Real from here?" Nicole asked. "Probably a 2-hour drive," Hap answered. "Guess we better get going."
Bridge didn't reply. As Nicole and Hap continued the conversation, his mind was going somewhere else. He was trying to put himself at the airport, trying to figure out what happened, where they went. They would have had to stop somewhere after getting off the plane, before going to wherever they were taking them, Bridge said.
"How do you figure?"
Hap asked. "Think about it. They just stepped off a 7-8 hour flight. Are they just going to shuttle them into some van for another few hours without everyone getting a chance to stretch their legs, use the bathroom, things like that?"
"I don't know, Luke. I'm not sure these guys really care whether the girls would pee all over themselves or not."
"But if they're intending on selling them, or using them for sex, I doubt they're going to want them smelling undesirable either."
"May have a point there."
"Or they just might want to regroup. Or they might be waiting for someone else to arrive to take them somewhere. I just get the feeling they took them somewhere else first, like a holding facility or something. They would probably be nearby, maybe even on the property."
"I'll start working on that, see if I can find something by the time you guys get there."
"Okay, we'll leave in a few minutes for Ciudad Real."
"All right. Call you if I find anything."
Bridge ended the call and picked up his phone, putting it back in his pocket. He looked at his girlfriend, who was shaking her head.
"I should have double-checked that myself," Nicole said.
"Should have realized a flight like that wasn't going to actually put down where it was going." "Don't worry about that."
"It could have cost us time."
"But it didn't. You got us here. A little off course, but you got us here. Now we got to find some evidence that they were actually there."
"These guys are smart. If they're smart enough to pull things like this off, and I'm sure it's not the first time, I doubt they're going to leave evidence behind."
"They're criminals. All criminals make mistakes somewhere. We just got to find them."
"Hate to break it to you, but not all criminals make mistakes. That's how some of them get away."
"Yeah, but let's go with my illusion first. It'll give us some hope on the drive over there."
Nicole grabbed one of her laptops, and the two of them left the hotel. It took them 2 hours and 20 minutes before they reached the private airport in question. Upon getting there, they were surprised at how easy it was to enter. There was a gate, but it was only partially closed, without any lock or chain around it to keep trespassers away. It was almost like they wanted people to be in there. "Well, now we know why they use this place," Nicole said. "Security is non-existent." Bridge opened the gate all the way, then got back in the car as they drove further onto the property. They stopped and got out once they reached one of the main buildings. "I have to admit I'm a little surprised," Nicole said.
"At what?"
"At how big this place is. When Eric said they went to some private airfield, In my mind, I was picturing some small rinky-dink place that was falling apart. Bridge looked at a few of the buildings, noticing missing windows, graffiti on the walls, holes where siding used to be. Well, you got the falling apart part right. It definitely hasn't been maintained in a while. Yeah, but this place looks like it might have actually been a thriving airport at one time. At one time. Bridge went over to one of the main doors, pulling on it. Unsurprisingly, it pulled right open. Well, guess we should go in and look around. They did, and immediately they noticed a ton of trash on the floor. It was everywhere. About that evidence we were looking for, Nicole said. Bridge kicked a few plastic cups away from his foot. Yeah, I know. It's going to be tough to find it in this mess. Tough? Try almost impossible. Though Bridge knew that she was right, they still had to check, just in case they were able to find that small needle in the haystack. After roughly an hour of searching, they still hadn't found anything. Bridge's phone rang again. Eric, tell me you got something. You guys at the airport yet? Yeah, I've been here for about an hour. The searching isn't going too well. This place is a wreck. If I ever commit a crime, this is where I'd go. You couldn't find anything in here. Well, I think I can help in that regard. What you got? I've got a satellite photograph of a dark-colored van sitting outside a small warehouse just outside the airport. On the grounds? Which direction? No, it's technically not a part of the airport, Hap said. It's got its own address. It's literally a few feet from the property boundary of the airport. I'm texting you the address now, but it should only take you 2 or 3 minutes to get there. Bridge looked at his phone, seeing the text message pop up. You got any pictures of the girls or the suspects or anything? No, just the van. It was sitting there for about 30 minutes, then it was gone. What makes you think it's connected? Bridge asked. Maybe it's just some random business. Well, I checked who owns the building. Let me guess. Otto Meyer? No, but you're on the right track. It comes back to some shell company that lines up with a subsidiary, which goes to another subsidiary, which goes on and on. And where does it eventually lead? It eventually leads to a company called Hot Stuff Productions Limited, some type of video production company. I can take a guess at what kind of videos they're making. Yeah, well, anyway, Hot Stuff Productions Limited has about 8 owners, one of which is someone called Stefan Muller. So? Stefan Muller is also a known alias of Otto Meyer. Bridge ran his hand over his face as he pondered the information. Okay, so now it's making sense. Meyer owns this building. He flies the girls in, and he can easily get them into this building that he owns without anyone seeing. No one knows what's going on, then he can set things up from there. He can then send the girls to wherever he's sending them. Sounds about right. I think we should get over to that building ASAP. Yeah, I don't think you're going to find much at the airport, Hap said. Doubt they were there long enough for anything to be left behind. Bridge then snapped his fingers at Nicole and pointed toward the door. He started walking back in that direction as well. Hope you guys are locked and loaded. I'm always locked and loaded, Bridge replied. You have time to get guns there? Did you slip them through the airport? We made a brief stop before getting to the hotel after we landed. You know I don't like getting weapons through airport security. Why? You know how to do it. Yeah, but I'm not just talking about unloaded pistols that can be checked in. I'm talking about the stuff they generally don't let you travel with. And just in case there's a slip-up somewhere, or I get sloppy, or something goes wrong, I don't want to take the chance of getting hauled in somewhere. Why? I'm sure you could talk your way out of it, or call in one of your old contacts in the CIA. Bridge laughed. Or even my current ones in the FBI. I ain't helping you out of that. Sure you would. Probably. And I don't like calling my old friends for help. Why? I hate owing people favors, Bridge answered. When I left there, I left on good terms with everyone, and I left a clean slate. Nobody owed me, and I didn't know anyone else, and I've kept it that way ever since. Owing a favor to one of my old friends at the agency would basically be just as good as me having to agree to some off-the-books assignment that was a death wish they didn't want to assign to one of their current agents. Sounds like you know them or something. I do. Bridge and Nicole walked out the door and went back to their car, getting in. All right, we're on our way there now. I'll call you back if we get anything. You guys be careful. Even if Meyer and the girls are gone, he might still have people guarding the building around the clock. Bridge took out a magazine and put it into his Glock 19. I'll let you know how it goes. Bridge put his phone down on the dashboard. How what goes? And why are we leaving? Nicole asked.
Bridge looked out the window. We're going to a warehouse.
Where and why?
You want the short story or the long version?
Just as much as I need, Nicole said.
They got satellite photos of a dark-colored van outside a warehouse just beyond the airport's border.
I take it links to Meyer and the girls somehow?
There's about 5 or 6 links to go through first, but it eventually leads back to a company that's co-owned by one of Meyer's aliases.
So what are we walking into?
Bridge smiled. Good question. Guess we'll know when we get there.
I'm sure the girls aren't still there.
I'd be surprised if they were. Odds are it's just a way station for them until they figure out where the girls are going from there. You got the trunk loaded?
Nicole glared at him, wondering if he even knew her at all. Seriously? Have you ever known me to travel light?
Point taken.
Think they might still have guards there?
I don't know.
Bridge continued smiling, not sounding a bit anxious or nervous about what they might be walking into. It almost sounded like he was looking forward to it.
Like I said, guess we'll find out when we get there.
Chapter 9. Bridge and Nicole drove over to the new location, stopping a little up the road so as not to announce their presence if someone else happened to still be there. They got out of the car, Bridge making sure his gun and backup weapon were ready to go. Nicole went into the trunk and pulled out an assault rifle, handgun, and a few other items she put in the pouches of her cargo pants.
We're not starting a war here, you know, Bridge said.
No, but we might be finishing one. Gotta be prepared.
Nicole put her finger on his chin and smiled seductively as she walked past him.
Bridge stared at nothing in particular and shook his head.
She's one of a kind.
Nicole looked back, seeing her boyfriend in the same spot. You coming?
Bridge jogged over to her to catch up. They approached the entrance of the warehouse. There were a bunch of trees and bushes surrounding the edge of the property. That should make it easier to get in there, Bridge said. They moved to their right, immersing themselves in the shrubbery to conceal themselves. They watched and waited for a few minutes, wanting to see if they got any movement coming from the warehouse before they did anything. From where they were, they had a front door view to a loading dock and 2 other doors. After being there for 20 minutes, Nicole was starting to grow impatient.
How long are we going to sit in here for?
Until we're sure what we're dealing with.
That could take forever. We don't have that kind of time, Luke.
Listen, we can't find or help anyone if we're dead, right?
I guess not.
So we'll take the time we need to properly assess the situation instead of going in like gangbusters with our pants on fire.
Nicole sighed, but knew not to press the issue further. He was probably right, she thought. Not that she liked to admit it, especially out loud. They kept their eyes glued to the building for another 10 minutes. Now? Nicole asked.
Bridge rolled his eyes. Now I see why you never got out into the field at the agency.
What's that supposed to mean?
It means that you're impatient.
If by impatient you mean just wanting to hurry up and get things done, then yeah.
Sometimes in the field you have to wait hours, or even days, till the right time to strike.
Well, no wonder things never get done.
Bridge shook his head. There was no talking to her.
Luke, there's nobody here. Let's go. I mean, what are we going to do, wait all day?
Bridge sighed, knowing he couldn't hold her off much longer. He was just about to relent and give the go-ahead to move in when a pair of lights shone not too far in front of them. Bridge and Nicole ducked down further between some branches and leaves. As they nestled down, they discovered that the lights belonged to a car, which pulled up in front of the warehouse. The driver and a man in the passenger seat got out. The passenger then opened the back door, pulling out a woman by her feet. Her mouth was duct-taped, along with her arms pulled together in front of her, bound at her wrists. Her legs were also strapped together by the ankles. She was doing her best to fight her abductors, trying to kick at them, though there wasn't much she could do tied up like she was. The driver opened the front door to the building as the other man dealt with the woman. After the door was opened, he came back to the car to get the woman inside as quickly as possible. They each grabbed one end of her and picked her up, carrying her inside.
That's it, Nicole said, jumping out of the bushes.
Nick!
Bridge put his hand up to try to stop her, but she was already gone. He took a deep breath, then followed her out. Nicole, and Bridge right behind her, ran up to the car and crouched down behind it, taking a look at the door through the windows.
We got to get to that door before they close it, Bridge said.
Nicole smiled. and here I thought you were too passive." Bridge faked a smile at her as the two stood and ran past the hood of the car and over to the door. Just as they got to the door, one of the men appeared, looking just as concerned about the two of them popping up as they were of him finding them first. It was the passenger, and he didn't ask any questions. He immediately reached for the gun attached to his shoulder holster. He never got to pull it out, though. In unison, Bridge and Nicole both shot him point blank. Bridge drilled a hole in his forehead, while Nicole put one in his chest. Then they heard what sounded like the muffled screams of the woman, as much as she could muster with her mouth taped shut anyway. It came from another room to their left. Bridge and Nicole rushed in, heading for the direction the sounds came from. Without having time to properly case the building and see if anyone else was in there, Bridge motioned to his partner to watch his back and keep an eye out for anyone coming from behind. Bridge would worry about what was in front of them. The door to the next room was closed, though it was just a plain slab wooden door. It didn't look like breaking through it would be much of an issue. Bridge looked at Nicole and nodded, letting her know he was about to go in. Bridge took a step back, then raised his leg, forcefully kicking at the door just under the knob. He kicked it so hard that he almost put his foot right through it. Almost immediately he saw a man standing over the woman, looking like he either was about to strike her in the face or already had. The man spun around upon hearing the door crash open, and seeing the strange face, he also immediately went for his weapon. Just as he put his fingers on the handle of the gun attached to his waist, Bridge put 3 rounds into his chest. As the victim fell to the floor, Bridge spun around, his gun held out in front of him, scanning the room for any other suspects. The rest of the room was empty. Nicole stood by the door, waiting for anyone else to come running in. As she provided cover, Bridge went over to the tied-up woman to make sure she was okay. She had a couple bruises on her face, but other than that appeared to be in as good a condition as was possible under the circumstances. Bridge slowly took the tape off her mouth. "You okay?" Bridge asked. The woman took a deep breath, closed her eyes, then nodded. "Yeah, I think so. Thank you so much." "You American?" "Canadian." Bridge took out a small knife and cut through the tape that held her wrists and ankles together. "You won't believe everything that's happened to me." "Trust me, I'd believe it. What's your name?" "Cammy." "My name's Luke. I'm going to get you out of here, okay?" "So what happened?" Bridge asked, cutting her arms and legs free from their restraints. Cammy rubbed her wrists. "I was doing some modeling and, heard about this possible audition down in New Jersey, some hotel or something. They were looking for some girls for some indie movie or something. I don't even remember all the details now, but I went there, and it was nothing like I expected. It was just this guy there in the room with 2 or 3 other guys. Then they gave me a drink, and the next thing I know, I'm all tied up in some strange warehouse place." "Here?" Cammy shook her head, touching her ankles. "No, not at first. This is back in New Jersey, I guess. Anyways, after that, they put a bunch of us on a plane, and we came here." "Bunch of who?" "A bunch of girls, all pretty." "Where'd you all go once you got here?" "They split most of us up in different directions. They'd send 2 or 3 out at a time to different places." "Where?" I don't even know. I'm not sure. I'm sorry." "That's okay. It's not a problem. Just take a few deep breaths. You're safe now." Cammy cleared her throat. "I remember hearing a few of them talking about different places." "What places?" "I remember hearing Germany, Russia, I think Africa, and I'm not really sure about anywhere else. I'm not even positive where we are right now." Bridge tried to give her a warm smile, hoping to help calm her down. She was obviously still rattled from her ordeal. "Right now we're in Spain." "Oh." "What about the other girls?" Bridge asked. "You remember any names? Who they were? Where they went? Anything?" "No. They didn't like us talking to each other or anything. If they caught any of us talking, they'd come over and hit us." "I'm sorry you had to go through that. Do you remember how long ago you were taken?" "I'm not sure. 4, 5 months, maybe." Nicole then walked in. "I just went through the rest of the place. It's empty." Bridge looked back at her and nodded. He then turned his attention back to Cammy. "What were they doing with all the girls?" Cammy looked down at the floor, and her jaw clenched tight. It was obviously troubling. As Bridge looked at her, he could see that she was having trouble getting the words out. Bridge tapped her on the knee a few times. It's all right. I'm not going to make you relive it. I already know. I'm sorry. It was just so... Bridge reached into his pocket and pulled out a picture of Meyer. You recognize him? Cammy quickly nodded, not needing any extra time. It was a face she would never forget. Yeah, he was the guy I saw at the hotel. He seemed like he was in charge the couple times I saw him afterwards. Everyone seemed to take orders from him. You know where he went? Nicole asked. Cammy shook her head. No, sorry. As Bridge looked at her, his face indicated a look that something crossed his mind. He looked back at the opened door, then a quick glance at Nicole before turning his attention back to Cammy. What were you doing here? What do you mean? Cammy asked. Why did they bring you here? Do you know? Cammy cleared her throat. Besides having us do things, rumor was that they were also selling some girls to different people. I think I was one of those. Why? Bridge said. Why are you different from the others? I don't know. Could just be a certain look someone was after, Nicole said. Yeah, probably, Bridge replied. He then took out a picture of Fester and showed it to Cammy. Have you ever seen this woman? Cammy took the picture and brought it closer to her face, studying it closely. Yeah, she looks familiar. I can't say definitely, but I'm pretty sure I've seen her around. Bridge looked at Nicole, knowing they were on the right path, even though he already knew it anyway. It wasn't confirmation she was still alive, though. What kind of setup did these guys have? Nicole asked. What kind of places did you go? Guards? Things like that? We were kept in basically 1 or 2 rooms in some dirty type of place. There were concrete floors. It was a very industrial-style type of place. I couldn't lead you back to it or anything. We had guards on us all the time while we were in there. And when they took you out? Bridge asked. It was out a back door into a dark van with tinted windows with more guards, blindfolds on. Never knew where we were going. And when you got to the place they were taking you? They were always places with a lot of rooms, like long hallways with a bunch of doors on each side. Almost reminded me of like a hotel or something. Guards? Nicole asked. Cammy looked up at her and nodded. Yeah, 2 of them. 1 at each end of the hall, both armed. How long did they keep you in these places? Hours at a time. They'd shuffle us from one room to another for 5, 6 hours. Then when we were done, we'd be taken right back to that warehouse or whatever it was. Bridge patted her on the shoulder a couple of times. It's over now. He then tilted his head, something continuing to tug at him, though he wasn't sure what it was. Something was nagging at him, a feeling, but he just couldn't put his finger on what it was. Something that was making him uneasy. After a few more minutes of talking, it finally struck him. Nicole noticed the serious look on his face. What is it? They brought her here to sell her to someone, Bridge answered. Yeah, so? Bridge looked to the door again. So that means someone else should be coming, unless they were going to fly her out on a magic carpet. Nicole looked at Cammy. Do you know if someone's coming? Cammy shrugged. I don't know, It's okay, Bridge said. We'll figure it out. Bridge stood up, him and Nicole starting to walk toward the door. What do you think? Nicole asked. I think someone else is coming. Obviously, about what we're doing next. Bridge looked back at Cammy. First thing we need to do is get her out of here. If we do that, we might lose an advantage. If we find out who's coming, we can try to patch things together from there. Where they're from, who they do business with, where they like to go. I agree. That's why you're going to take her back to the hotel and call Happy while I stay here and check things out, Bridge said. No. We're not doing that. What? I'm not going to do all the get-her-to-safety part while you do all the heavy lifting. It's not about that. It's just trying to do 2 things at one time. One of us has to get her to safety. She's been through enough. The other one of us has to stay here in case their friends come knocking. Someone has to see what's up. So why do you get to stay? You do remember that I'm technically in charge here? Only technically, Nicole said. This was my operation first, remember? I did start this without you. You came on board after I hired you.
You do remember that, right?
Like I said, if you want to get technical.
Bridge rolled his eyes. Nick, now's not the time to argue about this. Who knows how much time we got left here?
Nicole sighed, not wanting to admit he was right. Fine, I'll take her. But you better not do any of the fun stuff without me.
Wouldn't dream of it.
Where are you going to be?
I'll go back to those bushes again, Bridge answered. Seemed like a good spot.
Nicole went over to Cammy and helped her to her feet. Come on, I'm going to get you out of here. Where are we going? Cammy asked. First place we're going is our hotel. Then we'll call our contact in the FBI and see what we can do about getting you home. Thank you. Who are you guys, anyway? They call us the Extractors.
Bridge shot his girlfriend a look. Really, Nick? Really? We're the Extractors?
Nicole smiled at him. I thought it was time to expand the business.
No, I'm the Extractor. You're just you.
As Nicole and Cammy walked to the door, they suddenly heard a noise outside. Sounded like a car engine running. Without a window in the room to look out, Bridge scurried to the door, peeking out. There was a car pulling up alongside the other one. He looked back at Nicole.
Looks like we're scrapping those plans.
Why? Nicole asked.
We got company.
Chapter 10. Nicole told Cammy to get in the corner of the room and get down. Then she ran over to her boyfriend. How many?
Looks like 3, Bridge said.
We can handle that.
I'm glad you think so.
What, you don't?
Problem is now they're on the alert. They just saw the body out there by the door.
You didn't move it?
I was a little busy, Bridge replied.
The men waited by their car and looked at the building, hesitant to come in until they knew it was safe. One of them started talking and shouting someone's name.
Can you make out what they're saying?
It's Spanish, Nicole said.
I know that.
They're just calling for one of the dead guys. I assume it's the one we shot in there. I doubt they'd be calling for the other guy, since he's lying out there with them.
Brilliant deduction.
Let's just hurry up and get this over with.
You're always in a hurry, Bridge said.
I prefer taking the fight to them instead of letting them take it to us.
Point taken.
We can still get them by surprise.
Well, they still got to come in here at some point, right?
Not necessarily, Nicole answered. They might just cut tail and run.
Yeah, maybe.
Bridge looked around the room and saw a small window to the right of the door.
Okay, you get by the window. As soon as you get a shot, take it.
Nicole smiled. Now you're talking my language. She quickly went over to the window and peeked out, readying her rifle. Bridge looked out the crack of the door. Suddenly he heard the rapid fire of Nicole's rifle going off.
Damn you and your impatience.
Bridge threw open the door and started firing toward the men standing behind the car as well. The pop-pop-popping sounds of gunfire soon filled the air as bullets started flying in all directions. The other side was down to 2 men, as Nicole killed the first one as soon as she started firing. That's why she let loose when she did. Clear shot. Moments later, the second of the men fell to the ground, being helped there by a bullet from Bridge's gun. The third man felt the situation was hopeless and just wanted to get out of there. He hopped back in the car and tried to put it in reverse. Before he was able to, a barrage of bullets from Bridge and Nicole went through the driver's side window, smashing it to pieces. Several bullets lodged in the man's head and neck, killing him instantly.
Stay here and get her ready, Bridge said, stepping outside.
What are you doing? Nicole asked.
Making sure they're all dead and the coast is clear. I'd hate to run into a surprise as we get out of here. Just stick with her. I'll be back in a few.
As Bridge went outside and started checking the bodies, Nicole went back to the other room to check on Cammy. You okay? Nicole asked.
Yeah. You?
Nicole smiled. We're good. Luke's making sure it's clear out there. As soon as he gives the word, we're out of here, okay?
I don't know how I'll ever be able to thank you guys.
You just did. Now it's time to get you home. Nicole led her out of the room and to the front door of the building, standing just outside of it as they waited for Bridge to appear again.
Where is he?
Cammy asked. He's just making sure there's nobody else out there.
What if there is?
Then we'll deal with it. Don't worry.
But it's so quiet.
Quiet is good. It means nothing's out there. If you hear shooting, that's when you have to worry. A few minutes later, a shadowy figure came walking up toward the building. The light was low, visibility not much better, But Nicole knew that walk. She knew who was coming. She breathed a sigh of relief as she waited for Bridge to get to the building. "Looks like we're all clear," Bridge said.
"Good," Nicole replied.
"Walk her down to the car and I'll finish up here."
"What are you going to do?"
"Take pictures, IDs, driver's licenses, license plates, whatever will make identifying who these guys are easier and in turn lead us to where we have to go next."
Nicole nodded. "Okay, you got 5 minutes."
"Won't even need that."
As Nicole took Cammy down to their car, Bridge pulled out his phone and started taking pictures. The faces of the dead men, their IDs, license plates, everything. One of these men would lead them somewhere else, he was sure of it. If not, it would be a much longer road to travel. But identifying who these men were, there was no question in his mind that it would expedite the process. It only took 2 minutes before he was finished. In this game, a person learned to do what was necessary quickly. If you didn't, there was a plot somewhere with a matching headstone. Those who dawdled found themselves dead. Bridge didn't rush through things by going so fast that he made mistakes. He was taught from the very beginning on how to move fast without being sloppy. Once he was done, Bridge left everything just as it was, making sure he didn't leave fingerprints. Back in the car, he checked on the others.
"You guys good?"
"Good as can be," Nicole answered. "Get everything?"
"Wouldn't be here if I didn't."
"Hope it leads to something."
"It will."
Bridge started the car and began driving. "Are you guys, like, secret agents or something?" Cammy asked.
Bridge snickered. "Not quite. Close, though."
"Why didn't we just stay there and wait for the police or something?"
"Because we're in a foreign country, and we just dropped 5 bodies back there. With our backgrounds, we try to stay as low profile as possible. We try to avoid international incidents."
"But couldn't you just explain what was happening?"
"Most governments don't appreciate people like us coming in and killing people, no matter how noble the intentions, especially when they're left in the dark about it. If they're given a heads-up beforehand, maybe, but they hate knowing after the fact."
"And in some cases you don't know who you can trust in situations like this," Nicole said. "There are some governments that are just as crooked as the people you're going after. I'm not saying that's the case here, but until we identify who we just took out and who they're tied to, it's better for everyone if we just move along quietly." "Everything's so weird. If you only knew the half of it."
"We have some friends in the FBI," Bridge said, "and the CIA, too. But regardless, we'll get you back home. Just got to figure out if it's as easy as putting you on a plane, or we need to go through a back channel."
"Why would we need a back channel?" Cammy asked.
"You were obviously very valuable to somebody. Once they find out what happened here, and believe me, it won't take long, they're going to be on the lookout for you. If we just drop you off at the airport, who's to say they won't have someone there waiting for you just to pick you up again?"
"Oh, I see what you mean."
"So we'll play it cool for a few hours. But don't worry, we'll get you there."
"Am I going to have to look over my shoulder for the rest of my life now? I mean, are they going to come after me if they find out I've gone back home?"
"You should be fine. In most cases like this, they try to stop you before leaving. Once you're gone, it's too much of a risk for them. They just move on to someone else. They don't know if someone will be watching you to keep you safe, and trying to abduct someone who is very much more wary of their surroundings now is usually tougher than snatching a new person."
"These people need to be stopped. It's not right."
"No, it's not right. And they will be. We just need to find them first."
"I wish I could help. I just don't know much."
"Hey, you did what you needed to do to stay alive," Bridge said. "That's the biggest thing you did. Now we'll do the rest."
Once they got back to the hotel, Nicole gave Cammy some clothes, and then Cammy took a shower. While she was doing that, Bridge called Hap and told him the situation.
"Jesus, Luke, there's 5 bodies out there?"
"What are you so sore about? You're not the one who has to clean it up."
"Because this is starting to get high profile. People are starting to look into this."
"Starting? This should have been high profile 6 months ago, to be honest."
"And I don't disagree. I'm just telling you, people are going to be looking at this."
"Let them look, I don't care. We're doing what nobody else was either willing to do or was capable of. Besides, nobody's going to know it was us anyway. We didn't leave a trace."
"Honestly, Luke, everyone knows you guys. If you're in a country and bodies start dropping, it doesn't take a lot to put 2 and 2 together."
2 + 2 or 2 - 2?
"Don't be cute."
"Just saying."
"Well, don't just say."
"Hey, I need a favor," Bridge said.
Hap laughed.
I was wondering when that was coming. You need a favor? You need a favor. You just killed 5 people and you need a favor?
In all honesty, I think I only killed 3. Nick got at least 2.
What'd I say about being cute?
Forget about all that.
Forget about it?
Would you just listen and stop interrupting?
Bridge said. Fine, what's the favor?
We found one of the girls they abducted.
You did?
Yeah, Canadian named Cammy. I don't think I got her last name. Anyway, she was taken to New Jersey like the rest. About 4 or 5 months ago, she thinks.
And?
And I need to get her out.
So what are you calling me for?
Oh, come on, Eric. You know I can't just shove her on a plane somewhere. She might not ever get back, and you know why.
Okay, I'll make some calls and get back to you.
Preferably tonight.
Can't make any promises.
Tonight, Eric.
I'll do my best.
And whoever comes to get her, they better be trustworthy, Bridge said. Because if they're not, they'll deal with me.
If I send them, you know they're good.
Maybe.
Anyway, did you get any leads off those guys you mowed down?
Hap asked. Not sure yet. We'll start running things down soon.
What's that mean? What'd you get?
Just some IDs, plates, faces, things like that, Bridge answered.
I'll run a few down for you.
If I need you, I'll let you know.
Why so secretive now?
Hap asked. You said it yourself. It's starting to get high profile. I don't want to be sending you information, then you pass it along, and then other people wind up getting in my way or trying to slow me down.
That's not how it works, Luke.
It's exactly how it works. We both know that. I pass things along, it gets booted up the ladder, then if the puppet masters don't like what I'm doing for some reason, they try to put the kibosh on my movements. Everyone else had their chance on this case. Now it's my turn. That means we'll do it my way.
Roughly an hour had passed since Bridge's last conversation with Hap. While he waited on word about what to do with Cammy, Nicole started running down their new leads, typing the names of the dead men they'd killed into her computer. As she was doing that, Bridge got another call from Hap.
Okay, it's on.
What is?
Bridge asked.
Cammy's extraction. Take her to the airport. She'll be on flight B17038. There'll be a man waiting for her there. He'll be wearing a blue New York Mets hat. He'll bring her back here.
Then what?
Then we'll debrief her, contact her family, and take her back home.
Who is this guy I'm handing her off to?
He's trustworthy.
That's not what I asked.
Luke, you really think I'll do something that's not on the up and up?
It's not your integrity I'm questioning. Wouldn't be talking right now if I did. This girl's already been through a lot. I just want to make sure it ends for her.
Believe me, it will. The person you're handing her off to works for the FBI and is a part of a joint task force there. Can't really say any more than that. He'll escort her here, then fly back in a few days to continue his assignment. It's the best I can do.
Okay, when?
Hand her off in 1 hour.
I'll be there. Thanks, Eric.
You got it.
Bridge put his phone down and went over to Cammy, who was sitting on the bed reading a magazine.
It's time to go. Get your things.
I don't have anything.
Bridge smiled.
I forgot.
Anyway, where are we going?
You're getting on a plane and going to New York. From there will probably be a few FBI officials who will want to talk to you. Find out what you know. Then they'll contact your family. Let them know you're safe. Then you'll go home.
Cammy forced out a smile, then nodded. For the past few months, she hadn't believed this was a day that would ever come.
I'm going by myself?
No, there'll be another man to escort you there. He works for the FBI. Trust me, you'll be safe.
You're sure?
Positive. I'll wait there and make sure you get on the plane. Then I'll call my contact to make sure you get there.
Cammy smiled again, this time naturally. She wiped away a few tears in the corners of her eyes. Then she jumped off the bed and hugged Bridge closely.
Thank you.
Bridge couldn't help but smile himself. These were the moments that reminded him why he did what he did. He made a difference. He saved the lives of people who sometimes fell through the cracks if someone like him wasn't looking for them.
You're welcome.
How can I ever repay you?
Just stay out of trouble. Once Cammy released him from her grasp, Bridge pulled out a small piece of paper and handed it to her.
What's this?
It's my phone number, Bridge said. Just in case things don't go according to plan. If something happens or you feel like something isn't the way it should be, you call me.
What if something happens before I can get to the phone?
Bridge thought for a second. We'll do it this way. You call me the same time tomorrow night, exactly 24 hours. If I don't hear from you, I'll know something went wrong, and I'll come find you again.
Cammy hugged him again and kissed him on the cheek. "You're so great. Both of you are." Since she had nothing other than what she was wearing, Cammy was already ready to go. She didn't need additional time except to go to the bathroom before they left. "You really worried about her making it back there?" Nicole asked. "No, not really. If Eric says the guy's trustworthy, I gotta believe him." "Then why give her your number?" "She's been through a lot, and now we're asking a lot of her, to place her trust in not only us, but that we're handing her off to the right people. That's gotta be difficult after what she's been through. And scary. Anything we can do to help her put her mind at ease and feel like she's finally safe. Doesn't hurt." Nicole nodded. "If only people could see the extractor being such a softy." Bridge grinned. "Don't let the word get out." Cammy came out of the bathroom ready to go. Bridge gave Nicole a kiss on the cheek. "You want back up there?" Nicole asked. "Nah, I should be good. You just keep working on finding something on these guys. I'll only be gone a couple of hours. Hopefully by the time I get back, you'll have found something." "Wishful thinking. But hey, I'll give it a shot." Bridge smiled and kissed her again. "Make it happen, and there'll be more of that in your future." "You sure know how to tease a girl." "Did it work?" "Of course it worked. You know me." "I do. And I know if anyone can do it, you can." "Here's to hopefully a long night." Chapter 11. Just as Bridge said he would do, he watched Cammy and the FBI contact get on the plane headed back to New York. He watched through the window as the plane took off, secure in the knowledge that Cammy was finally safe. He sent a quick text message to Hap to let him know she was in the air. Then he went back to the hotel. He hadn't gotten 2 feet inside when Nicole suddenly appeared out of nowhere and lunged at him, jumping onto him. Bridge held both her legs, wrapped around his midsection, as they passionately kissed. "Can I ask what this is about?" Bridge asked, their mouths taking a quick break from each other. "You promised me a long night if I found something." Nicole planted her lips on his again. Bridge set her feet back down on the ground. "Wait, did you?" Yeah, of course." "Well, what was it?" "You promised." Nicole continued kissing. "Business first, pleasure second." Nicole sighed and hung her head. "You're so dull. Plus, the information needs to be verified before you get your compensation." "Oh, really? Is that how this is working now?" Bridge laughed. "I mean, who's to say you're not just making it up to get a roll in the hay first?" "You know, sometimes I don't even have words for you." "That's not surprising." Bridge walked over to the laptop on the desk and sat down, looking at the screen. He wasn't sure what he was looking at, though. There were a bunch of names and addresses typed, none of which looked familiar. "What is all this?" Nicole sat down next to him. In doing the background checks on some of these guys, a few names and addresses kept popping up. 4 of them have some type of connection to that address there. Could that be where the girls are being held? Or where they take them for their, "I don't think so." Nicole swiveled the laptop toward her and started typing the address, pulling up a picture of the building. It comes up as a residential address, so it doesn't look like a spot for either instance. But it could be the guy who lives here knows something about it. What do we have on him? I haven't gotten too deep into the background check on him yet. The owner is listed as Sergio Flores. At first glance, he has no criminal history. Doesn't mean he's not under the radar, though. Yeah, if he's got deep pockets and some connections, who knows what his story is. How long's he lived there? 10 years. And how do those other guys connect to him? 4 of the guys have been represented in court cases by lawyers who also have a history with Flores. Not with criminal court cases in respect to Flores's, but in other legal and real estate dealings. Bridge stared at the screen, the tips of his fingertips on his chin as he thought. Interesting. Could just be a coincidence. You don't believe that any more than I do. In the work that we do, coincidences are extremely rare. Usually if there's a connection, it's because there's a reason for it. Speaking of connections, Nicole hopped on Bridge's lap, straddling him. You promised me a connection of your own. Bridge didn't resist this time. There were only so many times that he could. I've been a good girl. Yes, you have. Bridge got up, still holding Nicole across his chest, her legs wrapped around his waist. He took her into the bedroom and closed the door. The next morning, Bridge woke up, his eyes fluttering as he looked over at his girlfriend. She wasn't there. His eyes quickly opened fully as he looked around the room. He pulled the sheets off his naked body as he got out of bed. He quickly threw on a pair of sweatpants and opened the bedroom door. As soon as he stepped out from the bedroom, he saw Nicole sitting at the desk, appearing to be working. He came up behind her and kissed her on the neck. Appreciating the kiss, she watched him sit down next to her, admiring his attire. "You didn't have to dress up on my account," she said, putting her hand on his chest and rubbing it. "Well, I thought about coming out in my birthday suit, but I wasn't sure if you were entertaining anyone out here." "I would actually really like that." Bridge smiled. "Maybe another day. I can't have you too distracted. You'd never get any work done."
"That's as true a statement as there is."
"What are you doing, anyway?"
"Just working. Got up early. Figured I'd get right into it."
Bridge wiped his eyes. "Anything good?"
"Oh, yes. Lots of goodies."
"How long you been at it?"
"Oh, about 2 hours, I guess. I woke up at 6:30.
"You should have woken me up. I would have helped."
"Oh, no," Nicole said with a devilish grin. "I wanted you to get your sleep so you're nice and relaxed."
"For what?"
"Another round later on."
Bridge laughed. "Huh, should have guessed."
Bridge's phone let out a small beep, letting him know he had a message. He went over and quickly checked it. "Anything important?" Nicole asked.
"Just Eric, letting me know Cammie's fine. She'll be on her way home later."
"That's good."
"So what'd you find out so far? More on, what's his name, Flores?"
"Yeah." Nicole looked at the notes she had made. "So it looks like Sergio Flores is definitely mixed up with some bad characters."
"How so?"
"Well, after digging, he doesn't look as innocent as he would appear from the outside."
"How's that?"
"Well, for starters, he has 2 brothers, both of whom are in prison right now."
"What'd they do?"
"One's in for kidnapping and murder. The other's in on an armed assault charge."
"Nice family."
"It gets better," Nicole said. "His father is also in prison on a multitude of charges, one of which is a trafficking charge."
"Drugs, people, or weapons?"
"Drugs and people."
"This is definitely a family that plays together."
"So if Dad was into the trafficking,
there's a good chance he taught the business to his son," Bridge said. "Any connection between him and Meyer?"
"Not that I found so far. Doesn't mean there isn't one, though."
"Only thing is, trafficking is a big business. Doesn't mean they're working together."
"They have to be. Cammie identified Meyer. She thought she recognized Evelyn, too. So if they and all of the people we killed are associated with Meyer, and they also have ties to Flores, I think that makes it pretty much a slam dunk they're affiliated in some way."
"Yeah, you're probably right. I guess the next thing to do is pay this Flores a visit."
"A visit up close or a visit from a distance?"
Bridge shrugged. "Well, let's start from a distance and take it from there."
"Should we let Eric know?"
Bridge shook his head. "No, not yet."
"Why?"
"Listen, they're going to find all this out anyway. If they run a check on the dead guys, they'll come up with the same thing you did. They're just doing it on a time delay. That means we got a head start on them. We need to make the most of it before they start alerting the authorities here, and they get in our way. You know as well as I do, once governments start getting involved in things, they usually mess it up beyond comprehension."
"Should we head there now?"
"How far away is this guy's place?"
Bridge asked. "About an hour."
"I'd say now's a good time. Let's check out of here, and we'll get somewhere closer in case we need a few days to stake Flores's place out. I don't really want to be driving an hour each way for this."
Nicole looked at him seductively. "I guess that means you want to change?"
I think it'd be a good idea."
"I guess if you have to."
"It'd be tough to chase after someone or run away from someone if you're only half-dressed."
"They do it in the movies all the time."
"Well, when we make a movie, then I'll do it."
"I'll hold you to that."
"You do that."
As Bridge got dressed, Nicole packed their things together and put them in the car. Then after he was ready and they checked out, they drove the hour until they got to Flores's residence. As soon as they saw it, Bridge started chuckling to himself. "What are you laughing at?" Nicole asked.
"Because I knew it was going to be like this. I just knew it."
Nicole took another look at it. She knew it, too. It was an upscale residence, with an iron gate at the front of the property with a couple of guards. They didn't see any weapons on them, and they were dressed in suits, but there was no doubt they were packing. Nobody had guards on a property that looked like this unless they were armed. There was also a high wall that looked like it encompassed the property, meaning there were probably only a few means of entry. Nicole and Bridge were parked off to the side of the road and well down from the entrance of the property.
but still had a good vantage point of the front.
"So what do you want to do?" Nicole asked.
"Wait until nightfall."
"Why?"
"Less of a chance of being seen."
"Doing what?"
"Scouting. We need to figure out the best way to get in there, whether that's through the front gate or alternative means. But we've got to get in."
"I've got another idea."
"Which is?"
"Why don't we just wait for Flores to come out and then follow him to wherever he's going?"
"Then we just take him, I presume?"
"Yeah."
"Don't you think he's going to have guards with him?"
"He's got guards here."
"True. But what if he comes out in a dark-tinted window car and we can't see inside? How'll we know it's him?"
"Easy," Nicole said.
"How you figure?"
"He'll be the one with all the guards around. If a car comes out with no escort, it's not him. If there is, he'll be in it."
"Your logic is simple and flawless at the same time."
"Either way, it's likely we'll have to go through some guards before we can get to him."
"Not if we can sneak in here," Bridge said.
"I'm sure this guy's got alarms and cameras and whatnot. They all do. It's unlikely we're sneaking in."
"Let's just try it my way first, huh?"
All right. But I'm telling you, you're going to wind up saying I was right."
"We'll see."
"Unless you want me to try my utility scam again and sneak in to look at their electrical box. You remember that one, right?"
"How could I forget?"
"Well?"
"I think we'll pass on that for now. Probably shouldn't take that out more than once a year."
"Unless it's for other purposes?"
"Can we just focus?"
"I'm focused," Nicole said.
"On why we're here?"
"Oh, okay." Bridge looked through his binoculars at the guards near the front gate, seeing a slight bulge from the side of the suit jacket on one of the guards. He knew whatever they decided, it wasn't going to be easy. Whatever they chose, bodies were going to drop. Chapter 12. Night had fallen, and there was an overcast sky, much to Bridge's liking. He hated sneaking around when there was a full moon. Too much light for him. Even now was too much. There was a lot of light around Flores's property. And cameras. Lots of cameras. They were all over the place. The end of the walls, the middle of the walls, the corners of the walls. Bridge and Nicole were both walking around the property, far enough back so they wouldn't be seen by the cameras and beyond some trees that encompassed most of it. "What is it with these guys and trees?" Nicole asked. "Seems everywhere we go these days there's trees."
"Provides good cover, doesn't it? I mean, if you're doing illegal things, you generally don't like doing it out in the open where people can see you, right? Trees provide natural protection."
"Unless you're like us and don't mind sneaking through it."
"Well, if you're trying to look, it's not going to stop you. But if you're just happening by, it helps to keep out the wandering eyes."
Bridge continued looking through the binoculars for another minute, then sighed. He wasn't liking what he was seeing. They'd been around the entire perimeter 3 times, not only looking, but also taking pictures. Maybe he'd see something in the pictures he wasn't seeing live, but he wasn't getting a good feeling about it.
"What?" Nicole said, picking up on his frustration. "Looks like they're guarding a gold shipment in there. Security looks tight."
"One way in. No back door."
"At least not one that we can see. Wouldn't be surprised if there's a secret entrance or escape somewhere. I can't see it, though. I'd be surprised if there wasn't one."
"Yeah, most of these guys have something like that in case something happens unexpectedly."
"Question is, where is his?"
After a few more minutes, they went back to the car. That way they could look at the pictures they'd just taken, as well as keep an eye on the front gate to see who was coming or going. It was a slow night, though. For the next 3 hours, there wasn't a single car that came in or went out. It gave them a lot of time to cement their strategy. Bridge sighed again as he looked through the pictures on his phone. "Still not liking it?" Nicole asked.
"No."
"Told you we weren't getting in?"
"Rub it in, why don't you?"
"Okay, let's just do what I wanted to do in the first place. Tail him to wherever he's going, then take him."
"And what about his guards?"
"We take out whoever's in our way."
"Oh, that sounds very Old West-ish. Should I get out my shotgun and 6-shooter?
"Look, security is tight here. We're not getting in unseen. We can get in, but he's going to know it long before we find out where he is in there. I mean, we can't even see over that wall, so we have no idea what's on the other side."
"We can always get some satellite photos," Bridge said.
"That's still not going to tell us where he is in there, or whether he's got guys on the inside, or whether there's guard dogs, or whether there's traps, landmines, booby traps."
All right. You've made your point."
"So we'll do it my way?" Nicole asked.
I'll think about it.
Nicole rolled her eyes. Why are you being so stubborn?
Because I hate admitting you're right.
So we'll wait for him to come out?
Even if we do that, there's no guarantee we're going to be able to grab him. What if he goes to some other heavily armed building, where he has 72 guys around him? Where he comes out in a tank? What then?
Nicole grinned. I got an RPG in the trunk. I can stop that tank dead in its tracks.
Bridge put his hand on his forehead. Why do I even ask these things? Of course you do. Why wouldn't you?
I don't know. That's a good question. Why wouldn't I? They waited for the rest of the night. Not a single thing caught their attention. Besides the 2 guards outside, there wasn't any movement anywhere. The following morning it was much of the same. Nothing at all.
Does this guy go out at all? Nicole asked. Relax, we haven't even been here 24 hours yet.
How about we try a new plan? Bridge closed his eyes, bracing himself for whatever was about to come out of her mouth. He knew that whatever it was, he probably would hate it. And it probably was something that was more dangerous than just sitting there.
Should I ask? Bridge said.
You should. What if we do a diversion?
A diversion? And who's diverting who?
I grab the RPG out of the trunk and blow a hole through the front gate.
Bridge just shook his head as she continued.
That should bring everyone and their mother up to the front. While I keep them busy, you sneak in over the fence in the back and then go in.
And how am I going to exit?
Well, either the way you went in, or I get in the car and ram through the crowd and meet you somewhere inside.
That's a terrible plan.
Why?
Why? Why? You really need to ask why?
Yeah.
What if they bring 20 people to the front? How long do you think you're going to be able to hold them off?
As long as I need to, Nicole replied.
This ain't the movies, Nick.
So you always say.
We need a plan that's not going to get us both killed, and this one would.
Fine. Let's just wait here 2 more weeks until Flores finally shows himself.
It won't be 2 more weeks. Stop dramatizing.
You're too patient sometimes.
And you're too gung-ho, Bridge said. Maybe that's why we're so good together. We keep each other in line.
Luke, I keep thinking about those girls and what they must be going through.
I know. And it bothers me too. I know it does. And we're going to put an end to the nightmare they're living in. But we can't rush it.
I just don't want them to have to go through one more day of it. It's just not right. Bridge smiled at her and put his hand on her knee.
We'll find them. Soon. We just got to give it a little time.
Time's not something they have a lot of.
I know. Just got to stick with it a little longer, okay? Something will break soon, I'm sure of it.
Things did seem to pick up a little over the next few hours. Nothing that made them move from their position, but there were a couple of cars that went through the gate. They seemed to have been expected, as they were quickly let through without much of a hold-up. Both of them left within an hour, and there was still no sign of Flores.
Maybe we can tell them we're the neighborhood watch and want to inspect the premises? Nicole said.
Bridge smiled, knowing she was joking, though he also knew there was probably a small kernel of truth somewhere in there. She probably would have done it if it meant moving things along. As it turned out, she wouldn't have to. About 2 hours after the second car left the premises, the gate opened up again. Bridge and Nicole squirmed and shifted in their seats, thinking they were finally about to get some action. Since no one else had come in, someone was coming out. They were hoping it was Flores.
This could be it, Bridge said.
It's gotta be him.
3 black SUVs emerged from the gate, all with dark-tinted windows. They turned right after exiting the house. What were you saying about the windows? Bridge asked.
He's in the middle one. 3 cars, leader in the middle, guards on both sides. He's there.
Nicole turned the car on and was about to gun it when Bridge put his hand on her arm. Just relax. Wait a minute. They're obviously not in a speed race with that convoy. We'll pick them up. Just give them a few minutes so they don't suspect a tail. Otherwise we lose our element of surprise, and possibly our only shot to grab him.
Nicole agreed, though she couldn't hide her anxiousness. She started tapping her foot on the floor, her whole body shaking as a result. She looked in the rearview mirror, the side mirror, checked the dashboard, everything she could think of to try to slow herself down. Not that it was helping very much.
Now? She asked after a few minutes. Nice and slow. Like I said, we'll run into them. They're not in a hurry. We shouldn't be either.
Says you.
Nicole put the car in drive and went down the same road the other cars did. though she was still moving a little faster than her boyfriend would have liked. "Slow it down, Nick, or else I'll put you on the bench and I'll take over."
"Like hell you will."
"I'm serious." Nicole grunted, but did ease up on the gas pedal a little. Just a little. Though she was still going faster than Bridge wanted, he could live with their current speed.
"Should I pit them?"
"No, you shouldn't pit them."
"Why not? We can take the back car out and make them flip. We only have to worry about the other two."
Bridge tried to think of a good reason not to do it, though he was having trouble coming up with one. They were on a stretch of road that didn't have any traffic. It would have been a good place for it. And if they waited until Flores got to wherever they were going, there was no guarantee it was going to be any better of a situation. It might have been worse. If he was meeting with another group of people, then they would have had more men to worry about. Of course, it was also possible that Flores was going somewhere to eat, and was planning on having a quiet meal by himself. Then the grab would have been much easier. But there was no guarantee of either situation, and they had to make a spot decision on the fly.
"I'm doing it," Nicole said, not waiting for an approval from her other half.
Bridge had nothing to say. He took a deep sigh, and reached down to the floor and put his hands on his rifle. As Nicole floored the gas pedal, Bridge put his hand up to the roof and braced himself. Nicole made the time back up between the cars in no time at all. As she got to within seconds of the third SUV, Nicole sped up even more, then let the car drift a little to the left of the SUV. As she pulled up alongside the black car, she quickly pulled the car back to the right, forcefully striking the SUV towards the rear bumper. The driver of the SUV tried to throw his brakes on, but the car immediately flipped into the air, tumbling over on its side several times before it finally landed upside down on the roof.
"Woohoo!" Nicole said with a smile. "That was fun."
Bridge's eyes widened, and he slowly looked at her. He had nothing to say. He just let out a brief exhale, thankful that they weren't flipping alongside the other car. After seeing what happened to the other car, the first two SUVs immediately stopped. Nicole stopped their car a little behind what they assumed was Flores's vehicle. "Here we go!" Bridge yelled. He jumped out of the car, Nicole grabbing her rifle and doing the same. Then all four doors of the first SUV opened. Men exited the car, guns in hand. Bridge and Nicole didn't wait to be fired upon first. They each took out the ones closest to them first, the men coming out of the back seat of the SUV. The driver and the passenger were both able to get a shot off at their attackers, though the shots both missed their intended targets. Bridge and Nicole did not miss, however. And just like that, all four men in the lead SUV were down. Nicole turned around, just to make sure nobody in that third SUV had escaped the car and was coming. She didn't want bullets flying at them from the rear. Nobody was there, though. Bridge and Nicole had their rifles pointed at the middle SUV, waiting for a move from someone inside. After seeing what happened to the others, nobody appeared to be all that inclined to get out. "Sergio Flores!" Bridge yelled. "Come out with your hands up. If you do this, you will not be harmed." Bridge looked at Nicole, who then repeated what he said in Spanish. A few seconds later, the front passenger door opened. A man got out slowly, his hands raised high in the air. Bridge knew from Flores's picture this guy was not him. "You're not Sergio Flores." The man didn't respond. Bridge kept his rifle pointed at him. He was dressed in a suit, and Bridge wanted to make sure he wasn't intending on playing any tricks. "Slowly lift your suit jacket up and turn around. Slowly." The man did as Bridge asked. There was no gun. "Get down on the ground and spread your hands and feet apart." The man once again did as he was ordered.
"Well, we know they understand English," Nicole said.
"Driver!" Bridge yelled. "Out of the car!" The driver got out of the car, and Bridge repeated the same exercise with him. He also did exactly what he was told. After having him put his face down on the ground, Bridge turned his attention to whoever was in the back seat. "Back seat! Come out now, or else I'm going to riddle this car with bullets." The back door on the passenger side opened. A man in an expensive-looking suit slowly got out. This time, it was Sergio Flores. He put his hands in the air, though he did so with an angry expression on his face. He didn't like being treated this way. Not that anyone would. But a man like Flores expected to be treated with more respect, even amongst his enemies. "Anyone else in there?" Bridge asked. Flores hesitated for a second before answering, "No. If there is, they will be killed if they don't come out." Flores licked his lips, then looked inside the car. With his hands still in the air, he motioned for whoever was still in the car to come out. Bridge and Nicole kept their rifles pointed at the door, ready for action if that's what they intended. They were quickly put at ease when they saw a woman and a child exit the SUV. The woman and child stood in front of Flores. It didn't take any explanation to figure out it was his wife and son, who looked to be no more than 6 or 7 years old.
"What is this about?"
Flores asked. "We have some questions that you need to answer," Bridge replied.
"Like what?"
"Like not here." Bridge waved at him to come forward. "Come with us."
"No,"
Flores' wife said. "If he does exactly what we ask, he will be returned to you unharmed."
"And if I don't?"
Flores asked. "Then you won't be coming back. We don't wish to harm you. We just want information that only you can provide." Flores looked uncomfortable, but glanced at his wife and nodded that it would be okay. He gave her a kiss on the lips, then kissed his son on top of his head.
"Be a good boy for your mother."
Flores left his family behind as he walked toward Bridge. "You have a spare in that car?" Bridge asked.
"Yes, why?"
Bridge looked at Nicole, who knew exactly what to do. She pointed her rifle at the front tire and shot a hole right through it. She then walked over to the lead car and shot a hole through all 4 tires. "Once they change the tire, your wife and son should make it home soon," Bridge said. "But nobody's following us." With Flores by their car, Bridge patted him down for weapons, but he had none. "Get in the back seat." Flores got in the back seat as Nicole got behind the wheel. Before getting in the back seat with their prisoner, Bridge looked at the scared family they were leaving behind. "My apologies, ma'am. There wasn't another way. But you have nothing to worry about. As long as he gives us the information we need, he will come back to you unharmed. You have my word." Though Mrs. Flores didn't know Bridge or who he was, she had to have faith that he was a man of his word. Once Bridge was next to Flores, Nicole took off, driving quickly down the road to put the carnage behind them and eventually out of the rearview mirror.
"I'll have you know I will not forget this," Flores said. "In front of my wife and son is unforgivable."
"Relax, Pops," Bridge replied. "You're lucky I didn't just put a bullet in your head and call it a day."
"You may well yet wish that day that you had."
Bridge looked at his prisoner with contempt. "Listen, you want to make threats and put up that macho front, I promise you I'll bury you where you stand. And I would really not like to go back on my word and have you make a liar out of me and make your wife a widow. But if you keep up with the nonsense talk, I'll just forget about you and find out what we need to know without you. Do I make myself clear?" Flores studied the man's face. He quickly determined Bridge wasn't one who scared easily. He had conviction in his voice, power behind his words, someone who was sure of himself. He was confident, but not cocky. And everything he had said and done up to that point suggested to Flores that he was a man who was experienced at this sort of thing. This wasn't his first rodeo. There were no hesitations, no false steps, no stuttering in his words or his actions. Everything was clear and obvious. He didn't appear to be a man who bluffed, and judging by the men that Flores had already lost, it was clear that Bridge was a man who would and could follow through with his threats.
"So what do you want with me?"
Flores asked. "Already told you. Information."
"About what?"
"Otto Meyer."
"Never heard of him."
"That's not the answer I want to hear," Bridge said. "It's the truth. Listen, I already know you have a relationship with him, so this can go one of 2 ways. You can be honest with me, tell me everything I want to know, then you'll be back home with your family in a few days. And if I don't, then I'll cut my losses now and put 2 bullets in your head and throw you out of this car. And then I'll figure out what I want to know anyway. It'll just take longer. The other way is quicker, and you get to live at the end."
"What assurances do I have that you'll let me go anyway?"
"My word."
"And how good is that?"
"The best you're getting right now."
Flores looked out the window and sighed. Neither proposition excited him too much. Informing on a colleague and business partner didn't appeal to him, but neither did death.
"So which is it?" Bridge asked. "You want to live or you want to die?"
Flores looked at him and threw his hands in the air. He knew he was beat. He had no alternatives.
What makes you think I won't come after you when this is all over?"
"Because I assume you're not a dumb man, Mr. Flores. First of all, you won't find me. I'm a ghost. You'd spend a lot of time looking the world over for someone who doesn't exist. And secondly, if you come looking for me, and are actually unfortunate enough to find me, I will kill you. If you just do things my way and then forget about all of it, you can go back to your life as it is and move on. But if you don't, I will put you in a box."
Flores looked down at the floor for a moment. Then he looked back at Bridge and smiled. He knew the man meant business.
"How can I help?"
Bridge returned the smile.
"That's what I like to hear."
Chapter 13. After driving for half an hour, Nicole eventually pulled the car off the road and behind a building, so if anyone looking for Flores drove by, she and Bridge wouldn't be seen. They got out of the car.
"I don't think we thought this through enough," Bridge said.
"Why not?"
"Because I don't know what to do with him now."
"Let's just get what we need out of him and dump him somewhere. What's the problem?"
"The problem is that this guy probably has multiple buildings, or Meyer does, or whoever's in charge of this thing. Actually, we know they have multiple buildings. They have one where they keep the girls, and one where they take them for business. And they may have more than that.
So
we can't hit all of them at once. If this guy gives us what we want, then we let him go. Then he makes a phone call and lets someone know we're coming. We might only get to one building. The rest will probably be empty by the time we get there."
"I see your point. What do you suggest?"
"I don't know."
They thought for a minute. Then Nicole found the solution. "I got it. He's got to come with us."
"That's easier said than done. Keeping an eye on him all the time while we're taking apart his business."
"Nobody said he had to be awake for it."
Bridge squinted his eyes, knowing full well what she was talking about.
"You're not. I'll just give him one of my favorite cocktail mixes, and he'll be out while we do what we need to do."
"Out permanently?"
Nicole shrugged. "Well, out until we've done what we need to do."
"You're so devious."
"Thank you. So what do you want to do? Talk to him here or take him back to the hotel?"
"Let's take him back," Bridge answered. "Being out here makes me uncomfortable. Who knows how many people this guy's got out in the street looking for him?"
"Might have contacts at the hotel, too, for all we know."
"Maybe. But at least there we'll have four walls around us and won't be out in the open."
They went back to the hotel. As they went inside, Bridge warned the prisoner that he would be shot on sight if he made the slightest move that indicated he was in trouble. Once inside the room, Flores sat down at the desk. Bridge grabbed a notepad and tossed it down in front of him.
"Start writing."
"Write what?"
Flores asked. "Addresses. I want to know where the girls are being kept, and I want to know where the girls are being taken during the day."
"What girls?"
"What did I say about playing games?"
"I need to know what girls you're talking about. There are many girls in this country." Bridge reached into his pocket and removed the picture of Evelyn Fester and showed it to him.
"This one specifically."
Pretty, but I'm afraid I don't know her."
"You may not, but your boy Otto does. He's the one who took her. I understand he's taken a lot of girls and brought them here."
"What Otto does is Otto's business."
"Hey, what I say about the honesty part. Because if I don't hear it, the only way you're leaving this room is in a body bag. You understand?"
Flores sighed and closed his eyes, then nodded.
"Yes. I want to know about Otto's operations. If you can't help me with that, then you're just wasting my time here. And if you're wasting my time, then—"
I got it. I tell you what, instead of me writing down addresses and having you run all over the place trying to find this girl, why don't I just call Otto and tell him to release the girl? Then everybody wins." Nicole stepped in. "Yeah, except we don't care about everyone winning, especially you people. You can't just take people and make them do what you want them to do for money just so you can line your own pockets. They're human beings. They're not here for your amusement. So no, we're not interested in making any deals. The only thing we're going to do is shut this thing down. Not only are we freeing the girl we're looking for, we're freeing everyone else we find along the way."
Flores looked at Bridge. "Someone seems a little hostile."
Nicole grabbed Flores by the shirt collar. "You're damn right I'm—" Bridge stepped in and grabbed his girlfriend by the waist, pulling him away from their prisoner.
"Not now," he whispered into her ear. "Not now."
Nicole quickly got herself under control. She nodded. "I'm good."
"Looks like you got a little spitfire there," Flores said with a smile. "I like a spirited woman myself." "I wouldn't be too enamored if I were you," Bridge said. "She's just as likely to blow a hole through you as talk to you."
I tell you what, instead of writing down what you want, why don't I just call over to these places and tell them I have someone coming who's interested in one of the girls?"
Bridge smiled. "You think I just rolled out of spy school yesterday? You think I don't know that you probably have some kind of code word that alerts them that someone's coming and to pack up and move on the spot? Do I look like a rookie to you?"
Flores grinned.
"No, you don't." He then shrugged. "It was worth a shot. Now that we're done playing games, I want you to write down every address you know about that's being used by Meyer for his sex trafficking operation. And for your sake, it better be accurate."
Flores looked at his captors for a few seconds, then grabbed a pen off the desk and started writing. It turned out to be a short list with only 2 addresses on it.
"That's it?"
Bridge asked.
"That's all that I know."
Bridge and Nicole looked at each other, neither of them really believing him.
Flores wasn't some stooge who was barely involved in anything. He was a major player.
They were both quite sure he had more knowledge than that. Bridge then nodded at his girlfriend, who walked over to her bag and pulled out a few small bottles and a syringe. Flores watched what she was doing and started to get nervous.
"What is she doing?" "Oh, her? She's just mixing some stuff together so she can give you a shot," Bridge said, sounding unconcerned. "A shot of what?" "I wish I could tell you. I don't even know what she's mixing together. All I know is that it knocks you out." "Hey, what?" "Well, we can't go to these places while you're still conscious, can we? I mean, we can't have you warning anyone, and we don't have enough people to sit here and babysit you. So you gotta go to sleep."
No, wait.
"Sorry, but I sure hope that you're telling us the truth with these addresses. Because if you're not, I'm pretty sure she won't wake you up again."
"What?"
"So I sure hope you're being honest here. I'd hate to have to break my word to your wife."
Flores was getting even more nervous as he watched Nicole put about 50 milliliters of liquid into the syringe.
"What's in there?"
Nicole looked over at him, flicking at the syringe. "Oh, this? This is a little truth serum that I cooked up. It's my own special blend. So after I inject you with this, if what you say doesn't match up with what you wrote down, I'm going to put 2 bullets into your head myself."
Flores licked his lips and shifted in his seat.
He then looked at the paper in front of him.
"No, wait.
He then looked at Bridge.
"I think I remember a couple more."
Bridge pointed to the paper, and Flores started writing again. He wrote down 2 more addresses.
4?
Bridge asked.
"That's it. That's all I know, I swear."
"What are these places?"
2 of them are warehouses. That's where he keeps the girls. He splits them up. Then the other 2 are these little buildings that he renovated to be kind of like a small motel or something."
"And where do you come into play in all of this?"
"I just get a piece of the action."
"In terms of money or the girls?"
"Just money. I help coordinate some things, and then he takes care of the rest. That's all."
Nicole reached into her bag again and removed some zip ties. He walked over to Flores and tied his hands together behind his back in the chair.
"Hey, what's this?" Flores asked.
"Well, we can't just leave you up and running to your own devices, can we?" Bridge replied. After Flores was secure, Nicole went back to her bag and picked up the syringe again. Flores's eyes widened, noticing what was in her hand as she walked closer to him.
"Hey, what are you doing? I told you everything I know already. Honest, it's the truth. I'm not lying."
"Oh, we believe you now," Nicole said. "You still gotta go night-night, though. Sorry, we can't have you awake while we're gone." Nicole pushed the tip of the needle into Flores's skin, on the upper part of his bicep. Flores was trying to wriggle himself free, though he couldn't do anything as he felt the tip of the needle penetrate his skin. After she pulled it out, the 3 of them just looked at each other.
"I don't feel anything," Flores said.
Nicole looked at Bridge and shrugged. A few seconds later, Flores's eyes closed and his head slumped forward. Bridge checked his vital signs to make sure he didn't react poorly to Nicole's concoction.
"He's good," Bridge said.
"What now?" Nicole asked.
"Let's get a satellite picture of these addresses and work from there. Then I guess we'll figure out the best one to hit first."
"Well, there's 2 sets of addresses. One is where the girls are kept. The other 2 are where they're taken. So we can probably just hit one or the other. Probably don't have to worry about all 4.
Question is, which of the 2 sets are going to be more heavily guarded?"
Bridge looked back at Flores and sighed.
"Should have asked him that before we knocked him out."
"Well, whatever we decide to do, we're going to have to hit them in quick succession before the other ones know what happened. Otherwise, they'll pack up and move so fast we won't have any idea where they've gone."
Bridge nodded. "This is going to require some scouting."
"We'll have to split up. You take the one address and I'll take the other." Then we'll follow them back to the warehouses. We should be able to get a pretty good read on how many guards they have at each location." Bridge agreed.
"That means we're going to have to leave him for a while. This is going to take the rest of the day and night."
Nicole shrugged, not concerned. "So? He's not going anywhere?"
"How long's he going to be out?"
"Judging by his size and the amount I gave him, I'd say he'll be out roughly 18 to 24 hours.
"Jeez, Nick. Not knocking out a horse."
"So? I don't hear him complaining, do you?"
Bridge smiled. "Very funny."
"He's a creep. I really don't care if he's inconvenienced."
"I don't care about him being inconvenienced either. I just hope he doesn't pee himself while he's out and stink up the room. Because I'm not changing him."
"Why not? Might give you some good practice for when we have kids."
Bridge's mouth fell open and his eyes opened wide. He was almost too stunned to speak. What?"
"Relax, I'm not pregnant. I was just saying in the future sometime."
Bridge put his hand over his heart. "Oh, good, because I'm not ready for that."
"Me neither."
"Neither's the rest of the world."
"Funny."
"Let's forget all that and get back to work so we can end this thing."
Chapter 14. Once Bridge and Nicole got to their respective locations, they could see that their targets were already inside the building. Bridge and Nicole were both waiting in their cars, parked down the street from the buildings they were staking out. Each building was on the outskirts of town, albeit in different directions. In Bridge's case, there was a dark-colored van to the side of the building. There was also a man leaning up against that building, just a few feet away from the van. Bridge figured he was probably the driver. There was also a man near the front door. Tough-looking guy who had a zippered-up jacket, and likely a pistol underneath it. That's all that Bridge could see at the moment, though he was sure there were more inside. The building itself didn't look like much, but then again, Bridge guessed it wasn't supposed to. It wasn't supposed to draw people in other than who was paying. The outside sign just above the door suggested it was some type of retail store, though it was obviously just a front. As Bridge waited for a couple of hours, he saw countless men and a few women go inside. All he could do was shake his head. He wanted to go in, but knew he had to stick to the plan. He wanted to try to free everyone at one time together. If he raided this building, he had no idea if all the women were in there, or if it would make the rest of them scatter if they weren't. He called Nicole to see how she was making out on her end.
"Hey, how's it going there?"
"It's going," Nicole replied. "I'm not sure who or how many are inside. I've got a van in sight, and it looks like 2 or 3 guards on the outside."
"Same here. I got 2 on the outside, and a lot of traffic going inside the building."
"Yeah, there's been a steady parade here, too. It's taking everything I have not to go in there and bust that place up right now."
"I know," Bridge said. "Just remember we can't blow our cover yet and risk anyone escaping if they have some type of alarm in place. We'll wait until they're all together."
The two of them continued waiting, well past the time when the sun went down. Bridge was the first one to see action. He'd been leaning back in his seat, but jumped forward as he saw what looked like the first girl to come out of the building. Within seconds, there was a whole line of them. 10 girls marched as if they were in the military, single file, walking straight from the building to the van, not looking like any of them were making so much as a peep. 2 other guards emerged from the building, one of them locking it after he left. Once the girls got in the van, the guards did the same. 4, Bridge said to himself. It honestly wasn't as much as he was expecting. Then again, it was all that was probably necessary. 10 women who had been kidnapped, possibly beaten, and were far from home, probably weren't going to put up much, if any, resistance against 4 men with guns. Adding gunmen to the picture probably wasn't necessary or good for the payroll. As soon as the van started moving, Bridge took off after it, making sure he observed good tailing procedures. He was sure they were usually on the lookout for someone following, so he made sure to stay back. He didn't need to be that close. He just needed to keep them in sight. After 30 minutes of driving, Bridge wasn't sure if he had been spotted or if the van was just being careful. He could tell they were driving around in circles, noticing that they passed a few of the same landmarks. They hadn't upped their speed or made any sharp turns, so he thought it was just their usual method of operation, driving around to make sure the girls didn't know where they were going. Not that they were allowed to get up off the floor of the van and look out a window. Finally, 40 minutes after leaving their previous location, the van finally arrived at their destination. There was a metal gate that slid open as the van approached, quickly closing as it went past. Bridge didn't get near it, not wanting to give himself away if someone was watching. He observed the van go up a narrow road, but then lost sight of it as it drove past some trees, concealing its movements. Bridge checked the address that Flores had given them. It was a match. At least now they knew he wasn't lying to them. Not that it made much difference at this point. Bridge then drove around the perimeter of the property, trying to see how many entry points there were. There was a back gate, and it didn't seem to be manned, though there was a chain around the edge of it to prevent it from opening. He could only barely make out the building from there. It wasn't quite what he wanted. He was hoping to get a glimpse of how many men were also at the warehouse, whether there were more men stationed there, or if it was just the 4 guards he already saw. It didn't look like he was going to get an answer to that question, though. After an hour of driving around, trying to get some ideas on how to slip in there, Bridge's phone rang. "Hope you're having better luck than I am," Bridge said.
Well, I guess that would depend,"
Nicole said.
"On what?" "I don't know. Anyway, I followed them to the warehouse location. It turns out Flores was actually being honest about that."
"Yeah, I found the same thing."
"So I followed them here, but it's gated all the way around and I can't get that close to it, so I have no idea how many guards they have in there."
"Yeah, it's the same here. They knew what they were doing when they picked these places."
"So we're either going to have to hit them here and take our chances on who's inside, or we take them gradually at the other place."
"I'm not sure about that."
"But at least there we know what we're dealing with. Here, not so much. I mean, there could be 4 guys in there could be 50.
"It's a risk either way," Bridge said.
"And if they got cameras, which I'd be surprised if they don't, they might know we're coming long before we get there if we have to hop over fences or cut through gates."
"I just worry they're going to know we're coming if we don't hit them here."
"I have an idea," Nicole said.
"Spit it out."
"Let's do this again tomorrow. Only this time we take them out at the other place. We try to keep one guy alive so he can get us into the warehouse, and he can give us information on how many people are in there and the setup.
We hit each building separately?
Or we hit one, then we immediately go hit the other. Then we hit the warehouses after that."
"I don't know, Nick. Sounds dicey."
"Every option we have is dicey."
"Yeah, I know."
"What if we can't take any of the guards and we still get no info? Then at least we'll have freed about 20 women from the hell they're living in."
"Or we hit these warehouses without having any idea what we're walking into," Bridge said.
"Yeah.
What if one of them is supposed to call or send a signal when they're on the way over?"
"That's why we need to try to keep one of them alive."
Bridge thought about it for a minute. He wasn't especially fond of the idea, but he wasn't really keen on the alternative either. Reluctantly, he finally agreed. "Okay, we'll do it your way. I just hope it works."
"So do I."
They each continued their stake out of the warehouses, hoping something interesting would happen, or that they would see something they could use to aid in breaking in. There wasn't, though. It was an uneventful night. Once midnight hit, they both went back to the hotel to get some sleep. When they walked in, Flores was still sitting there, tied up and knocked out. After they both got ready for bed, they lay down, though Bridge quickly sat up again.
"What's the matter?"
Nicole asked. "Do you find it, somewhat odd or eerie that we're just going to go to sleep here like there's not a guy tied up in a chair only a few feet away?"
"No."
"That doesn't bother you at all?"
"No."
"Does it make you uncomfortable? Weird? Nothing like that?"
"No, should it?"
Bridge shrugged. "I don't know. I guess not."
"You want to have a nightcap?"
"Oh, come on, Nick. There's a guy right here in the room."
"He can't see anything."
"But he's right there."
"He has no idea what's going on."
"What if he wakes up?"
"Then I'll put him back to sleep."
"While you're naked? Then he's got a full view of you."
"You're so uptight."
No, I put my foot down with this one, not with someone else in the room. I don't care if he's knocked out, drugged up, doesn't know his left from his right, whether he knows his own name or not, whether he can hear, or whether he can even see 2 inches in front of him. No, I draw the line here."
Nicole sighed and groaned. "Fine, party pooper."
"So mature."
"Wait, so if he wakes up, then you can knock him out again. Would that make you happier?"
"And he's got a full view of me."
"So? It's not like you're going to do anything with him."
"No, just stop." Bridge turned over on his side and pulled the covers over his head. "And if he wakes up during the night, he's your problem."
"Not really much of a problem. I'll just stick him again."
They both woke up early, around 7 o'clock. They were ready to get the day going and hopefully end what they were starting. After getting dressed, Bridge looked at their prisoner.
It didn't look like he'd moved an inch. He put his fingers on the man's neck to check his vital signs. He was still good. "He's alive," Nicole said, noticing his actions. "Just checking. How long did you say he would be out for? Doesn't look like he moved." "He did." "He did?" "He woke up about 3 o'clock. "Oh, I take it you did your thing again?" "Yep. He should be out the rest of the day again." "Are there any long-term implications to this stuff that you're using?" Bridge asked. "I don't know." "You don't know? You're just sticking people with a secret sauce and you have no idea how it's going to affect them?" Yeah. Is there a problem?" "You don't see one?" "Not really. I mean, let's be honest, it's not like I'm sticking people and putting under model citizens or angels here. We're talking about some bad guys. I really don't care if it causes them not to remember who they are in 20 years. As far as I'm concerned, the world would be better off anyway." "A hardened view of the world." "Yeah, well, it is what it is. When you deal with the people we do, you kind of develop that attitude after a while. Can we stop talking about Sleeping Beauty here and go rescue some people that need it?" Bridge nodded, then headed for the door. Let's go save the world. Chapter 15. Their first stop was the building that Nicole scouted out the previous day. They seemed to be operating an hour behind the other building, so it would give Nicole and Bridge some extra time if they hit that one first. That way they'd have some extra time if the other one took longer than expected. Bridge and Nicole sat in the car, parked down the street, still in full view of the building. They were throwing different plans and scenarios into the air to see which one they liked best. "This one's a little different from the building I had," Bridge said. "They got 3 guys outside instead of 2. "Wonder why?" "Maybe they got a rougher client base at this one." Bridge noticed the man at the side of the building. "That part's the same. The driver's off to the side. Probably don't want to have too many people standing around near each other to make people suspicious if they come by." "Could be. I can come up on him and take him. That shouldn't be a problem. It's those 2 guys out front who worry me." "We can take them," Nicole said. "It's not taking them that worries me. It's whether we can do it quietly. If we get into a shootout right then and there, whoever's inside is going to know we're there. And the jig is up. Either they escape out a back door and let everyone else know what's going on, effectively ending our operation and our surprise, or they start firing away, which has the same consequences. Or one of them takes the girls out the back while the other keeps us busy, and we still wind up with nothing." "Yeah. Or there's that." Nicole thought for a second, then figured it out. "I'll have to distract them." "What?" "I'll have to use my womanly ways." "What? No." "Luke, they're going to get suspicious of anyone else who gets near there. If they don't recognize you, they're going to be alarmed." "Well, they're not going to recognize you either." "I'm a woman, and I don't look threatening. All I have to do is flirt with them a little bit, get them to turn their backs, then you come up behind them." "I don't like it, Nick." "You don't have to like it, you just have to do it." "And what are you going to do?" "I don't know, I'll figure it out when I get there. I'll read their body language." Bridge let out a loud sigh, obviously not in favor of the plan. Nicole reached over to him and put her hand behind his head. She then reached over and kissed him on the lips. "It'll be fine," she said. "You're not going in empty, right?" She held up her Glock and showed it to him, then tucked it in the back of her pants, covering it with her shirt. "I'll wait until you take out the guy on the side." Bridge leaned over and kissed her again. He then got out and started walking in the other direction, wanting to come up behind the driver of the van, not wanting to be seen near the front of the building by anyone. It took him a few minutes to circle back around. He got to the back of the building and saw a door. He was tempted to try it, but figured there was probably a guard on the other side of it. He couldn't take the chance of blowing their cover already. Bridge went over to the corner of the building and peeked around the edge, observing the driver of the van leaning up against the vehicle. He was reading a magazine and had his left leg resting up against the car. Bridge quickly emerged from behind the building and started walking in that direction. The car and man were safely on the side of the building, not within eyesight of the men guarding the front, so Bridge knew whatever he did wouldn't be seen. He just had to make sure it wasn't heard, too. Not wanting to alarm the man or make him suspicious, Bridge walked slowly toward him. He pulled out his phone and pressed it to his ear, pretending to have a conversation. He thought it would make him look less threatening if it appeared that he was preoccupied with something else. It seemed to work, as the driver briefly looked at Bridge, concerned that someone was coming,
but didn't look too alarmed based on his actions. Bridge continued walking, looking like he was going to walk right past the man. Then Bridge suddenly stopped. Yeah, hold on. Bridge took the phone away from his ear and rested it on his shoulder. Hey, listen, you speak English? The driver peered up from his magazine, not looking pleased at having to talk to someone. Yes? Hey, do you know where this street is? I got this girl on the phone who's trying to tell me where she lives so I can get a little, Bridge smiled, then faked a cough. Well, you know. But I've been walking in circles for like an hour, and I can't seem to find the street she's on. You think you could help me? The driver still didn't look pleased, but shrugged anyway. Hey, thanks, Bridge said. I got it written down here. Let me just... Bridge reached around to the back of his pants and put his fingers on the handle of his weapon. He quickly took it out and swung it around to the front of him, smashing it across the man's face, hitting him with a violent blow that sent him crashing to the ground. The driver was stunned and out of it, but still moving a little. Bridge quickly put an end to that, picking the man up by his head and throwing it back against the side of the van a couple of times. This time the man slumped to the ground. He was alive, but out of the fight, which was all that Bridge was trying to accomplish. Bridge then opened the door and picked the man up, shoving him inside the front bench seat and laying him down. Bridge closed the door and looked around to make sure nobody was watching. He took a few more steps to the front and saw Nicole walking across the street. They locked eyes with each other and nodded. Bridge went to the corner of the building and peeked out, seeing Nicole head straight for the two guards. Neither of them had weapons out, but he knew they were concealed somewhere. He just hoped Nicole could get them to turn their backs to him. Nicole walked right past the two men, heading towards the front door of the building. "Hey, where do you think you're going?" one of them asked. "I was going in here," Nicole asked. "No one goes in there without a badge." Nicole looked confused as she walked back to the pair. "I don't understand. Otto didn't say anything about needing a badge." "Otto?" "Yes, Otto sent me over." "Otto sent you here? What for?" Nicole moved closer to the guy. "Well, he told me to come and surprise the few of the men he had working here. He said I was to, give them a good time, if you know what I mean." "Otto said nothing about this?" "Well, duh. He said he wanted it to be a surprise. He said his men have been working hard for him, have been loyal, and he wanted to give them a treat." The man smiled. "And you're the treat?" Nicole seductively smiled. "I sure am. He said to let his men do whatever they wanted." "Whatever we wanted?" Nicole nodded, then put her hand on the man's chest. "Are you one of his guys?" "I am." She then looked at the man next to him. "What about him?" "He is too." "Oh, well then, maybe we could all do something at the same time?" The man smiled. "The both of us at once?" "Why not? Unless you don't think you can handle me with just the two of you." "One of us should stay out here," the other man said. Nicole looked disappointed. She then looked at the front of both of their pants, playing it up like she was really interested. "Oh, don't be a downer. If I take both of you at once, I can give you some one-on-one time after." Nicole continued rubbing their chests, hoping to get them excited enough to abandon their posts. She then backed away from them and slid a little to her left, hoping to get them to turn their backs fully to Bridge's position. "I tell you what, guys," Nicole said. "Let's just go in there for a few minutes, or as long as you want, and I'll let you do whatever you want to me." "Whatever we want?" "Whatever you want." Nicole kept moving until she got firmly into the position that she wanted. The two men also kept turning with her. Now they were exactly where they needed them to be. Bridge jumped out from his spot and began running toward them. To make sure they didn't hear him coming, Nicole kept talking to them seductively. It worked. They never heard Bridge coming. He came up behind the man to the left and smashed his pistol over the back of the man's head. As the man fell face forward, the second man quickly turned to face him. Nicole kicked him in the back of the knee, taking his leg out and forcing him down to a knee. Bridge then whipped his gun around and backhanded it across the man's face, also knocking him down. Neither man was out yet, though. Bridge and Nicole saw to it that they were soon enough, as they each delivered powerful kicks to their faces, knocking them out. "You all right?" Bridge asked.
Good as can be. It was easy. All you gotta do is talk like you're easy, and these men crumble. They're such pigs.
Well, lucky for us that they are.
Yeah.
Let's go.
They went up to the door and tried to open it, but it was locked.
Bridge lightly knocked on the door, not knowing if someone would answer. Hope those guys didn't have a secret knock or something, he said.
Should we hide those bodies first?
Too late now.
Bridge knocked again.
He put his ear to the door and thought he heard footsteps. Sounds like someone's coming.
A few seconds later, the door slowly opened. It was only a crack. They could barely make out a face.
"Who are you?" the man asked. We were told this would be discreet," Bridge answered. "No names necessary."
"What do you want?"
The same thing everyone else wants, I would guess."
"Got a badge?"
"Yeah, it's here in my pocket somewhere."
Bridge knew the game was up at that point. They weren't getting in without a badge. They were only getting in by force. He fumbled around with his pocket to pretend he was looking for one, though he was only trying to catch the man off guard. He pulled out his gun, while at the same time picking up his leg and forcefully kicking the door open. The door struck the man and caused him to stumble back a little, giving Bridge and Nicole the opening to go through it. The man had a rifle on him, the strap going across his chest. As he spun his rifle around, Bridge and Nicole both put one round in his chest. Bridge and Nicole looked around, seeing a long hallway with a bunch of doors on each side. There was also a shorter hallway to their right, which led to the back door.
"What do you want to do?" Nicole asked. "Get them out?" "Not until we're sure the guards are taken care of. Last thing we need is to get people hurt in the crossfire."
"Maybe there aren't any more."
"You go down that hallway and I'll check the back."
They split up and went their different ways. Within seconds, a man jumped out from the end of the hallway, firing a round at Nicole that narrowly missed her head. She dropped to a knee and fired a couple of rounds into the man's body as Bridge spun around to see what had happened. With his back turned, another man appeared from the back door.
"Luke!"
Nicole yelled, seeing the man in back of him, though he wasn't in a good enough spot for her to take the shot. The man fired at Bridge, just as he dove to the ground. The bullet dug into the wall as Bridge rolled over and fired 2 rounds back at the man. The man dropped his gun and held his stomach as he started to bleed out. He then dropped to both knees, eventually falling flat on his face as he perished. Nicole closed her eyes and took a couple deep breaths, scared of the close call that her boyfriend had. Bridge got up and looked at her and nodded, letting her know he was all right. Then they swept the rest of the building for any more guards, but it was clean. They went to the first door and opened it, finding a couple of people in bed, the man on top. They didn't appear to hear the door open, or the gunfire outside.
"Hey," Bridge yelled. "What's going on here?"
Startled, the man got off the woman and looked back at him.
"Who are you?"
"Who are you?"
"I paid for my time." "Yeah, well, your time is up."
The man stood up, holding the sheets over his lower half.
"This is outrageous. I've never been treated like this before. I'm going to complain about this."
Bridge held his gun up and pointed it at him.
"You got something you want to complain about?"
No, just, no."
"Beat it. Get out of here. This business is closing. Go get a life or something."
Bridge then looked at the woman.
"I take it you're not here of your own free will."
The woman held the sheets up to her neck, looking afraid. She shook her head.
"You want to get out of here?"
The woman nodded.
"Well, put some clothes on and let's go. I'm getting you guys out of here."
Bridge and Nicole split up, each taking a different room. They were all pretty much the same, and they got almost the same reaction in each of them. After all the men had left and the women had gotten dressed, they all stood near the opening of their respective rooms. It was as if they were afraid to move out of them unless they were told to. Bridge knew it was probably a result of them being held captive for so long.
"Listen, ladies, we know you've been through a lot, but we're on a time crunch here. We need you to trust us, and we need you to move fast. We can get you out of here and back to where you belong, but we need to move now. There's more of you out there, and we need to get to them before these guys know what hit them. Okay?"
Everyone started moving quickly, and they piled out of the building.
"What are we going to do with these guys?" Nicole asked, observing the 2 men she flirted with, still knocked out. "You know what? I'll drag them inside and tie them up. I saw some ropes and handcuffs in a couple of those rooms. That'll take them out of commission for now." What about the girls?
Put them in the van.
Evelyn's not one of them.
I noticed.
Then what?
Then we hit the other place.
With them?
Nicole said, pointing to the ladies behind her. Let's just get out of here first and figure everything else out after that.
Bridge then started dragging the men inside as Nicole helped the ladies get into the van. I know you girls aren't crazy about getting back in this van, but I promise it's for the last time, Nicole told them. There's still more of us that they're holding, one of the women said. I know, we're going to get them. Bridge came back to the van a few minutes later after taking care of the other two women. When he got there, there was a surprise waiting for him. Nicole was waiting by the front door with the driver of the van. Look who woke up, she said gleefully.
We got some questions for you, my man, Bridge said.
I just get paid to drive, that's all, the driver replied.
Perfect. You're just the guy we need then.
I don't know anything.
You drive the van, right?
Yeah.
Then you know how to get into those buildings, right?
I guess.
And you also know how many people are inside, right?
I guess.
Then you know everything we need.
The man sighed, knowing he was going to be forced to do things he didn't want to do.
So I'll give you two choices. If you help us and give us no problems, I give you my word that I won't kill you when this is over. In fact, I may be nice and just let you walk away without handing you over to the police. But if you try to trick us, or don't cooperate, or lead us into some type of ambush, I promise you that you'll be the first one I kill. Understand?
The man nodded.
I understand.
Good. Now, would you like to help us?
I would.
Great. See how easy this is?
How you want to work this? Nicole asked.
I'll drive with him in the van. You tail us in the car.
Where to?
Other building first, Bridge said. Then the warehouses after that.
Nicole nodded, then walked back to the car. Bridge turned his attention back to the driver.
You ready to have some fun? Bridge asked.
Not really.
Great. Me too.
Chapter 16. They immediately drove over to the second building. Parking in the same spot as Bridge did the day before, the setup looked the same. The driver on the side of the building, and one man in front.
You know the setup here?
Bridge asked.
Yeah,
the driver replied.
How many inside?
2.
How come the other building had an extra guard?
Rougher client list.
If there's more than 2 in there, I'm going to come back and put a bullet in your head.
There's only 2, I'm sure of it.
Bridge and the driver got out of the van and opened the back door, where the rest of the ladies were. A minute later, Nicole caught up to them.
Our friend told me something interesting, Bridge said.
What's that?
When the van pulls up to the warehouse after they're done here, there's a small camera mounted on the gate. He says they scan to make sure it's the same driver. If not, they don't open the gate.
So we need both drivers alive to get in, Nicole said.
Looks that way. As soon as they see it's their guy, they open the gate. If it's someone else in the driver's seat, it's a different ballgame.
So how are we going to handle this?
Bridge smiled. I got a plan.
Oh, boy.
Bridge tapped the driver on the shoulder. You, in.
You're putting him in here with us? One of the ladies asked, a few others agreeing with the sentiment.
Only temporary, ladies, only temporary, I assure you. Just until we get the girls out of this place.
What if he does something while you're gone?
Bridge took out one of his guns and held it up.
Who knows how to work one of these?
I do, a brunette to his left said.
You know how to handle one?
She nodded. My dad used to take me hunting.
Okay, then I leave you in charge.
Bridge handed the gun to her.
You keep that pointed at him. If he makes a move to leave, or does anything suspicious, you shoot him.
Where?
Wherever you want.
Bridge then looked at the driver again.
You, move all the way to the back. If he moves from that spot, shoot him wherever you like.
Will do.
We'll be back soon.
Try the same thing as yesterday? Nicole asked. I got an idea, a blonde said, overhearing them.
They both looked at her.
Yeah? Bridge asked. Why don't you let me distract them? They know me. They'll be surprised to see me, and they'll let their guard down. Bridge and Nicole looked at each other.
You sure about this?
The woman nodded. I want to help. I want to help take these guys down.
You're really sure?
Yes, I want to help.
Okay. You do exactly what I say.
I will. The woman got out. Then Bridge closed the doors. They took the long way around, coming up in back of the building just as Bridge did the day before on the previous one. Bridge was going to pull the same trick, but the girl had other ideas.
"Let me run up to him."
"What?" Bridge asked.
"Let me run up to him. I can do this."
Bridge wasn't sure, and it was against his better judgment, but he was willing to go along. "Okay." The woman emerged from the building and started running hysterically toward the driver, yelling and crying. Bridge and Nicole watched intently, waiting for their opportunity. The woman lunged into the driver's arms, spinning him around so that his back was to her new friends. The man tried to understand what she was talking about, though she was doing a good job of sounding incoherent. As the man's back turned, Bridge and Nicole ran out from the building and toward them. Bridge removed his gun as he got to the pair and smashed it into the back of the man's head, dropping him in an instant. "Hey, that was pretty good," Bridge said.
"Before all this, I had dreams of becoming an actor," the woman replied.
"You might still have a future in it." Bridge and Nicole then grabbed the man and put him in the back of the van, handcuffing him to a railing that was in there for the ladies. They then went to the front of the building. There was just the one guard standing there.
"You want me to do the same thing?"
the blonde asked. "No, I don't think that'll be necessary," Bridge answered. He looked at his girlfriend. "You thinking what I'm thinking?"
"Just take him out?"
"Yeah. Should be easy enough."
"I'm on it."
Nicole got down on one knee and pointed her gun at the man's chest, who was mostly just looking down at the ground as he paced around out of boredom. A few seconds later, the man was flat on his back, looking up at the sky as he took his last few breaths. With him out of the way, the three of them ran up to the door, knocking just as they did the day before. "You stay to the side until we say it's clear," Bridge told the blonde.
"Okay."
As soon as the door opened, Bridge kicked it in further. He didn't really have the patience to try to talk his way in like he did the last time, especially when it would probably just result in him kicking it open anyway. It saved time, and caught the man by surprise by starting with that tactic. The man on the other side was floored by the door hitting him so suddenly. Bridge and Nicole rushed in, Bridge quickly putting a bullet in the man's chest before he was able to get up and offer any resistance. Knowing there was one more guy in there, Bridge and Nicole kept their weapons out in front, ready to fire. They started walking down the hallway, Bridge motioning to his partner to watch his back as he watched ahead of them. When a man jumped out at the end of the hallway, Bridge immediately pulled the trigger, firing 4 times. All 4 bullets found their mark, and the armed guard didn't have a chance to fire his own weapon before the life was snuffed out of him. "You start getting these girls out," Bridge said.
"What are you going to do?"
"I'm just going to look around and make sure there are no other shooters to worry about." Nicole immediately opened one of the doors as Bridge checked the rest of the building. The blonde was now helping Nicole clear the rooms while he was gone. He was back a few minutes later, reporting the place was clear. "Any problems?"
"Not so far," Nicole replied. "The usual grumbling about their groove getting messed up, but everything's fine."
The women were dressed and out of the building within a few minutes. They went back to the van, putting the ladies back in. As they did, Bridge rubbed his eyes, looking like he was distressed.
"What's wrong?"
Nicole asked. "I feel like we got too many passengers to keep track of and take care of."
"Nothing else we can do, really."
"What are we going to do with them all? We can't take them with us to that warehouse. There's too many to stash at the hotel."
"We can call Eric."
"Too much time," Bridge said. "He's not going to be able to help us right this second, and we can't wait on this any longer, or they'll get suspicious if they're not back when they're supposed to be."
"Then they'll just have to come. They don't have to come in. They can wait around the corner in that van, plus we have the rental. If we both go in this van, they can probably cram 6 or 7 into the SUV, plus there's the front seats in the van. That should work."
Bridge nodded, though he still didn't like the women being that close to the action. Even if they weren't immediately there, he would have preferred them being in another location entirely. But sometimes the situation just didn't work out the way he would have preferred. Once the women were inside the van, they woke the driver up, slapping him around a few times. Bridge gave him the same speech he gave the other driver. It also seemed to work. "How many men are inside that warehouse guarding them?" Bridge asked.
"I think 5. No, 6.
"Which is it?"
"It's 6. 1 at the front door, 1 at the back, 2 inside with the girls, then 2 usually in the office area."
"All armed?"
"Yeah."
You get us in and I'll look the other way if we come back out and you're not there, you understand?"
The man nodded.
"I'll be gone."
"You get us in?"
"Yeah, there's a camera that makes sure I'm driving. Once they see it's me, the gate will open up, and I drive right up to the building."
"Then what happens?"
"The guard at the door comes out, I get out, and we open the van and escort the girls back inside."
"What about the other guards?"
"One comes by the front to help, and the other one stays inside with the others."
"How many more girls are in there right now?"
5.
"Okay. We go there now."
Nicole kept an eye on the driver as Bridge took some of the girls and placed them in the other van, as well as putting them in the SUV. They handcuffed the other driver to the railing inside the van so he wouldn't be an issue for anyone. Bridge selected 2 of the women to drive the other vehicles and instructed them to follow him. He made sure they were well aware of what was going on. Once he had them settled, he went back to his partner. Bridge and Nicole got in the back of the van as the driver got back in behind the wheel. Bridge kept a gun on him just to make sure he remembered to do his part. As they were driving, Nicole could read her boyfriend's face. Something was still troubling him. "What else is it? It's not just this."
"Still no sign of Evelyn," Bridge said.
"She might be at one of the 2 warehouses still."
"What if she's not? What if we've done all this and she's still not there?"
"Then we'll just have more work to do to find her. But even if she's not, we'll still have done something very important. Even if she's not there, this mission is not a failure."
"I know." Bridge looked down. "I just hope we don't have to go back and tell Sharon Fester that we couldn't find her sister. After all this."
"We'll find her. We're close."
"Yeah. Close within inches or close within miles?"
"She'll be at one of these locations."
"And if she's not?"
"Like I said, we'll keep looking until we find her. No matter what it takes." Chapter 17. Once they got to the first warehouse, they stopped well short of the entrance, before they got within view of the cameras. Bridge got out and went back to the trailing vehicles and told them where he wanted them to park until they were done. "No matter what happens, no matter what you hear, you do not come in under any circumstances," Bridge told both drivers. "Is that clear?" Both nodded. "What if you guys ran into trouble while you're in there, though?" one of them asked. "We can handle it. But if not, if we're not back within half an hour, you guys take off and don't look back." "I'd feel bad about leaving you there, after all you've done for us." Bridge smiled at her. "Trust me, if we're not back within half an hour, there's nothing else you can do for us. It probably means we're gone. If that happens, you do what you have to do to get out of here. You head to the nearest police station and ask them to call Eric Happ of the FBI. He's a friend of mine. He'll know what's going on. But hopefully it won't come to that. And I'll see you guys again in 30 minutes. "Good luck." "Thanks." Bridge jogged back to the other van and got inside. He and Nicole tucked down out of sight, just in back of the driver's seat. Bridge still had his pistol pointed at the ribs of the driver, though, just in case he decided to go off script. "Move," Bridge said. The driver complied and put the van in motion. Within a minute they were at the gate of the property. The driver came to a stop as they reached it, letting the camera pick up his face. As soon as that was done, the gate opened, and the driver continued driving. "Good job," Bridge said. "Don't screw it up now." "All I care about is getting out of here now." They pulled up to the front of the building and stopped. The driver hesitated about getting out. He was waiting for the front guard to approach, like usual. "What's the matter?" the front guard yelled with a smile. "Gonna make me do all the work today?" "I was thinking about it," the driver replied with a laugh. The guard walked around to the back of the van. As soon as he opened the doors, Nicole opened fire, hitting him point-blank in the chest. He never knew what hit him. Bridge and Nicole then scurried out of the van and ran to the front door. The driver jumped out of the van and ran in the other direction. The guard had the door unlocked in anticipation of the girls arriving back. Bridge looked at Nicole to make sure she was ready. Once she gave the signal that she was, Bridge pushed the door open. Just like they were told, there was another guard standing not too far away in the hallway, waiting to help out. He wasn't paying much attention, though, instead scrolling through his phone, assuming there weren't any problems, since there never was. Bridge didn't wait for him to look up and put a round in the side of his head. They stepped over the man's body and continued their journey. They arrived at the end of the hallway, leading to a big, open space. Bridge looked in both directions, eventually seeing an open doorway off to his right near the back.
He then saw a shadow, as if someone was walking in that spot. He nodded for Nicole to follow him as they sprinted across the warehouse floor. Once they got to the door, they waited beside it for a few seconds, listening to see if they could tell what was beyond that door, instead of possibly sticking their heads in and getting it shot off. It just sounded like someone walking, though. There were no words or voices heard. Bridge took a couple deep breaths, then jumped in the doorway, surprising the guard that was walking around. The guard tried to reach for his weapon, which was tucked away in his pants, but Bridge was much too fast for him and chalked up another victim.
"The girls should be nearby," Nicole said.
"Yeah, you find them. I'll look for the office where the other two are supposed to be."
Nicole went through another door as Bridge disappeared back through the main floor again. He saw another door at the other end of the floor and rushed over to it. The top half of the door was glass, and Bridge was able to look inside, though there was nothing inside. He opened the door and went in, seeing another door to his left. He could see the light was on, shining through the crack underneath the door. Bridge stood there for a moment, listening, hearing a couple of voices. They were laughing, sounding like they were having a good time. It was a shame he was going to have to interrupt that. Bridge took a step back and sized up the door. It was just a brown slab door. He probably could have broken through it easily enough, but thought it would be easier getting in if he just knocked. So he knocked 3 times. He saw the handle on the door start to jiggle and a voice talking in a different language. Bridge had his weapon in front of him, pointed at the door, ready to go. As soon as the door opened and a target was visible, Bridge opened fire. As the man fell to the floor, Bridge rushed into the room, quickly finding a second target. There was a hefty man sitting behind a desk, looking at some papers. He jumped up and scurried toward a 4-door metal filing cabinet, where he kept his pistol. He never got to open the drawer, though. Bridge dropped him with 2 rounds. With his work there done, Bridge went out to the main part of the warehouse, where he saw Nicole walking in from the other side, 5 more women behind her. Bridge quickly scanned the faces of the scared women to see if Evelyn was among them. She was not, though. "How are you making out?"
Nicole asked. "Just 1 more to go. Just have to find the back door."
"You want help?"
"No. Just get them in the van and get ready to move fast."
"We could just leave, you know. You could just forget about the last guy."
Bridge looked at the women behind her. "How soon you think they'll forget?"
Nicole understood his point. Bridge was taking them all out as long as it was possible. If he left any of them alive, it was obvious they weren't against this sort of activity. Leaving them alive would just give them the access to do it again. Bridge couldn't let that happen. As Nicole led the women back through the front, Bridge started looking around for the back. He went through the door Nicole came from, finding another hallway, though it wasn't too long. There were a couple of doors on each side. Bridge took a quick peek inside, observing blankets and handcuffs scattered around the floor. He could easily see that it was the living quarters for the imprisoned women. He finally came to the end of the hall, and another door that led to the back. Bridge went through it, and slowly walked toward the rear of the building, not sure what he was going to find. He finally had the back door within sight, and saw a man sitting there on a folding chair, his arms crossed. It looked as if he might have been sleeping. Bridge stopped creeping forward and stood there for a few moments as he pondered what to do about the man. Killing someone while they were sleeping just seemed wrong. He wasn't sure why that was. After all, dead would be dead, no matter how a person got there. He almost felt obligated to give a person a chance, though, even if they were a bad guy, and even if it was less than 1% of one. He guessed it was just one of his quirks. "Hey, buddy," Bridge yelled. The man opened his eyes and looked at the stranger. "Can you tell me where the bathroom is? Seems like I took a wrong turn." The man jumped up from his chair and reached for his rifle, which was leaning up against the wall to the right of him. Bridge ripped off 3 shots, sending the man falling back down over his chair. "Let that be a lesson to you," Bridge said, even though he knew the man was dead. "Be nice to people, or things like this can happen." Bridge hurriedly walked back through the building again, walking outside and seeing Nicole behind the wheel of the van. "Everything good?" "Everything's good," Bridge answered, getting into the van. 100% takeout rate. Bridge looked back at the women in the back, making sure they were okay. "Let's get out of here." 1 warehouse down, 1 warehouse to go.
They'd been on the road for about 20 minutes as they traveled toward their next assignment. Bridge's phone rang.
He was planning on ignoring it, but when he looked at the caller ID and saw it was Hap, he figured he should answer his friend's call. It might have something to do with the case.
"Eric, we're kind of busy right now."
"So I hear."
"What do you mean?"
"You mind telling me what you're doing?"
"Once again, what do you mean?"
"I've just gotten word that there's a trail of bodies being found all over Spain right now. You happen to know anything about that?"
"Gee, first I've heard of it."
"Luke, what's going on?"
"I'm telling you, Dad, I just don't know."
"Whenever you get cute, you always know more than you're saying."
"Maybe if you tell me what you're talking about, I might be able to help."
"First of all, bodies have been found by the airport in that building that we discussed."
"So, that's not news. I told you that myself."
"Yeah, well, it's one thing for me to know. It's another when the authorities there know."
"Not seeing the problem."
"How about the next one?"
"What next one?"
"Apparently 3 bodies were found in some makeshift brothel a little while ago. 2 men were also found tied up. They insisted they were raided by a man and a woman. The woman was very flirty and bears an amazing resemblance to someone you know."
"Is that so?"
Bridge said.
"Huh, that's interesting. Not sure how it applies to me, though."
"Authorities seem to think they were holding women hostage there. Seems like quite a coincidence, since that's what you're there investigating."
"Coincidences happen all the time, Eric, you know that."
"Not in this business, and you know that."
"I can't confirm anything at this point."
There was silence on both ends of the phone for a few seconds.
"Is that it?"
"Isn't that enough?"
"Is that all that's been found so far?"
Hap closed his eyes, and his shoulders slumped. He knew what that meant. "Should they have found something else?"
"Oh, I don't know, just asking."
"Geez, Luke, how much more is there?"
I don't know. I mean, I've heard rumors, can't say for certain."
"What kind of rumors?"
"Just that there may be another similar building on the opposite side of town."
Hap loudly sighed into the phone. "And how many bodies are in that one?"
"Unofficially, I think the count might be 3 or 4. Can't remember. I mean, I can't remember what I heard. Not that I saw it firsthand or up close or anything."
"Is that all you've heard?"
"Nope."
"You're going to start an international incident, aren't you?"
"Nope. Just cleaning one up."
"That's it, right?"
"Well—"
"Oh, come on, Luke. You're not 007, and you don't have a license to kill. What are you doing?"
"Like I said, cleaning things up. I just heard a warehouse got hit."
Hap didn't wait for him to finish his sentence. "How many bodies?"
"There could possibly be 6.
"Is that all?"
"So far?"
"So far," he says. "How many more?"
"Well, rumor has it that there might be 1 more. We'll see."
"And that's it?"
"According to my information."
"And how reliable is that?"
"It's good," Bridge replied.
"On a side note, since you're not involved in anything over there, what do you hear about the women involved? Have any been found?"
"Oh, yeah, they've been found. Most of them, I think."
"How many are we talking?"
25.
"That's great. Where are they?"
Bridge laughed. "Well, they're all kind of tagging along with us."
"What? You're driving around with 25 women in your car?"
"Don't be ridiculous. I couldn't fit 25 people in my car."
"Don't be cute, Luke. You know what I mean."
"I don't know what else to do with them or where to take them."
"What about your hotel room?"
"Well, that's another little problem."
"You didn't get a hotel room?"
"Oh, no, we got one," Bridge said.
"Then why can't you use it?"
Well, we're using it for something else right now."
Hap tried to think of what else they could be using it for, but came up empty. "What else is there?"
"Well, we're holding someone else in there right now."
"You're what? You've got a prisoner?"
"Well, yes and no. He's not really a prisoner. We're planning on letting him go when this is over."
"Oh, yeah? And just who do you have in there?"
"I really shouldn't say."
"How do you know whoever it is hasn't gotten loose and blown the whistle on you?"
"I would doubt it."
"Why?"
"Because he's not conscious."
"What?"
"Listen, reception's getting really bad here," Bridge said, making some noises with his mouth to simulate the static. "Whoa, can barely even hear you now. Gotta go, bye."
"He's so gonna kill you when we get back," Nicole said. Bridge looked at her and smiled. "Probably." Chapter 18. Bridge and Nicole put the remaining driver in their van just before they got to the warehouse. They had the same setup in mind.
"Same thing as the other guy," Bridge told him. "You cooperate, you leave. Simple as that."
"I'm gone as soon as you give the word."
"How many people in there?"
The driver thought for a second.
1, 2, 4, 5. 5.
"You're sure?"
Yeah. The other place had 6. There's guards in the front and back, then 3 inside. How many girls? Bridge asked.
6 or 7. Let's do this one differently,
Nicole said. Why? Bridge asked.
More efficient. When we take out the front guard, this guy takes one of us to the back and gets the back guard, then we take him out too. Then we converge on opposite sides until we get to the middle.
Bridge nodded. Makes sense. Okay, we'll go with that. Bridge looked at the driver. You good with that?
Yeah.
Ready when you are.
The driver put the van in motion, quickly driving up to the gate. Once the driver's face was scanned, the gates opened, and the van drove on through. Once they pulled up to the front of the warehouse, a guard quickly emerged from one of the doors and walked up to the van. Before the guard got there, the driver jumped out of the van and started yelling.
"It's a trap! It's a trap!"
"Damn it!" Bridge yelled, opening the back door of the van and jumping out. As he started taking fire, Nicole lunged over the front seat, pointing her rifle out the window. She first targeted the unarmed driver and put a hole through his chest. As the other guard turned to look at her, Bridge dropped underneath the van doors and fired a couple of rounds, dropping the man. Nicole then jumped out of the van, and the 2 of them ran up to the warehouse.
"So much for that plan," Bridge said.
"Damn idiot had to mess things up. If he'd just been cool like the other guy, he'd have lived through this."
"Some people are just too dumb to live."
Bridge threw open the front door, and they rushed inside, where they were immediately pelted with gunfire. Bridge yelled out in pain and fell to the ground in an awkward manner. Nicole kept firing to keep some of the heat off.
"You okay? Don't worry about me," Bridge said. "Just worry about them."
Nicole didn't look at him, but kept on firing, though she was still worried about him. "Are you okay?" Bridge sat up and put his hand on his left arm. He let out another groan as he touched the spot where the bullet had grazed him.
"I think it's just a scratch."
"Where did it get you?"
"On the arm. Didn't go through. Burns like hell, though."
"Guess you'll need some extra attention after we're done with this."
"Guess so.
Maybe I can wear that nurse's costume?"
"Now's not the time, Nick."
"Oh, yeah." As the 2 sides continued to exchange gunfire, Bridge noticed a door behind him.
"Huh. Wonder if that goes anywhere."
"What?"
"There's a door. I'm going to see if I can get in behind them."
"Okay."
"You just keep them busy," Bridge said.
"Do I have a choice?"
"Not really."
"And it's more like the other way around. They're keeping me busy."
"Well, just keep it that way until I can get in behind them."
"Make it fast," Nicole said. Bridge went through the doors, and Nicole kept firing, clinging to the wall for protection. The men she was shooting at periodically showed their faces from the wall they were hiding behind whenever they fired a few rounds. Bridge quickly went through a couple of doors, then into a hallway. It wasn't a big building, so it didn't take long until he got around to the other side. He went through one more door that led to the main part of the warehouse, which was where the other men were shooting from. He didn't have a good angle at which to fire from, so he was going to have to move into the open space of the warehouse and also give up the protection of the door and room he was in. He was going to have to chance it, though. Bridge waited until all the men were firing at Nicole so they wouldn't notice him emerge from the door. He quickly rushed into the room and slid down on one knee. He then took aim at his first target. As soon as the man went down, the others turned to fire at him. The first one did, not realizing he left himself exposed to Nicole, who shot him in the back. Bridge then dropped to his stomach and fired at the same time, mostly to change the angle at which the other men would be shooting at and make it more difficult for him to be hit. He fired at another target, hitting the man in the stomach. There was one man left. Bridge and the man were about to simultaneously fire at each other, most likely resulting in both of them getting shot. And out of nowhere a gun and head appeared from the hallway, almost as if it was peeking around the corner to see what was there. It was Nicole. She fired around point-blank at the remaining man's head, instantly killing him before he got a shot off at Bridge. She then turned to look at her boyfriend. "You all right?" Bridge took a deep breath and stood up.
"Yeah, you?"
"I'm good."
"You find the girls. I'll make sure this was all of them."
Nicole nodded, then moved out, looking in some of the other rooms. It wasn't long until she found the women. There were 5 of them, huddled together in the corner, afraid of what was happening when they heard the gunshots. "Come on, ladies," Nicole said. "This is your path to freedom." The ladies were a little hesitant to move, causing Nicole to have to explain to them everything that was going on. While she was finishing up her talk, Bridge came over to her.
"Everything else is clear."
"Let's go, girls. Your chariot awaits." Bridge was the last to leave,
taking a careful glance at each of the women as they passed him. None of them looked like Evelyn Fester. As the girls, led by Nicole, left the building, Bridge stayed glued to his spot for a few moments. He was breathing heavily due to all the excitement, though it was starting to slow down and return to normal. He just stared at the floor. The only thing running through his mind was how much work they had done in a short amount of time. All the girls they had freed would now be able to return home and get back to their lives. But they still hadn't gotten the person they were originally after. Bridge's eyes looked around the room for a minute, almost like he was stunned at what had transpired. A minute later, Nicole came back in, wondering where her boyfriend had gone. She immediately saw the look on his face and knew what the trouble was. She put her hand on the back of his head and rubbed it. He always liked it when she did that. It kind of relaxed him. "We'll find her." "How?" Bridge asked. "She's not at any of the places that we hit. Neither's Meyer. He's going to hear about this within 12 hours tops, if not sooner. That means we've lost the element of surprise. We're not sneaking up on him now." "So what? Doesn't mean we have to stop looking for him or for Evelyn. Just means this isn't over yet. We'll find them, and when we do, we'll figure out a new plan. We always do." "I was really hoping we were going to wrap this all up here, bring everyone home." "We're still bringing a lot of people home. Come on, let's get out of here. We have to figure out what we're doing with all of them." Bridge and Nicole left the warehouse and got into the van and drove away. They continued talking about their plans from that point on. "What are we going to do with them?" Nicole asked. "We can't just fit 30-plus people into our hotel room for who knows how long."
"The embassy."
"What?"
"We'll take them to the U.S. Embassy. It's in Madrid, probably about an hour from here. We know they'll be safe. They'll get back home within a few days. They'll be fine from there. And we can keep on with our search."
Nicole nodded, good with the plan. "We should probably give them a heads up that we're coming. I mean, just dropping 30-some people into their laps could be problematic."
"I'll call Eric, let him know, so he can take it through proper channels."
"I'll pull over and let the girls in the other van know what we're doing." As Nicole pulled over, then got out to explain the situation to all the girls, Bridge called Hap. Hap immediately answered.
"Blow up another building already? For the record, I haven't blown up any buildings.
I assume you need something?"
"I've now got 30, I lost count, 30-some women who need a ride home to the U.S.
"And what do you want me to do?"
"I don't know, something."
Well,
here's what I was thinking," Bridge said. "We'll take them to the U.S. Embassy in Madrid. They can keep them safe and send them home from there, right?"
"She'll be able to."
"I didn't want to just show up unannounced. You think you can call them and let them know I'm coming? You know anyone there?"
"No, not personally. I can run it up the flagpole, though."
"Make it fast. We should be there in an hour."
"I'll do what I can. Hopefully it didn't spark off an international incident here."
"It should be."
"What do you mean?"
"There won't be any blowback on this?"
"Why not?"
"Because these girls aren't just Americans."
"They're not?"
"I counted 3 Canadians, 2 from Spain, 1 from Germany, 1 from Russia, and 1 from France. Nobody's getting grief on this," Bridge said.
"Good to know. Is that it for you, for this?"
"No."
"What do you mean, no?"
"Evelyn Fester isn't among the girls we're bringing back."
"You know where she's at?"
Bridge hesitated before answering. "No."
"I hate to bring this up, but the possibility exists that she's not—"
"No,"
Bridge immediately replied.
He wasn't waiting to hear the rest of that sentence. He knew what he was implying. "She's not dead. She's not. She's alive."
"Luke, I know you want to think the best, but the reality is, if she was with the rest of those girls and now she's not—"
"Just means they sent her somewhere else, that's all. They wouldn't kill her. She has value to them."
"Maybe so, but that doesn't mean that something didn't happen."
"She's alive, Eric. She's alive. I just have to find her."
"Okay. How do you plan on doing that?"
"I don't know yet."
"Okay, well, if you need me for anything else, let me know."
"I will."
After getting off the phone, Bridge put it in his pocket. He then removed the picture of Evelyn and looked at it.
"I'll find you."
Bridge then put his finger on the picture, as if he were talking to her directly.
"I'm coming. I promise."
Chapter 19. After Bridge and Nicole dropped the women off at the U.S. Embassy in Madrid, they went back to their hotel to regroup and figure out a new plan. They weren't leaving until they found Evelyn Fester. As soon as they walked into their hotel room, they were greeted by their now awake prisoner.
I was wondering when you guys would get back, Flores said.
Bridge looked at Nicole, wondering why he was awake. Why is he up? Nicole shrugged. I don't know. I guess the stuff wore off. Great. Flores was still tied up in the chair, and nothing was out of place in the room, so they knew he had no tricks up his sleeve. How long have you been awake? Nicole asked.
Oh, I think about an hour now,
Flores replied. Put him back asleep, Bridge said. We don't have time to be messing with him.
Oh, wait, come on now. I don't know how many times you guys have put me under, but no more. I lived up to my part of the deal. I gave you everything you wanted. Now it's time to let me go.
Not everything. Bridge took out Evelyn's picture and showed it to him. Seen her? Flores shrugged.
Not that I know of. I didn't mess with any of the girls, though, so if she's one of them, I couldn't say. I got a family. Anything that happened with them girls was just business. I didn't get involved.
Bridge put his hands on the collar of Flores's shirt and pulled on the fabric, stretching it. Listen to me, little scumbag. I don't give a shit about your business or anything else about you. I need to find this woman, and you're going to help us.
How you expect me to do that? You asked for addresses, and I gave you addresses. As far as I'm concerned, we're done.
We hit 2 warehouses that Meyer has. This girl wasn't in them.
Flores shrugged again. So what do you want me to do?
Meyer wasn't there either.
Again, so what? You think he just sits around all day with these people? No, that's what he hires people for. He just runs things.
Through you.
No, not through me. Consider me like an investor. I put money in, I take money out. That's all.
Then you must know Meyer pretty good.
No, not really.
Don't hand me that. You're going to tell us how to get in touch with him and how to find him, and you're going to do it right now.
Or what?
Or the next time your wife sees you, it's just going to be your head in a box.
You don't have the cojones for that.
Bridge rushed over to his bag and pulled out a knife, then returned to their prisoner. He jabbed the tip of the knife into the side of Flores's neck, breaking the skin, a trickle of blood running down his neck. Flores could feel the blood coming down. Should we see which one of us breaks first? Bridge asked.
Okay,
Flores said, barely above a whisper, not wanting to move and have something accidentally cut his throat. Where is Otto Meyer?
Okay, put the knife down, and I'll tell you.
Bridge slowly pulled the knife away from Flores's neck, ready to listen. Where is he?
He owns a house about 2 hours from here.
You been there?
Yeah, a few times.
Guarded?
Yeah, he's got some people.
Is the girl there?
I don't know. I told you I've never seen her before. I'm not lying about that. I really don't know.
Does Meyer have more girls there?
He, occasionally has a few girls there that he really likes.
He have them tied up? In a room? What?
He lets them roam around the property within limits. They're not allowed outside contact, can't leave, can't go in the kitchen where the knives are, things like that. He makes sure he has them under control.
So they're basically prisoners that can move around?
Yeah, there's a swimming pool, game room, things like that.
And they have to attend to whatever sexual desires Meyer wants?
I think so.
Pretty good racket he's got going on, Nicole said.
So how many guards are we talking about at this place? Bridge asked.
I'm not sure. 10, 15, something like that.
Oh, well, at least it'll be easy, Nicole said.
Fenced? Bridge asked.
Yes, stone fence all the way around, about 10 feet high.
Entrances and exits?
One way in or out.
Kind of reminds me of your place.
Flores smirked.
Where do you think he got the idea?
So what's our best way of getting in?
Flores shrugged.
Maybe by parachute?
Bridge laughed, turned to look at his girlfriend, then quickly turned back to Flores and smacked him with a backhand. Funny.
I do my best.
When was the last time you were there? Nicole asked.
Maybe 5-6 months ago.
Seems to be a familiar timeline.
How many girls did he have with him there at that time? Bridge asked.
3, 4, something like that. I'm a married man. I try not to look at the merchandise.
Flores grinned again.
You really are a funny guy, aren't you?
Does he keep the same ones there? Nicole asked.
He switches up every few months, I think. He likes to keep it fresh.
Bridge and Nicole went over to the window and discussed their options. They were talking low, but Flores could still hear what they were saying. How are we going to get in there? Nicole asked.
I think we're going to have to use him somehow.
Trusting him now is one thing. Trusting him out there, when our backs might be turned to him, when our lives might depend on what he says or does, that's a totally different thing.
I'm not sure we can do that.
What other options do we have?
Same as we always do. We stake the place out, wait for an opportunity, then make our move.
Whatever happened to just rushing in and not being patient? Bridge said.
I'm patient when I need to be, when the situation calls for it. This one does.
And what do we do with him? Just keep him on ice for a few days while we wait for a move? How long can we keep doing that?
As long as we need to,
Nicole answered. I'm not as fond of that idea for what it's worth, Flores said. It's worth nothing, Bridge said.
I don't see another option,
Nicole said. There is another option, Flores said.
What is it?
Go through the front door. That's the only way in. You're not getting in any other way.
Or we could just wait for him to come out, just like we did with you.
Flores shook his head. Won't work.
Why not?
Because Otto doesn't take those girls with him wherever he goes. If he goes out, he leaves them behind, and he leaves guards behind. You're going to have to fight your way in regardless.
Nicole looked at her boyfriend. What if we capture Meyer on the outside, make him lead us inside and free the girls?
Still won't work, Flores said, not letting Bridge give his opinion.
Nicole put her hands on her hips. And why not?
You think Otto hasn't thought of that before? I guarantee you he has. He has contingencies in place. Such as what? Bridge asked. You think he'd tell me? Well, you seem to know. Just because I know of them doesn't mean I know what they are. There's a difference. Believe me, the only way you're getting those girls out, if there are any there, is if you break down the front door. And you'll probably get yourself killed in the process, which is fine by me. Just untie me first so I'm not stuck here for days while they bury you. You're not getting out of here until we're ready to leave for good, Bridge said. Can I ask you guys a question, seriously? What is it? What is this girl to you? Family? Nope, Bridge said. Friend? Never met her. Then what's the big deal? You did your thing here? You broke up some of Otto's business? You freed what, 25, 30 girls? Chalk it up as a win for you guys and go home. Forget all this other nonsense. You can't save the world. All you can do is die trying. Well, that's what I intend to do. Die trying. Flores shook his head. Suckers. Just don't take me down with you. With Flores's words echoing in Nicole's head for a minute, she contemplated something she knew Bridge was not going to like. But she thought it could work. It was just a matter of convincing her boyfriend and partner that it would, and making sure that Flores wouldn't turn on them in the process. Believe me, Bridge said, if we're going down, you're going down with us. Bridge and Flores then started arguing for a minute, Nicole letting them have their say as she formulated a plan in her mind. Once she had some semblance of it, she finally got the two of them to stop talking. Will you guys just shut up? Nicole said. She pointed to Flores. You're not in a position to dictate anything to anyone. You'll do what we tell you, or you're never seeing your family again. Alive, that is, Bridge said, rubbing it in. And you don't need to be goading him. We've already got him. Bridge nodded. Yeah, I know, he's just pushing my buttons, I guess. The only one who pushes your buttons is me. Nicole hesitated for a second, waiting to make sure what she was about to say came out right. I've got a plan. What? Now, I know you're probably not going to like it, but I think it could work if we do it right. What is it? First of all, if you're intent on getting this done as soon as possible, I think this is the best option to get in there without having to blast our way in. Bridge laughed. Okay, Nick, I got it. What is it? You know, when you stall, it's always a good indication I'm really not going to like what you say. Just don't say no before I finish, okay? Give it some thought? Okay, I'll give it some thought before I say no. Nicole gave him a stern look, and Bridge laughed again. Okay, I promise I'll really think about it. Okay, so what's the one way we can get in without a fight? Pretend we're mail carriers? No. Nicole then pointed at Flores. Him. Him, okay. Then what? First we have him call Meyer and tell him he's got a girl he'd like to sell him. Then we have him arrange a time to meet him. That gives us a way in. You're not really going to bring another girl in there, right? We've already got one. Me. Bridge immediately resisted. No, you're not doing it. No way. Just listen to me. No, I'm not risking it. There's nothing to risk. Would you just listen and let me finish? Bridge sighed, but agreed to listen to the rest of it. Fine. We're going to get in there anyway, so this is nothing but giving us the access to get inside without having to fight our way in. It's not like we're actually going to go through with the sale. If he sees Flores, he sees me, and Meyer's threat level goes down. All this is doing is giving Meyer a story that allows us to get inside, that's all.
Before Bridge had a chance to respond to her latest plan, Flores started laughing.
"That might get you in, but you're going to have a hard time leaving."
Bridge gave Flores a dirty look, though he couldn't say he was wrong. As much as it pains me to say it, he's right. And how are we going to sneak guns in there? Nicole pointed at Flores.
"He's got bodyguards. Meyer knows they carry guns. It's expected."
"They won't expect me to travel so light," Flores said. "One bodyguard. I mean, who travels with one bodyguard?"
"You decided to be nice and give the rest of your men the day off since you were visiting a trusted friend," Nicole said.
Flores laughed again.
"He'll never believe that."
"You'll make him believe it."
"I will?"
"You will. Because Luke will be right behind you with a gun pointed in the small of your back. So if you don't say or do the right thing, you're going to be the first one killed."
Okay. What's that old saying? You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. Seems rather appropriate right now, no?
"Shut up. Nobody's asking you."
"You can't go in there unarmed," Bridge said.
"Nobody said I had to."
"What if they search you?"
"Then we improvise from there. Or you just carry a couple extra weapons on you. Then when the need arises, you pass me one."
"That also means we're only using handguns."
"We can still load up the trunk with extra stuff."
"Doesn't mean we'll be able to get to it."
"We'll have to get back to the car anyway to get out," Nicole said.
"I don't know."
"It'll work, Luke. You said it yourself. You want to get in as soon as possible."
"Without risking too much, yeah."
"As soon as what happened today reaches Meyer, his guard is going way up.
All the more reason to think he might hesitate on this.
Or he might see it as an opportunity to quickly get a girl back and replace what he's lost. It's still going to take him a few days to figure out what happened, who hit him, all that.
Or he could just pull the plug and call in all the guards and bunker down.
In which case, we're not going to get to him any time soon anyway. This is the chance to get him before he has a chance to react." Bridge thought about it some more, but finally nodded after a minute or two.
He still didn't think it was a great option, but it seemed to be the best option they had, unless they just pulled the string and went home. And he wasn't doing that. Not with the person they were looking for still out there. They would just have to find a way to make this work. Let's do it. Chapter 20.
"Make the call," Bridge said. Nicole put the phone down on the desk, waiting for the right numbers to dial. Flores hesitated on giving them out.
"I can tell you with point-blank honesty that if you don't, you will never walk out of this room," Bridge told him.
"You know what you're asking me to do?"
Flores said. "I'm asking you to help us so you can live through this and get back to your family."
"If I help you, and you don't make it out of there alive, I'm as good as dead anyway. You think Otto would just let me walk out of there after bringing in you two to help destroy him? He'd kill me for being a traitor."
"Let me be clear. We're not specifically after Meyer. We're after the girls he has. Once we have them, we're gone. It's not a kill mission."
"Please, you really think you're going to be able to get out of there without killing everyone there? If you do, then you're a bigger idiot than I thought you were. The only way you're getting out of there is if everyone else is dead. That's the bottom line. Otto's not just letting you waltz in, take his girls, then ride on out like you're the Lone Ranger or something. He's going to put up a fight, especially if he's already learned about what happened to his business. He'll fight to the death."
Bridge seemed unconcerned. "Then he'll fight to his death," he shrugged. "Fine by me."
"Seems like that's a good incentive for you to work with us," Nicole said.
"How's that?"
Flores asked. "If we die and Meyer makes it, then your reputation is shot, and a few other parts of your body might be too. But if you help us and we get out of there, and Meyer's dead with the rest of his men, then you get to go home like nothing ever happened."
"And nobody ever has to know that you helped us,"
Bridge said. "Your reputation and business are still intact."
Flores cleared his throat, what seemed like 1,000 thoughts running through his mind. He didn't want to help them, but it didn't seem like he had any good option on the table. The only thing he could worry about now was self-preservation, and the best chance he had now at getting through this was working with the people who kidnapped him.
"Fine," Flores finally said, after thinking about it for a minute. "I'll help you."
"Wise choice," Bridge said. "Now make the call."
Flores told Nicole the number to call, and she dialed for him.
They still didn't trust Flores enough to untie him, so Nicole put the phone on the desk and hit the speaker button option. It rang 5 times until someone answered.
"Sergio." "Otto, my friend, what's happening? Now's not really a good time to shoot the breeze, Sergio. I've got a lot of things going on right now. I just got hit." "Hit? What do you mean? Hit where?"
Someone just hit my warehouses, hit my stores, killed about 20 of my men, and took over 30 of my girls. What? Who would do such a thing? The police? I don't know yet. I'm still trying to get to the bottom of it. Not getting any answers so far. When did all of this happen? Hey, Sergio, you got me on speaker?
Flores laughed.
Yeah, sorry, don't worry, there's no one else in the room. It's just I got my hands full right now. Trying to glue together a broken toy for the boy, you know. Trust me, it's safe to talk. From what I understand, it happened a few hours ago. No details? Trying to piece it all together. You don't think they're coming after you, do you? Tough to say. I don't think so. Apparently all these raids happened right after each other. I think if I were next, I would have gotten hit already. Probably. You're still protected there, right? Because I can send over some men if you need it. No, thanks, Sergio. But I still got some boys here. I sent a few away to investigate what's going on, but I've still got 10 or 12. I'll be fine. Good. What about the girls? You still have some there? You can put them back on the job to help make up for what was lost. I only have 5 here right now, Meyer said. It won't nearly make up for the lost income. It's a start, though. Yeah, I guess so. But tell you what, I've got a girl right now that I might be able to bring over for you. Believe me, she'd be perfect for you. Pretty face, nice body. She would do well for you. Oh, yeah? What's her name?
Flores laughed.
Otto, my friend, who has time for names? She's a pretty girl, that's all I know. Names don't interest me.
How'd you find her? Where's she at?
She just kind of fell into my lap, so to speak. Right now, she's with a contact of mine, but she may walk soon, so if you want her, we have to make the deal right now.
I don't know if I can swing it right now with everything else I got going on.
Listen, you need to rebuild. It happens. Happens to everyone, no matter what line you're in. Sometimes the roof caves in, you just put a new one up. But do you lie there in your bed, looking up at the sky without a roof over your head? No, you put up a new one as soon as possible. Same goes with this. Get as many girls as possible right away and continue on like nothing happened. That way you don't lament over this. That's the worst thing that you could do.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
Tell you what I'll do. I'll get you this girl, bring her over to you, I'll hand her over, you don't even have to pay me for her right away. You can wait until you got the business up and running full steam before you make a payment arrangement. That's generous of you, Sergio, thank you. So what do you say, I'll bring over the girl, we'll have some wine, you get back on your feet, you'll be up and running again in no time.
Okay, that sounds good.
Great, I'll be over in an hour, maybe 2. I'll be here.
Nicole hit the button to end the call. Flores looked at the two of them and smiled.
How'd I do?
Bridge nodded, impressed. You actually did good. You sounded believable.
The trick to sounding believable is actually believing in what you say.
So how many girls have you brought to him before? Nicole asked. It sounds as if this wouldn't be the first time.
Flores shrugged. I don't know a number. A few times.
A few times too many.
Nicole shook her head.
I mean, of all the gall. What gives you guys the right to kidnap people and make them do things against their will? What gives you the right to do that?
It's just business. It's nothing personal.
You have a wife. How would you feel if one day she was gone and then learned she was forced into one of these businesses? That wouldn't bother you?
Of course it would bother me.
So why is it okay for you guys to do that to other people?
Because we don't know them.
Nicole reached her arm back, ready to sock the man in the face. Bridge quickly recognized that she was about to lay a beating on him and rushed over to grab her arm before she was able to do it.
Now's not the time for that, Bridge said.
He's such a pig. We know that. Punching his lights out won't change that. No, but it'll make me feel better.
Believe me, I understand that. But we also don't want him nicked up before we go into the meeting with Meyer. The last thing we need is for Meyer to start asking questions and look at us funny before we're ready.
Okay.
If it makes you feel better, you can hit him after all this is over.
Promise?
Promise.
Flores laughed, not really feeling threatened by the woman.
You like it rough, huh?
Bridge turned around to look at him. I'd shut up if I were you, because she could legit kick your ass even if you weren't tied up. I also know how to inject you with something that would blow you up from the inside, or make you feel so much pain that you would wish I would rip off every inch of your skin with my fingers, because that would be more soothing than the alternative. Flores tilted his head back, actually thinking that the woman sounded a bit crazy. He recognized there was a hint of happiness in her voice that sounded like she would really enjoy torturing him like that. Instead of responding, he kept his mouth shut, a nervous-looking expression on his face. "Guess we need to get moving," Nicole said.
She then went over to the chair and untied Flores, who finally felt some relief in his wrists and ankles after having been restrained for a couple of days.
"Feels good to be free again,"
Flores said. Bridge wanted to make sure he was aware of the ground rules, though. "Let me be perfectly clear so you understand. If you do not comply with what we want you to do, or you go off script, or you try to escape, or you try to warn somebody, or you do anything other than what we expressly tell you to do, I will shoot you immediately without a warning or without a second thought. I think that's been made abundantly clear already. I just want you to know that I will do it. I've got it. I just want to get back to my family and my business at this point." "And you can always find another Otto at some point to replace him, right?" Nicole sarcastically said. Flores grinned. "Sure. All right, let's get out of here," Bridge said. "Before we do, may I call my wife to let her know I'm okay?" "No. You can call her when you're done." "What's the harm?" Bridge pulled out his gun and pointed it at Flores's head. Okay, I'll call her when I'm done." The three of them left the room and went to the car, ready to finish their mission. Chapter 21. It took 90 minutes to get to Meyer's place. It was in a remote area with several acres of land separating it from the next house. They stopped well short of it, making sure they had everything in place. Nicole was driving, with Bridge in the back seat with Flores. Bridge and his girlfriend switched positions, thinking it would look strange if the girl Flores was supposedly selling was also doing the driving. "You remember the role you're playing?" Bridge asked. Flores didn't look happy about it, but still nodded. I remember. You don't have to worry. I want to get out of here as much as you do." Nicole handed Bridge her guns, who stuffed them in his belt. In case Meyer wanted to look Nicole over, it probably wasn't a good idea if he saw a weapon on her. Not until they were ready. Once everyone was organized, Bridge put the car in drive and drove up to the front gate. As he stopped just short of it, the two guards approached the car, looking in the windows. "Mr. Flores here," Bridge said. "He's expected." As the guard looked in the back window, Flores put his hand in the air to wave to the guard, who knew him from previous encounters there. "Just drive up to the main house," the guard said. "Will do," Bridge replied. The gate opened, and Bridge drove through, taking a careful look at their surroundings, making a mental note of any guards he saw. He only saw 2 others, though. That meant the rest were inside somewhere. Once the car stopped in front of the main building, Bridge got out, then opened the back door, allowing Nicole and Flores to step out. As Bridge closed the door behind them, Meyer, escorted by 2 guards, came out of the house. "Sergio," Meyer said, extending his hand to shake. "Otto, good to see you, my friend." Meyer then noticed Bridge, who was not familiar to him. Dealing with Flores before, Meyer thought he knew all of his men. "Who is this, Sergio? A new man?" Yes, just hired this week. He came highly recommended. He's on a test period." Meyer looked around, not seeing the rest of Flores's protection, as was the norm. "Only one guard today?" "As I said, he's on a test period. I want to see how good he really is without having to lean on the others." "You take chances, my friend." Flores put his hand in the air. What is a life without taking chances and risks? Keeps things alive and interesting." Meyer laughed, then let his attention turn to the beautiful woman next to Flores. He looked her up and down multiple times, letting his mind run away with him. "I take it this is her?" "It is," Flores replied. Nicole continued looking down to play the part. Meyer reached his hand up and touched her hair, though Nicole swatted his hand away. Meyer laughed. "A little saucy. I like that. I like a woman with a little spunk." "She has plenty of it," Flores said. "What's your price?" "As I said on the phone, nothing needs to be paid now. But we must still settle on a price for later. Let's go inside and have a glass of wine and discuss it." "Very good," Meyer said, slapping Flores on the back. Nicole, Flores, and Meyer walked past the 2 guards, who then stepped closer to each other to form a wall. Bridge tried to follow them, but was blocked. "Not you," one of the guards said. "I go where he goes," Bridge replied. "Not now." Bridge repeated his stance, though in a firmer manner. "I go where he goes." "No, you don't." Bridge shrugged, then looked away. Suddenly he kicked the man to his left in the stomach, then hit the other guard with a left cross. He then alternated between the two guards, hitting them both multiple times in the face with his hands. Within a few seconds, they were both out of the fight. The others had looked on from the door. Bridge adjusted his shirt and walked over the two men to catch up to the others. Meyer looked at his friend, impressed with his new bodyguard's abilities.
"Quite a show, Sergio."
"It is, isn't it?" Flores answered.
"Where did you get him from?"
"Former life in the government, now a gun for hire."
"You must tell me if he has friends, or if you decide to get rid of him."
"Not likely, on either account." They went inside, Meyer going over to a cabinet and pulling out a bottle of tequila.
"Your favorite brand,"
Meyer said, holding the bottle up. He then grabbed a couple of glasses and brought them over to the couch, setting everything down on a glass table.
"So, about the price,"
Meyer said, taking a shot. Bridge didn't let Flores answer. He walked over to the table, with everyone watching him to see what he was doing. He grabbed the drink that was meant for Flores and drank it himself. He contorted his face as if he didn't enjoy what he just drank.
"Yeah, not really my style. Burns too much."
"Sergio, you just let this man—"
"No, he didn't. And about the price, she isn't for sale."
"What?
What is going on here?"
Bridge took out 2 pistols and tossed them to his partner, then took out his own guns. Then the front door opened. The 2 guards that Bridge had just taken out had come back for another round. Bridge and Nicole didn't wait for anything, though, and both immediately fired, each killing one of the guards. As their bodies dropped to the floor, Nicole ran over to the door and shut it, then locked it to make sure they weren't interrupted.
"Joe, what is going on?"
"I'm sorry, my friend," Flores replied. "It is not my doing." Bridge pointed the gun at Meyer's head.
"Evelyn Fester. Where is she?"
"Names mean nothing to me." Bridge took the picture out of his pocket and held it out for Meyer to see.
"Ring any bells?"
Meyer leaned back on the couch.
"What do you want?" "I just told you I want Evelyn and whoever else you're holding here against their will. Who are you? Are you the one who took apart my warehouses, stole my girls, and killed my men?"
Bridge smiled.
"That would be me."
"Why?
What do these women mean to you? What is this crusade of yours?"
"This crusade, as you say, is about freeing people who are not slaves. It is illegal, you know. Find a different line of work."
"I go where the money is."
"As fascinating as this conversation is, I don't really have time for it. Show us where the girls are." Meyer then looked at Flores.
"You know this will be the end of you. I'll make sure everyone knows what you did here."
"I know you will," Flores replied.
"The girls,"
Bridge sternly said.
"Now."
"You'll never leave here," Meyer said.
"I think we might. I have men all over. If they're as tough as the 2 we just took out, I like our chances. After you leave here, I will find you. There's no place you can hide."
"Who's hiding?"
"I will find you, and I will kill you."
"Have fun trying," Bridge said. "The girls, now, or I'll just put a bullet in your head now and go find them myself." With a look of disdain on his face, Meyer got up and walked around the couch toward a hallway. Bridge followed him, then looked back at the others.
"Stay here in case anyone else tries to come in,"
Bridge said.
"Be careful,"
Flores said.
"Wherever he's taking you, there will be guards, especially if it's around the girls."
Bridge looked at him and nodded, appreciating the tip. They disappeared into a hallway, eventually coming to a few steps, which they descended, leading to another hallway. After a few minutes of walking, they turned a corner, leading to a door with 2 men standing on opposite sides of it. Meyer dove onto the floor.
"Kill him!"
The men weren't sure what was happening, but raised their weapons. As soon as Meyer dove to the floor, Bridge pointed his gun at the guards, firing a couple of rounds at each of them. Both of them were dead before they had a chance to return fire. Meyer sighed as he looked up and saw his men had perished.
"Get up,"
Bridge said, pulling on Meyer's shirt.
"You'll still never leave here?"
"So you say. Open the door." Meyer hesitated, causing Bridge to lose his temper. He forcefully put his Glock on the side of Meyer's head.
"Open the door."
Meyer reached into his pocket and pulled out a set of keys. Bridge released his grip on him and allowed him to unlock the door. Meyer looked back at him after he did so.
"Open it."
Bridge kept his gun pointed in front of him in case there were more surprises on the other side of the door. Meyer pushed it open, revealing all the women that he was keeping there. Bridge pushed Meyer through the door, then walked through it himself.
putting an eye on the 5 women that were there. There she was, Evelyn Fester, all the way on the left. Bridge looked at her and smiled.
Evelyn.
"Who are you?"
she asked. Bridge couldn't help but let out a smile mixed with a laugh, happy he finally found her.
Your sister sent me to find you.
"Sharon?"
Bridge nodded.
I'm here to take you guys home, wherever that is. If you guys have anything that means anything to you, hurry up and grab it now. But we gotta move fast."
As Bridge was talking to the girls, Meyer slowly backed away, then made a move for one of the guns from the dead guards. One of the girls screamed.
"Behind you!"
Evelyn yelled. Bridge spun around and quickly located Meyer on the ground, firing 3 shots that all hit their mark. Meyer died instantly. It wasn't Bridge's intention to kill him, but he wasn't sorry he was dead either. It probably worked out better this way. At least there were women in the world who now would no longer have to worry about him. Bridge kept his focus on the girls and turned back to them. "Everyone good?"
"We're fine," Evelyn answered. "We just really want to get out of here."
"Then I guess you should follow me."
They went back through the halls until they finally got to the main room again. Both Nicole and Flores noticed Meyer wasn't with the group.
"Where's our host?"
Nicole asked.
"He decided to try his luck,"
Bridge replied.
"He failed. I got 2 more guards back there while I was getting the ladies out."
"That should leave about 8, Flores said, "including the 2 at the front gate."
"So 6 that we have to worry about now."
Bridge noticed Nicole looking out the window.
"How's it looking out there?"
"I see a few guards walking.
Close?
We might be able to get to the car. Probably not without a fight, though."
"Well, that's what we expected anyway. I think the longer we wait, the more problems we'll have. Let's just go for it."
"I agree," Flores said.
"As if someone asked you," Nicole said.
Bridge then turned back to the girls.
"Okay, so, listen. We've got an SUV out there. We're going to make a run for it. It's just outside the door. What I want you guys to do is head straight for the trunk. I'll open it, and I want you guys to pile in and get down on the floor. I don't want any stray bullets or broken glass hitting you while sitting up. Lie face down, okay?"
"What about you?"
Evelyn asked. "We'll be out there providing cover, making sure you get in okay. When you're all in, we'll get in the front and make a break for it. There could be a lot of shooting, so be ready for it."
"We're ready."
They all made their way toward the door, ready to rush out of the building. With all of them huddled together, Flores tugged on Bridge's arm.
"How about a gun for me?"
Flores asked. Bridge looked at him strangely, as if he were crazy.
"There's no reason for me to turn on you now. I want to get out of here as much as you do, and you could use the extra gun."
Bridge thought that he had a point and looked at Nicole, who gave a slight tilt of her head, not opposed to the idea either. Bridge grabbed his backup weapon and handed it to Flores.
"One wrong move with this and I'll shoot you myself," Bridge said.
"As you've pointed out multiple times."
Bridge made sure everyone was ready. Once they indicated they were, he threw open the door and ran out to the vehicle, everyone running out of the building one at a time. One of the guards noticed all the activity and immediately started firing. Nicole and Flores rushed to the hood of the SUV and started to return fire. Bridge opened the rear and started helping the girls inside. As a couple of them went inside, one of them reached back and tapped Bridge on the arm, then pointed behind him. 2 more guards were coming up from behind. Bridge turned around and started firing, leaving the girls to get in themselves as he provided cover.
"Get in! Get in!"
The girls quickly got in, and once they did, Bridge closed the trunk, then took cover next to the vehicle, crouching down. By now, the last 2 remaining guards also were involved.
"We can't get pinned down here," Nicole yelled. "We gotta make a move."
As a few bullets ripped into the SUV, Bridge knew that was true. The car was becoming a bullet magnet, and the girls inside would eventually catch some stray bullets if they didn't get moving. Bridge killed one of the guards on his side, then put in a new magazine, before then dispensing of the other one.
2 down back here."
Bridge then dropped to the ground and crawled under the SUV, hoping to gain an advantage by surprising them with his position. Nicole reached into the front seat of the SUV and pulled out a rifle. She then leaned over the hood of the car and dropped another of the guards. As she moved back behind the hood, she looked at her rifle, then saw Flores slump over to the right of her, falling face forward. Nicole reached down and turned him over. He had 2 bullet holes in his chest. He was dead. She reached down and picked up his gun and tucked it in her belt. With everything that was going on, she didn't have time to feel bad about his death, though she probably wouldn't have anyway.
Just because he was helping them in this instance didn't mean he was a nice person. At least, that's how she looked at it. If he hadn't been involved in illegal activities, he wouldn't have been in that situation to begin with. Nicole leaned back over the hood and kept firing at the remaining guards.
"Flores is gone," she yelled.
"What do you mean, gone?"
"He's dead."
Bridge shattered the shin of one of the guards with a bullet, dropping the man to the ground. While he was down there holding his leg, Bridge put another couple of rounds in him. By now, the 2 guards by the front gate had also joined the fray.
"Screw this," Nicole said, opening the back door of the SUV and reaching for her bag of stuff. "Keep them covered."
"What do you think I'm doing? What are you doing?"
"Ending this."
"How?"
Bridge continued firing. "With a bang." Nicole pulled out a couple of grenades and quickly pulled the pin, throwing them at the direction of the guards. The first one hit its mark, killing the 2 guards that were standing next to each other. The second one also did damage, though it only killed one of them. The second one started to run to take cover by one of Meyer's cars, though Bridge crawled out from beneath the SUV and took aim at him, hitting him before he was able to reach his mark. With 2 more bullets hitting the guard, the fracas was over. Bridge and Nicole each turned completely around, making sure that was the end of it. There was an eerie silence for the next minute, as they almost expected the heavy barrage of bullets to continue. Once they knew the fight was finally over, they met back up by the trunk of the car. They opened it to make sure all the women inside were unhurt.
"Anybody hit?"
Bridge asked. "We're all good," one of the women replied.
"Good. We're leaving in a minute. You guys can sit up now. It's all over."
Bridge then closed the trunk and looked at his girlfriend.
"How are you? Hit or anything?"
"No, I'm good. You?"
Bridge made a painful expression and felt his arm, the one that had gotten hit earlier. "I'm good. Still burns a little. Must have fell on it under the car. I'm good, though. No new holes."
Bridge moved to the right a little, and his eyes went past Nicole, seeing Flores's body lying there in the dirt. He walked over to the man and stood next to him, looking down at his lifeless body. He had a strange feeling come over him. He wasn't sad about his death, but he wasn't happy either. Though killing people and seeing dead bodies wasn't foreign to him, and he helped quite a few people see whatever awaited them in the next life, he never felt happy about it, even if some of those people deserved that fate. Sometimes it was necessary, sometimes it had to be done, but it was never something he took satisfaction in. Nicole walked over to him and tapped him on the back as she hopped in the passenger seat. "Let's go." Bridge got in the car and drove through the front gate. As they were driving, Nicole noticed the expression on her boyfriend's face and thought he might have been mourning the loss of Flores. "You angry about what happened back there?"
"No, what's to be angry about?" Bridge replied. "We got Evelyn, got the other girls, and we made it out alive. That's a win in my book."
"Then why do you look like that?"
"Like what?"
"I don't know. Annoyed?"
"I'm not annoyed, just—"
"What?"
"I told Flores's wife he'd be back. And now he's not going back."
"That's not your fault."
"I know. Still, I hate saying something and going back on my word."
"Like I said, there's nothing you could do about it."
"Doesn't change the fact that it happened. I told this woman her husband would come back to her alive. And now he's coming back dead."
"Would you prefer he was alive and one of us were dead?"
"Of course not."
"Then forget about it. Chalk this up as a win, which it was, and move on. We did a great thing here. Nothing should take away from that." After a few more minutes, Nicole thought they were driving in a different direction than what she thought they were going. "Where are you going?"
"The Flores house," Bridge answered.
"What? No. Are you crazy?"
"I need to, Nick."
"No, you don't. This is insane. Why would you go back there?"
"She needs to know her husband isn't coming home."
"And she will. I'm sure the police will tell her."
"She needs to hear it from me."
"No, she doesn't."
"It's what I'm doing."
Nicole sighed and put her hand on her head, thinking he was crazy for even thinking it. Once they got to the Flores residence, they parked far away from the house. That way Bridge could go in alone while Nicole stayed with the rescued women. Bridge told her that if there were any problems by the front gate, that she was to come swooping in with guns blazing. But there was no trouble. Bridge was let in and was immediately brought to Mrs. Flores. Nicole was only giving him 30 minutes in there. If he wasn't out by then, she was busting through the gate, dropping grenades everywhere until she got to him. Luckily, it never came to that. It was a short meeting for Bridge, who walked out of the house only 15 minutes later.
Once back in the car, Nicole looked at him. "Happy now?"
Bridge shrugged. "Content, I guess."
"What'd you tell her?"
"Just that her husband died trying to save other people."
"You also tell her that he helped put them in there?"
"She knew her husband wasn't always doing legal activities. I think it's important, though, for her and their son, that they knew he died doing the right thing."
"What's the point? To make him look better?"
Bridge shook his head. "No, it's not about him. It never is. It's never about the people that have passed on. It's about the people that they've left behind and how they move on. If it helps the living, that's what matters."